From Simon & Schuster Audio.
Worth More Dead and Other True Cases by Anne Rule. Performed by Laurel Merlington. The names of some individuals in this book have been changed. To my friends in the sporadic but loyal Union Meeting Luncheon Gossip Club: Jerry Hay, Shirley Jackson, Rosalie Foster, Donna Anders, and the late Ione Niskern, who is truly missed. These great women have survived and triumphed over many vicissitudes of life, all the while doing more manuscript reading and book buying than any friends I have. Preface. Human life is very precious to most of us. Nothing is as valuable as drawing in breath and feeling the reassuring beat of our hearts. Most of us feel the same about the lives of other creatures, from fellow humans to animals, and this often includes even bugs' small lives. Some people eat meat but would never think of hunting wild creatures. Some are vegetarians or vegans. The majority of us feel sad and even cry when we hear of disasters halfway around the world in which hundreds of people we never knew have perished. This ability to empathize, to identify with the pain of others, is the part of us that makes us human. Yet there are other people who feel no sorrow or empathy when someone else suffers or dies. When they want something, the end justifies the means. Their motivation is usually financial gain or sexual conquest, but sometimes they act out of a need for revenge. If they look back at all on the death of someone who got in their way, it is without regret or guilt. With those who have no conscience and no empathy, there are no lingering doubts. Despite my having written about 1,000 or more killers, the ability to understand those without conscience is, for me, the most elusive. I can deal with it intellectually, but not emotionally. The title of this book came to me full-blown, almost in a nightmare: Worth More Dead. As disturbing as it is to accept that these murderers believed their victims were indeed more valuable to them dead than alive, I know that it is true. The first case history is about a man I encountered in a courtroom many years ago and never expected to hear about again. That he kept bouncing back into the headlines amazed me. He may have been smarter than many cold-blooded killers, or he may only have been more devious than most. He was always circumspect about choosing someone else to blame. Had he held the death weapons himself? That was always the question, but I think I may have finally answered it. It's really weird looking at my own grave is the story of a serial killer and rapist who believed that if his victims were dead, they could not come back to identify him. Fortunately, some of them were smarter than he was. Old Man's Darling is a Colorado case, curious to ponder. The woman involved looked like an action movie heroine, but her obsessions didn't lend themselves to a romantic last chapter. How dare her aging lover cast her aside? Furious and desperate, she took action, and a terrible finale ensued. All for Nothing is one of the most shocking cases I've ever written about, and my longtime readers know that that's saying a great deal. Was it the result of a love triangle ripped apart? Or was it simply the inevitable ending to the erotic games one brilliant woman played with the men she delighted in enticing? She didn't realize that one man was playing for keeps. All of these murderers had what they considered a good reason to want their victims dead, be it financial or emotional, and the last case in this book, a desperate housewife, seems to have been fueled by both emotions. It is one of the saddest I've ever written about, although certainly none of the cases I cover are cheerful. What happened was so unnecessary, so selfish, and it will probably haunt you as it has me. Worth More Dead. This case, or rather series of cases, defies categorizing. The true culprit behind a number of fatal, near-fatal, cruel, and serious felonies wasn't easy to spot. He, or she, was either really smart or really dumb. But then I've run across a number of killers who scored near genius in IQ tests, but had no sense of how they appeared to others, and no common sense at all. Was this killer crazy? Probably not. Were his intricate plots brilliant and well-designed? Sometimes, but sometimes not. With every public document about this case that I have read over the last 25 years, I've become more incredulous. If the events weren't so tragic, many of them would be funny, anecdotes suitable for the world's dumbest criminals. Still, there isn't anything humorous about violent death, betrayal, and dark emotional games designed to break hearts. I don't even know where to start explaining this killer, so I think I'll jump in the middle and try to bring all the edges together. That way my readers won't ask, "What did you say?" as did a number of mystified judges when attorneys tried to detail the myriad felonies. When even judges shake their heads in disbelief, you know you're dealing with a tangled tale. 1. Summer, 1980. For servicemen, there is good duty and bad duty. They are at the mercy of superiors who dispatch them around the globe. But few Navy men would deny the many benefits of being stationed at the Whidbey Island Naval Air Station in Oak Harbor, Washington. There was also a U.S. Marine detachment stationed on the island. With Deception Pass to the west and Skagit Bay to the east, the setting is idyllic, a virtual vacation spot. Sailors, civilian and Navy alike, anchor pleasure craft in Oak Harbor, and it has a small-town atmosphere, friendly, welcoming. Like most small communities, there are few secrets. Neighbors know neighbors' business, and gossip flourishes. Love triangles are rarely as clandestine as the participants believe they are. Most sexual straying there is uneventful, but the scandal and shock waves that reverberated throughout Oak Harbor in mid-July 1980 were of a magnitude seldom seen. When the dust settled, those involved and onlookers hoped devoutly that nothing like it would happen ever again. Because of what happened shortly after 10 p.m. on that sultry Sunday night of July 13, 1980, 4 lives that had come together from widely scattered parts of the world were irrevocably changed. One man died instantly in a barrage of bullets from a .357 Magnum. The other 3 principals would tell divergent stories during a lengthy trial in Judge H. Joseph Coleman's courtroom in Seattle as the 1980 Christmas season approached. There was no question of holding the trial in Island County. There had been too much pre-trial publicity. And there probably wasn't a citizen in the whole county who hadn't heard of the murder of Lieutenant Commander Dennis Archer. I attended that trial. Much of the convoluted narrative that follows is either directly from court records or from my conversations with close associates of the principals and from detectives' precise recall. Some of it is from my own observation. The testimony that was elicited in Judge Coleman's courtroom was so explosive that spectators lined up for hours to get in, content to sit packed into the rows of hard benches in the overheated room, eager to listen to the almost unbelievable sequence of events that led up to the brutal slaying of the high-ranking naval officer. One of the defendants on charges of first-degree murder and conspiracy was Dennis Archer's widow, Maria Elena, 32, an exquisitely beautiful woman of petite stature. She could not have been more than 5 feet tall, and she wore her long dark hair pulled back from her face and loosely braided in shining waves. Once released from its braids, her hair would make a shimmering cascade reaching below her waist. She didn't look like a cold-blooded murderess. Her voice was soft, and her clothing was feminine and demure. But then, most murderers don't look the part. The second defendant was a man Maria claimed she had never met. He was, she said, a complete stranger to her. His name was Stephen Guidry. He was 26, a short man with a slight build, rather attractive with his sideburns and handlebar mustache. Guidry had come to Oak Harbor from his home outside New Orleans on the fatal weekend Dennis Archer was killed. But he had stayed a very brief time, unusual after traveling such a distance. The third figure in an alleged plot to kill Maria's husband was not on trial. He would be a witness, but he had already confessed to conspiracy to commit murder. He was Roland Petrie, 27, and was also originally from Cajun country near New Orleans. Petrie was a Marine Corps staff sergeant and Maria's admitted ex-lover. To save himself, he had agreed to turn state's evidence and promised to take the witness stand to bolster the prosecution's case. Roland Augustin Petrie, Jr. was a good-looking man. He looked every inch the Marine, although he no longer wore the uniform. He wasn't much over 5 feet 10 inches tall, but he was extremely muscular. He carried himself as a long-time military man is expected to. His part in this puzzling murder was clouded. Was it possible that he was admitting guilt to protect someone else? No one doubted that he and Maria Archer had enjoyed a consuming and passionate affair so intense both of their marriages had been teetering on the edge of divorce. Murder made divorce unnecessary. Just what part Roland Petrie might have played in Archer's murder, no one but the investigators and the attorneys yet knew. What happened to make this man turn on both the woman he swore he loved and the man who had been his best friend since their boyhood? The first overt betrayal on Petrie's part proved to be only the onset of a quarter of a century's worth of crimes to come, tumbling down one after the other, until justice began to seem not only blind, but deaf, too. Of course, none of us sitting in that courtroom could know that then. All we knew was that the engrossing trial was certainly not a slam-dunk case for either side. Nevertheless, observers expected it all to be over before the holidays, so that the lawyers, jurors, reporters, and the judge's staff could enjoy Christmas and then move into the new year and the next newsworthy case. The female defendant, Maria Elena Archer, was born in Oruro, Bolivia. She had 3 older sisters and a younger brother, and her wealthy family could well afford to send her to private schools in Bolivia. When she left Bolivia in 1966, Maria had already completed the equivalent of 2 years of college. She was as brilliant as she was beautiful, and beautiful she surely was. Maria went first to Ohio State University in Columbus, but the campus and the city were just too big and overwhelming for the 18-year-old, and she moved to Corvallis, Oregon, where she attended Oregon State University. Although even at trial some 14 years later, Maria still spoke with a lilting Hispanic accent, her grasp of languages was excellent. Indeed, she majored in languages, business administration, and psychology at Oregon State. She attended college there for almost 3 years, excelling in her studies and attracting the eye of more than a few male students. It was Dennis Archer who won her love after they met in class and began dating. Dennis was a handsome, solid young man about to graduate with a degree in electrical engineering, which would make him a sought-after candidate for a career in the Navy. The husky American and the flower-like girl from Bolivia made a storybook kind of couple when they married in Corvallis on December 27, 1969. Dennis's first duty station took them to Pensacola, Florida for 4 months. Home of the Blue Angels, the Navy's incredibly synchronized jet flying squad, Pensacola had charming old houses and white sugar sand beaches. They were lucky, too, when Dennis was assigned to a naval base in Corpus Christi, Texas. Again, they stayed just 4 months before another transfer. The first permanent home the Archers ever had was in Oak Harbor, Washington, where Dennis was a Navy Air Arm navigator. Oak Harbor and the Whidbey Island Naval Air Station became a true home base for the Archers. Their first child, a girl, Denise, was born there 10 months later. Maria was saved the arduous chore of packing up, moving, settling in again every year or so, and the Archers remained in Oak Harbor for 10 years, although Dennis was often away on deployment. Maria estimated later that Dennis's duties kept him away from home for at least 4 of their 10.5 years of marriage. Service wives have to accept that. When they cannot, their marriages usually end in divorce. Dennis Archer rose rapidly through the ranks, and he was a lieutenant commander by the late spring of 1980. He and Maria purchased a home on North Fairwood Place in Oak Harbor, and she was involved in activities both as an officer's wife and as a member of the community. On the witness stand, Maria recalled that her marriage was one where she literally worshipped her husband. She said she had always placed Dennis on a pedestal. That attitude may have been the last vestige of her Bolivian upbringing. She was totally devoted to her 2 children. A son was born a few years after Denise. Besides keeping an immaculate house, Maria loved to cook, to paint, and to study. She particularly enjoyed reading in the field of psychology, as she was fascinated by human behavior. Surprisingly, for a woman who appeared so delicate, Maria Elena had always been interested in exercise and physical activity. She took Middle Eastern dancing lessons, belly dancing is the more familiar term, and followed those up with jazz, tap, hula, and folk dancing. She became so adept that she taught dance classes at the Katherine Johnson Dance Studios in Oak Harbor and at Skagit Valley Community College in Mount Vernon, Washington. She directed and planned a Spanish night at the Officers Club and sewed costumes for and performed in local pageants and drama groups. Like all service wives, she had to make a life for herself and her children, one that was not dependent on her husband. When Dennis was home, they were a regular family, but for much of the time she was basically a single mother. "I was alone so much," she remembered. "I spent a lot of time doing things with my children. I like to help other people and to get involved in the community." As idyllic as it sounded, things were not rosy in the Archer marriage. Their story is far from unique. Maria took much of the blame for the trouble, wondering if their relationship had faltered because she worshipped Dennis too much. "We weren't on the same level. There was a lack of communication," Maria said softly. "Dennis wasn't willing to work out the marriage problems. His job was very important to him, and there was family pressure. We had counseling about 4 or 5 years ago, but I just couldn't get close to him." As Dennis Archer trained to leave on another deployment in November 1979, Maria prepared to be alone again. She and the children would be alone for Thanksgiving and for Christmas. She testified that she was never unfaithful to her husband, even during the long months while he was away. To forestall temptation in a life without sex, she deliberately kept herself very busy. Maria explained that one of the activities that took up her time after the midsummer of 1979 were the judo classes that she and the children attended several times a week. The classes were very popular with service dependents in Oak Harbor. Marine Corps Staff Sergeant Roland Petrie's instruction in self-defense and martial arts drew packed houses. His reputation was such that there were waiting lists for his classes. Maria recalled that she initially went to the judo classes because of her interest in sports. She said she also went because she was sometimes frightened at night when she was all alone in the house with the youngsters. Roland Petrie was the instructor, and Maria was only one of many judo students. Then something changed, gradually, subtly at first. Maria said she wouldn't deny that there was a strong physical attraction between herself and the Marine who taught the judo classes with such grace and strength. Roland Petrie didn't talk much about his Cajun roots in Louisiana, but he still had a trace of the accent that was partly French and partly the melody of the bayous. He was not classically handsome. His chin was a little weak, and he had a small brush of a mustache, the same reddish color as his wavy hair. But he had a tautly muscled body and moved like a tiger. Although he wasn't particularly well educated, Petrie was innately intelligent and had a quick mind. There was also a sense of danger about him, nothing overt, more like electricity in the air before a storm, the kind that makes the hair on your neck and arms stand on end. Maria Archer's and Roland Petrie's magnetic attraction to one another was stronger than her loyalty to Dennis, or the fact that Roland, too, was married. He and his wife, Cheryl, were married in May 1976. By May 1980, they were headed for divorce. She had moved back to Pennsylvania with their 18-month-old daughter, Bebe, to stay with relatives while they tried to sort their marriage out. Whether Cheryl knew all the details of Roland's womanizing is unknown. Probably she didn't. He had been like catnip to females since he was in his teens. Usually he managed to keep his various conquests apart so that they had no way to compare notes. Detectives one day winked as they said that besides his having well-toned abs and biceps, rumor said that Roland Petrie was exceptionally well endowed, and that was one of his secrets in seducing the opposite sex. Maria never mentioned that, of course. Later she recalled that she was attracted to him because he seemed a good person, and he adored children, as she did. She had felt a little sorry for him. He told her he'd spent 6 or 7 years in an orphanage as a youngster, that he'd come from a home torn by dissension. His first judo instructor changed his life, she once told an Island County detective. That was the first person who showed him he could be good at something, and he wanted to help other kids. What happened next was perhaps inevitable. Maria Archer never denied that after Dennis Archer went to sea, she and Roland Petrie began a physical affair sometime in the latter part of 1979. According to Maria, the affair continued until late March or early April in 1980. They made no effort to hide it, and the liaison was an open secret in the small town of Oak Harbor. The couple were often seen out together, and they even entertained together. Maria admitted to having serious doubts that she could continue in her marriage. Roland Petrie's marriage blew sky high, and his wife remained in Pennsylvania. Cheryl threatened to file for divorce, and he didn't try very hard to dissuade her, although he did seem to be heartsick that he was separated from his daughter. Maria insisted that her relationship with Petrie had nothing to do with the breakup of his marriage. She said that it was already over by the time she and Roland began to sleep together. As for her own marriage, Maria had been torn. She wrote to Dennis and said, "If I can't make you happy, I'm sorry, darling, but maybe we should try some other way." Maria recalled that she was surprised by her husband's answer. He wrote that their problems were largely his fault, that he expected her to do everything. She wrote back and said part of it was her fault. He opened up for the first time. He said he loved me very much, but he'd never contest a divorce. In late March or the first part of April 1980, I was planning to try my marriage again. According to Maria, Roland Petrie took her resolution to attempt to mend her marriage with grace. He said, "I'm just a good friend. I'll always be your friend. I just want you to be happy." Dennis Archer was not due to return to Oak Harbor until June 1980. Still, Roland's attitude toward her changed well before that. He seemed to accept her decision to end their affair, but remained a constant in her life. They were no longer lovers, but he told her he considered her his closest friend. He would come to her house to babysit her children, and he was a great friend of the neighborhood children. She was busy sewing costumes for a town pageant, and Roland even helped with that. The Marine from New Orleans, who was 4 years younger than Maria, had lost his wife, his child, and now his mistress, but according to Maria, he accepted all of it with equanimity. He had asked her to divorce her husband and marry him. He had told her he loved her. But that was all in the past. Now she was only his good friend, the best friend he'd ever had. Roland still needed Maria's advice. He wanted to gain custody of his daughter, Bebe. Maria pointed out that a little girl should be with her mother. He didn't agree with her. Maria didn't know Cheryl Petrie, but Roland was adamant that he would make a more reliable parent for his toddler daughter. In June, Dennis Archer returned home. "We were going to be a family again," Maria testified sadly. "My husband always said, 'You don't have to tell me everything,' but I thought I would, but I didn't want to hurt him." Dennis seemed to accept her confessions, and she said their last weeks together were good. "My husband had changed. We would talk until 4 a.m. We were going to leave and go camping. I told Roland I could finally express my feelings to my husband." Everything appeared to have come together flawlessly, like the seamless ending of a romance novel. Maria's husband appreciated and communicated with her now. She said he had forgiven her for her few months of infidelity, and her lover wasn't the least bit upset that she had gone back to her husband. According to her astounding revelations, Petrie had moved smoothly into the position of her best friend. No one was jealous. No one had an axe to grind or revenge to seek. All the ends were tied up neatly. Too neatly for a skeptic to believe. His divorce papers filed, Roland Petrie traveled to the East Coast and returned with his 20-month-old daughter and his sister around the 1st of July. He moved them into a new apartment in Oak Harbor. He called Maria to see how things were going with her. She remembered that she wasn't really that happy to hear from him. She told him a little sharply, "It's none of your business. My life is my life." Apparently, she no longer needed him as a best friend at that point, and after that, she said she didn't care to see him at all. Maria was totally reconciled with Dennis. Or so it seemed. 2. It was 11:34 on Sunday night, July 13th, 1980, when Maria Archer's frantic phone call came into the Island County Sheriff's Office in Coupeville, Washington, 10 miles south of the Archer home. The dispatcher had to calm the female on the phone before he could understand what she was saying. "Someone has broken in and shot my husband," she cried. The dispatcher was finally able to get the address, and he radioed the call to Deputy A.J. Bud Graves, who arrived at the residence in minutes. Graves found Maria and a neighbor waiting at the house on North Fairwood. She appeared very agitated, which was to be expected. She and the neighbor led Graves to an upstairs bedroom, where a man she identified as her husband, Dennis Archer, lay motionless. There was no question that Archer was dead. The front of his polo shirt was one giant splotch of crimson, and still liquid blood stained the carpet beneath him. Still, Graves knelt next to the body and felt in vain for a pulse. Whatever had happened very recently. There was no rigor mortis, no lividity. The body was still faintly warm to his touch. Nevertheless, Archer was dead. Graves radioed for backup from Captain Robert E. Sharp, the head of Sheriff Richard Medina's Criminal Investigation Unit. Detective Sergeant Ron Edwards was next up on the list to respond. Edwards was a 10-year veteran of the sheriff's office. and he was about to become the investigator who would be principally responsible for probing into the baffling case. He quickly ordered deputies to cordon off the house and yard to prevent curious bystanders from contaminating any evidence that might be there. On the surface, the motive for Archer's murder appeared to have been burglary. A stereo and other belongings of the family were stacked near the front door in the living room. Yet that was strange. The Archers, while comfortable, hardly seemed prime targets for a burglary. Nor did it seem prudent for a burglar to enter a home whose occupant, a husky 6-foot-tall 33-year-old naval officer, was still awake. Far better to enter in the wee hours of the morning when the lights were out and the residents were sleeping. Trembling, Maria Archer told the investigators that she had been out during the evening. She had driven a friend of one of her children home after baking pizza for her family and the other youngster. She left her children with Dennis so that she could visit a woman friend, Lola Sanchez, who was also a Latin American Navy wife. Maria said she had intended to stop for a few breakfast items at a convenience store on her way home shortly after 11, but had decided it was too late, and she had driven straight home from Lola's house. When she entered the house, the front door was unlocked, Maria said, but that wasn't unusual. She called out, "Hi, I'm here," expecting to hear her husband answer. Instead, she heard first silence, then heard children screaming from somewhere in the basement. They were screaming, "Mommy, Mommy, Daddy locked us in the closet." "I wondered if my husband had gone out of his mind," she told Edwards. Nothing made sense. There was a board across the door to our dark room, and I wrenched it off to get my children out. The kids said a man came in the house. I looked around, but I was afraid. I was trembling inside, but I'm strong, a mother. I thought maybe someone was in the house, and I had to protect my children. The receiver was off the hook, and I called my neighbor and said, "Please come right now." The kids were blubbering. I left them with my neighbor, and I went upstairs. Maria Archer told the detective that she found her husband lying in the bedroom with his hand blocking the door. His eyes were open, his mouth was open, and he was white. I knew he was dead. I kissed him and said, "Darling, we'll always be together now. I'll never leave you now." I moved his hand, then shut the door. Maria said she was most concerned about her children and that she'd put them to bed, trying to calm them as they cried, "Daddy, where's my daddy? Where did they take him?" Then she went downstairs and told her neighbor that Dennis was dead and that she must call the sheriff. It was a most puzzling case for the Island County investigators. If robbery was the motive, why wasn't anything missing? Why did the supposed thief leave his loot still stacked in the living room? Had he been frightened off as Maria arrived home? A canvass of nearby homes by deputies elicited little information that might help. One neighbor thought she might have heard a shot approximately 20 minutes before Maria arrived home to find her husband's body. Other nearby residents had neither heard nor seen anything. Dennis Archer had been a well-liked and respected neighbor. No one could fathom why he would have been a likely target for murder. The children, almost hysterical, could offer no help. Nor could Maria. 3. It was a long, long night for Captain Sharp, Sergeant Edwards, and the investigative team as they diagrammed the crime scene, gathered the lethal .357 bullets, vacuumed for fiber samples, and cut sections of carpet from beneath the body. Dusting for latent prints proved to be fruitless. They didn't find any useful possibles. There were tire tracks in the front yard of the Archers' home, but they were faint because the weather was hot and dry. There wasn't any mud to hold a good impression. Still, they painstakingly took samples of dirt and grass from the yard, hoping they would later use them to match debris caught in the undercarriage of a suspect vehicle. There was one odd note that long night. Roland Petrie, who identified himself as a close family friend, made 3 visits to the Archer home, each time demanding to see Maria, insisting that she needed his emotional support. But Maria declined to see him until, at last, angered by his continual prowlings by the house, she asked to confront him to tell him to go away. The detectives asked her not to do that. In fact, the Island County investigators were beginning to find Petrie's presence highly suspect. His stubborn refusal to leave was so questionable that they arrested him. He was soon charged on suspicion of first-degree murder. Detective Edwards drew up an affidavit and obtained a search warrant for Roland Petrie's apartment, a residence approximately 7 miles from the Archer home. The search warrant also listed Petrie's van. Their sweep of Petrie's apartment unearthed one bizarre item: a spiky black wig. His van contained a duffel bag stenciled with the name D.E. Woods. Inside, they found only jeans and miscellaneous clothing. The duffel bag and its contents proved to have been reported as stolen by a D.E. Woods in a complaint filed 3 days before Dennis Archer was shot to death. Subsequent lab tests found no fiber, dirt, or grass matches between the crime scene itself and Petrie's home and vehicles. For Detective Edwards, the father of small children whose wife was expecting another in November, the months ahead meant hours and hours of overtime, many trips across the country, and the wildest assortment of witnesses' stories that any investigator had ever uncovered. Virtually none of the principals had told the absolute truth going in. It didn't take Edwards long to find out about the 7-month affair between the widow Archer and Roland Petrie. Maria Archer willingly gave Edwards an hours-long taped interview a few days after the murder, an interview in which she freely admitted that she and Petrie had been emotionally and physically involved from November 1979 until April 1980. She told Edwards of her resolution to rebuild her marriage at that point, and of Petrie's seeming acceptance of her decision. More telling, she also admitted to Edwards that she had not in fact been with her friend Lola Sanchez on the Sunday evening her husband was killed. She had been at Roland Petrie's apartment. "It didn't have anything to do with anything where I was, so I didn't think it mattered." By late June, when he returned from the East Coast with his little girl and his sister, Maria said Roland Petrie had changed dramatically in his attitude toward her. Where he had seemingly released her from all obligations to him, he suddenly began to cling to her like a drowning man. He didn't seem to be able to handle anything by himself, raising his daughter, helping his sister, planning his life. Maria told Edwards that she was appalled to realize how weak Roland really was. He bombarded her with phone calls, begging her to come see him just one more time. He had become the very opposite of what attracted her in the first place. Scornful that a man could be so powerless, Maria told Edwards that she nevertheless felt she had to help Petrie with all of his problems. She said she saw him in her regular judo classes between July 1st and July 13th, and then he dropped in at her friend Lola's one day when she was there. She agreed to have ice cream with Petrie and his sister one evening at his apartment, and she even invited his sister to her home for lunch one day. She wasn't very surprised when Roland showed up too, and she had no choice but to let him join them. He then wangled an invitation to ride to Seattle with her to pick up costumes for the Spanish pageant on the pretext that his sister wanted to see the sights there. It was on that occasion, Maria believed, that he purchased a black wig, but she didn't know what it was for. "What happened on that Sunday night, the 13th?" Edwards asked Maria. Maria deeply inhaled her cigarette smoke and recalled the last night of her husband's life. She said Petrie called her that afternoon and pleaded with her to drop over in the evening to discuss his problems. She hadn't really intended to go. She and Dennis had had a busy day, taking her children and their friends swimming, baking pizza for her family. She asked her son's friend to spend the night, but his mother called to say that he had a doctor's appointment early the next morning and that he'd better come home. So Maria had to deliver him there about 8. Then she visited with his mother, talking about the boy's teacher and their school. Maria said she left and decided to drop in to see Roland, hoping that maybe she could finally get him straightened out so he wouldn't be so fixated on her. "I am very independent," she said proudly. "I never knew anyone could be so dependent." When she arrived at Petrie's apartment, she intended to stay only about 20 minutes, but she found him very anxious, and he said his sister was with friends for the evening. Maria said she meant to leave in plenty of time to get to the store to buy milk and bananas, but ended up talking with Petrie from about 9 until 11. She tried to explain to him that responsibility is all around us, not just ourselves. Edwards's mind was calculating the time sequence of the murder with Maria's story. While she said she was in Petrie's apartment, talking for 2 hours, someone stealthily entered her house, locked her children in the basement darkroom, and shot her husband. Sergeant Edwards asked Maria the most cogent question. "Do you think Roland Petrie had anything to do with it? Archer's murder?" She shook her head slowly. "Putting the pieces together, I asked myself, why did he come back? How could anybody do that?" Edwards wasn't sure what she meant. "Why did who come back?" he asked himself. Did she mean, why did Petrie come back from the East Coast? Or why did he come back to her? But she was talking freely, so he didn't interrupt her. Maria stated vehemently that she wanted only the truth. "I just want one thing. I pray to God. I don't want to think he had anything to do with it. I've studied psychology. I thought he was all right." Maria seemed absolutely baffled that this man who showed such love for her children, for all children, who seemed such a good person, could possibly be responsible for the death of her husband. And yet, he still loved her so much. She realized that he never really stopped adoring her, never accepted that she had totally gone back to her husband. It was clear that she was painting herself as a woman who loved her husband, who had no reason to want him dead, and at the same time describing Roland Petrie as a besotted man who might well have done anything to win her back. Ron Edwards interviewed a number of people who verified that Roland Petrie and Maria had been, at least for several months, a flaming duo. Joe and Mick Brock, who categorized themselves as good friends of Petrie's and more casual friends of Maria's, had some electrifying information. Joe Brock said that before Dennis Archer returned from deployment, Maria had discussed her affair with Petrie. She said she loved Roland, and she was afraid Dennis would keep her children if she divorced him. I told her to keep her family together and not consider Roland's feelings. Joe Brock recalled that Roland begged her to call Maria and arrange a meeting between him and his lost love in the Brock home on the 1st or 2nd of July, and that this was after Dennis Archer returned from sea. I did that, and they talked a while in the living room, and then went upstairs to our bedroom to talk for a couple of hours. When they came down, Maria rushed out, and we could tell that Roland had been crying. Joe Brock said her husband had helped Roland move on or about July 1st, and that Mick had been terribly upset afterward. I finally got him to tell me what was wrong. He said Roland told him that he and a friend of his from back home, New Orleans, were going to kill Dennis Archer and make it look like an accident. We went to our chaplain and told him about what Roland had said. That was on July 5th. My husband tried to talk Roland out of it. He didn't know if he'd succeeded or not, but Roland thanked him for his concern. Joe Brock recalled that she had seen Roland Petrie 3 times on Sunday, July 13th, the day Dennis was murdered. Roland lived only a half block from the Brocks. He was quite hyper that day. He came over around 3 to 3:30, and he sat in the kitchen juggling brightly colored balls. He had dressed up like a clown the day before and juggled for the kids, and he promised to teach them how and to have a party for them. Then he came back at 6 to 6:30 and asked if his sister could spend the evening with us because Maria was coming to see him, and he wanted to talk to her alone. We liked his sister, so we said sure, and she came over that evening about 8 and stayed until 11:30. "You said you saw Roland Petrie 3 times that Sunday?" Edwards prodded. "Yes. Roland came over again at 12:30, and he was so hyper that his hair was literally standing on end. He said he thought something had happened at Maria's because he saw police cars there. He wanted me or Mick to drive over there with him. I was afraid of him. I thought he might hurt me or Mick, or maybe that other person he'd talked about would. But Mick went with him." Of course, something had happened at the Archer home. Roland Petrie seemed to have had a motive for murder as old as the history of man: jealousy. Despite his later insistence that he and Maria had become only platonic friends, he had told others that he planned to kill Dennis Archer. Edwards discovered that a .357 Magnum gun belonging to a friend of Petrie's had turned up missing after he'd had a visit from the judo expert. Petrie borrowed a truck from another serviceman on the day of the murder, a truck that turned up inexplicably at the Seattle-Tacoma International Airport, SeaTac, the morning after the murder. The parking ticket for that vehicle from the machine at the airport gate read 12:16 a.m., July 14th. That was just after midnight on Monday morning. There were so many parts to this puzzle, and they were such extraneous fragments that they could not be forced to mesh into a working mold. Dennis Archer had been gunned down on July 13th between 9 and 11 p.m. During that exact time period, Maria Archer swore she was with Roland Petrie, and that neither of them had left his apartment. If the two lovers had arranged Dennis's murder and were telling the truth about being together, there had to be a third individual who had done the shooting. Was it the friend from home that Petrie told the Brocks about? Joe Brock had seen a dark-haired, mustached man wearing a blue plaid shirt walk away from a truck near Petrie's apartment on Sunday afternoon. Even though he was a stranger, she felt she could identify him if she ever saw him again. Edwards looked for this mysterious man as the case became curiouser and curiouser. Roland Petrie's mental condition deteriorated rapidly in jail. He mumbled about a killer named Targan, who was responsible for Archer's death. He constantly carried around a blanket that he said was his small daughter, and he urinated on himself. He appeared to be in a catatonic state. He was either crazy or was doing a very good job of pretending to be. When he grew even more disoriented, he was taken first to a local hospital, then transferred to the Western Washington State Hospital for observation. While Petrie babbled incoherently and pretended not to understand what psychiatrists were saying to him, the Island County Sheriff's investigators learned that a close friend had indeed visited him in Oak Harbor on the weekend of July 12th and 13th. This was Stephen Guidry, 26, another man of Cajun descent, who normally lived in Hanrahan, Louisiana, a suburb of New Orleans. Airline records confirmed that Roland Petrie had prepaid a round-trip plane ticket through a travel agency for one Billy Evans to travel coach from New Orleans to Seattle. Edwards found that this ticket was canceled and that Petrie wired money to Stephen Guidry instead. A Billy Evans had been on a flight that arrived at SeaTac Airport around noon on July 12th, Saturday, and had departed SeaTac for New Orleans on a 7 a.m. flight on Monday, July 14th. Having been declared sane at the Western Washington State Hospital, Petrie was returned to the Island County Jail. On July 21st, he visited in jail with relatives and then asked to speak to Captain Sharp. His statements at that time gave the Island County Prosecutor's Office probable cause to arrest Stephen Guidry on suspicion of first-degree murder in the death of Dennis Archer. Sergeant Edwards flew to New Orleans and assisted in the arrest, bringing an apparently bewildered Guidry to jail on Whidbey Island. The second arrest hit the community by surprise. Then the 34-page statement that Roland Petrie gave to Edwards on September 2nd led to yet a third arrest, one that sent shockwaves through the tight community. Maria Elena Archer was booked into jail on September 6th on murder charges. The sheriff's office tried to maintain a tight lid on information about the murder, but rumors spread furiously. Still, the curious would have to wait for the trial before any of the actual statements made by witnesses and the principals were revealed. A change of venue from Island County to King County was granted, and the Seattle courtroom was jam-packed as the trial for Maria Archer and Stephen Guidry began in early December. Many of the islanders had taken the ferry from Whidbey Island to the mainland to listen to testimony. It seemed ironic that Roland Petrie was not on trial. With his statements about the guilt of Maria, his lost love, and Stephen Guidry, he had cleverly manipulated his plea bargain. He had been allowed to plead guilty to a lesser charge of second-degree murder in exchange for his testimony. If Petrie ever had been crazy, he had quickly recovered his wits and made sure he would do himself the most good. During the trial, Guidry was still in jail, but after spending several weeks in custody, Maria was released on bail. She was free to come and go from the courtroom, to have lunch in downtown restaurants, and to mingle with trial observers in the marble hallways of the King County Courthouse. The 12 jurors and 2 alternates in Judge H. Joseph Coleman's courtroom did not have an easy task before them. They would hear the 3 different and completely contradictory statements regarding the murder of Dennis Archer. Just about the only thing that the prosecutors, the defense lawyers, and the defendants agreed on was that Dennis Archer was dead, that he had been sent to his grave by 3 bullets in his chest. It was strange to see the 2 defendants in the courtroom. They were both small people who looked as if homicide would be completely alien to them. Stephen Guidry sat at the far end of the L-shaped cluster formed by the 2 defense tables, next to his lawyer, Richard Hansen. Maria Archer sat 3 chairs away, beside her lawyer, Gil Mullen, a former Seattle police officer. During the 3-week trial, Maria and Guidry never even glanced at each other. It was quite possible that they didn't know each other, although the state contended they almost certainly knew about each other because of the plotting between Maria and Roland. David Thiel, the Island County prosecutor, presented the state's case, and Sergeant Ron Edwards of the sheriff's office assisted the prosecution, sitting close by Thiel to help with information on the details of his investigation. The first row of the gallery was reserved for the media. We were packed so tightly that we could barely scribble on our yellow legal pads. The second row was made up principally of friends and family of the victim and of Maria Archer. The rest of the long oak benches were up for grabs by a long line of spectators. The Archer-Guidry trial in 1980 was one of the very first in Washington where both television and still cameras were allowed into the courtroom, and cameramen from all major stations and newspapers in Washington took turns filming the proceedings. Maria, completely beautiful from any angle, was their chief subject. Sometimes it appeared that she was unaware of the cameras focused on her. Sometimes she seemed to pose for them. Roland Petrie, the former Marine Corps staff sergeant, the judo instructor, the admitted ex-lover of the female defendant, transfixed the crowd and had the jury's full attention for 4 days as he laid out a story of passion and conspiracy to commit murder. Petrie maintained that he had been totally in love with Maria, and that it was she, not he, who had convinced him that the only way they could ever hope to marry was to have her husband killed. He testified that Maria was terrified that she would lose custody of her children if Dennis divorced her, and that she couldn't bear that. According to him, she begged and nagged him to help her until he finally agreed. "I was doing something that I didn't want to do. I knew it was wrong," Petrie earnestly told the jury. He described how the pressure from Maria to kill her husband built during the last days before Archer's murder. "I felt I was losing my grip on things." Petrie said he thought about seeing a psychiatrist, and that he spent some time reading I Never Promised You a Rose Garden, a book then popular about a young woman institutionalized for schizophrenia. Try as he might, he testified, he was unable to stop the inexorable progress toward murder. He sighed as he said that he himself could not bear the thought of murder, but then he couldn't stand to lose Maria either. Petrie recalled that Maria had first brought up the matter of killing her husband a few weeks before the murder. They were making love on the floor of his apartment when she initially broached the idea after he asked her, "How can I really make you mine?" He told the jurors that she had answered quickly, "The only way I can really belong to you is if you kill Dennis." He was shocked, he said sadly, to hear her say that. The witness said he tried at first to suggest the demise of Dennis Archer in a non-violent way. Petrie admitted that he purchased 3 bottles of Somonex, an over-the-counter sleep aid, and gave them to Maria, hoping that she would believe they might poison her husband and therefore trust that he, Petrie, was sincere in helping her. That didn't work. She told him he'd better find a more effective way to kill Dennis. Killing Dennis had to be a sure thing, not just something that would give him a stomachache or put him to sleep for a day. It needed to be death by gunshot or knifing or bludgeoning. Because the community knew of his affair with Maria, the couple realized that neither of them could actually carry out the act of murder. They had to find someone totally unconnected to Dennis Archer, someone no one would recognize or remember who could do the killing. Stranger to stranger, the most difficult kind of homicide for detectives to solve. The jurors, transfixed, watched Roland Petrie as he glibly told them a story that sounded as though it had come out of a film noir. The plan had been refined, Petrie testified, to the point where he and Maria decided that he would contact his old friend, Stephen Guidry, in Louisiana and fly him up to Washington, furnish him with plans of the Archer's house layout, give him a gun, and send him off to do the job. Guidry would have firm instructions to make Archer's murder look like the byproduct of a burglary that he had interrupted. If this had been a 40s movie, the plan would surely have called for Guidry to die too, after he had accomplished his deadly assignment. Petrie said he had contacted Guidry and offered him $5,000 to do the killing. Guidry countered by saying he would do it for nothing. This was very hard for the jury and the gallery to swallow. Petrie testified that he picked up his old friend around noon on Saturday at the airport south of Seattle. He immediately drove him to the Whidbey Island ferry and then to his apartment. There he gave Guidry a key to the Archer residence and the gun, explaining that he and Maria would be miles away from the murder location. After Guidry had determined that Dennis Archer was indeed dead, he was to call Petrie and give him the code words, Bernie Garcia. The witness said he explained to Guidry that the gun was to be dropped off the Deception Pass Bridge as they drove to SeaTac Airport after the murder. The water below was so deep that no one would ever find it. The plot to murder Maria's husband sounded so cold-blooded as Roland Petrie spun it out. Cold-blooded it was, and planned to the minute. On Sunday night, July 13th, Petrie testified, he took his sister over to the Brock's home to visit as he planned. He'd been very careful that no one in Oak Harbor saw Steve Guidry, and kept him hidden in his van until the moment came for him to leave for the Archer's house. Maria would not be there, of course, because they had planned for her to leave her home well before Guidry got there. The children were not to be hurt. They were to be shut up in the basement so they would not witness their father's murder. After Petrie dispatched Guidry to commit murder, he said he spent his time waiting for Maria, frying fish and watching Mork and Mindy. The judo expert then described to the jury a Maria Archer who was completely different from the loving mother and penitent, unfaithful wife that she portrayed herself to be in her statements and testimony. She got there, and we sat on a sofa for a while. Roland Petrie told the jurors. They gazed at Maria Archer as she sat at the defense table, her head slightly bowed, her hands clasped in her lap. I was laying down with my head in her lap, and she asked me to make love to her. Petrie continued. That was about 20 minutes after she got there. We went upstairs. During the time we were upstairs, she asked several times what time it was and whether I thought it had happened yet. I told her I didn't know. It was supposed to happen when it was dark, but the time wasn't specific. Petrie recalled that Maria rose from the bed, began to get dressed, and was brushing her long, dark hair about 10:30. She had then made a couple of phone calls, including one to her friend Lola Sanchez. Maria told me that Lola had told her she shouldn't be seeing me, and that Dennis was going to find out about us and she was going to lose everything, Petrie testified. Then she said, You know she's right. Maria said it would be better for me and my daughter and for her and her kids if we'd not see each other any more. I said, You know, Maria, Dennis is probably dead now. She said, I know, and then she left. Roland Petrie said he had realized suddenly at that point that he had been tricked and manipulated into arranging his lover's husband's murder, and that Maria had never intended to marry him at all. He'd been duped. The thought of what he had done for a love that didn't really exist ate at his mind like acid. Not surprisingly, he said his mental problems had grown worse after his arrest, that he had stopped eating and drinking, and that he even lost his memory for long periods of time. He actually began to believe that it was an evil being named Targan who had made him do the bad things he did to keep Maria's love. Still, he recalled that Maria came to visit him once in jail, and that she mouthed the words, I love you, during that visit. But she never came back. Roland Petrie was supremely convincing as the betrayed lover, who was now facing years in prison because he had been seduced by a wanton woman and used to carry out her murderous desires. On the witness stand, he managed to hide the muscles of a trained judo expert and looked like the pathetic loser he claimed to be. Now it was time for the defense. Maria Archer's lawyer, Gil Mullen, one of Seattle's most effective criminal defense lawyers, tore into Roland Petrie during cross-examination. Mullen aimed at Petrie's credibility as a witness, which he showed was highly suspect by quoting lies in several statements Petrie gave to the Island County lawmen since his arrest. Petrie's statement that Stephen Guidry arrived from Louisiana wearing only rubber thongs as footwear seemed one of the more minor oddities in a case already so strange. But then what are the rules of dress for someone contemplating murder? Suit and tie? Trench coat? Hip boots? Whether Guidry wore thongs or sneakers didn't seem to have much to do with his guilt. Now Gil Mullen smiled sardonically as he pointed out that Petrie's insistence that Guidry was such a loyal friend that he offered to be the triggerman for nothing, refusing $5,000, money he needed badly, defied credulity. And what are the limitless bounds of friendship? The jury was considering these peculiarities when Counselor Mullen hit on an area that shocked most of the gallery. Mullen elicited an admission from Roland Petrie that he had considered murdering his 20-month-old daughter earlier in the summer of 1980, for profit. Petrie admitted that he had insured Bebe's life for as much as he could, an amount the state estimated at $45,000. He said the thought of killing little Bebe, who had been entrusted to him in temporary custody, had seized his mind, but for only a day or so. Then he said he dismissed the idea. But the thought did occur while I was putting Bebe to sleep for her nap. Petrie testified, I said nothing better happened to you, or I'll be a rich man. What method did you consider when you thought of killing your daughter? Mullen probed. Petrie said he had considered killing the child with a drug overdose by giving her access to his medicine cabinet, or maybe stuffing her into a plastic garbage bag so that she would suffocate, or throwing her from his moving van. He hastened to add that Maria had known nothing of these dark thoughts. Petrie was asked about various statements he had made about Dennis Archer's killing, with Mullen often pointing out discrepancies. Petrie answered that everything he said in each statement was true at the time. Targan, the evil being, was blamed for the murder in a statement Petrie gave on August 28th. Is Targan still with us today? Mullen asked. No, he's not. Targan had nothing to do with it, Mullen probed. No, but at that time, I thought he did. You once claimed to be a hitman for organized crime in New Orleans. Was that true? I was making a joke, Petrie said with a smirk, as if it were laughable. Petrie maintained in court that he felt overwhelming guilt about Dennis Archer's murder. He said that there were times when he found it was difficult even to look at himself in the mirror to shave. But he was resolute about his testimony that Maria Archer had been the one who pushed and prodded him into arranging her husband's killing. I was used, he said flatly. As the trial moved into its second week, Maria Archer herself took the witness stand, seemingly undisturbed by the television and still cameras that recorded her every movement. She appeared to have no stage fright in a courtroom filled to overflowing with the curious. It was easy to believe Maria. She perched on the edge of the witness chair, looking almost childlike, so tiny that her feet hardly touched the floor. She wore a plaid pleated skirt, a dark blazer, and a ruffle of white at her neck, and she smiled often, although it was a subdued smile, one suitable for a young widow. Her voice was so soft that even with the amplification of a microphone, it didn't reach to the rear of the courtroom. The jurors leaned forward in their chairs, straining to understand her words. By testifying in her own defense, Maria opened herself up to cross-examination, but she seemed prepared for that. Her own attorney asked her many of the tough questions, aware that they would be forthcoming from the prosecutor, David Thiel, on cross. Mullen used his effective technique to diffuse any of her answers that might make the jury think badly of her. If he asked them first, they wouldn't have as much impact when the prosecutor asked them. Maria repeated the story that Detective Edwards taped 2 days after her husband was killed. The jurors had already heard that tape, and it was one of the most compelling pieces of evidence that the state had against her. Now, on the witness stand, she once again admitted her affair with Roland Petrie. Was it a physical affair? That's what I always understood an affair was, she said a little condescendingly, toward even her own lawyer. Maria said she believed that Roland understood her wish to return to Dennis, but then she said she was horrified at the way he began to cling to her. Once he came back to Whidbey Island with temporary custody of his daughter, he didn't seem to know what to do. Yes, she admitted that she saw Roland Petrie almost every day for 2 weeks prior to the murder, but that had not been her choice. It was because he dogged her trail, confronting her everywhere she went. She could not avoid him, and she felt sorry for his sister. She recounted the meeting around July 1st, 1980, in their mutual friend's bedroom. I did not want to see him, but I went there. Mr. Petrie started talking to me. He was extremely apprehensive. He started crying. I thought he would not want to be embarrassed, so we went to the bedroom to talk. Roland Petrie, whom she occasionally referred to as sensei, a Japanese word for teacher, used frequently in martial arts training. He was different from the nice friend who'd left. His hair was different, blonde instead of dark. He sat on the bed. He was trembling. He asked if he was going to see me any more beyond judo class, and I shook my head no. That's what I was afraid of, he said. He cried, and he caressed the air around me. He was afraid to touch me. I yelled at him and preached at him a lot. I told him, "You are a blind man touching a big, gigantic elephant, touching just the tail, and you think the tail is the whole elephant. You can't pray for anything you want. You are not a good Catholic." She said that she had called him a fool. As far as Maria was concerned, she testified, the affair was over, dead, cold. "Did you ever at any occasion suggest anything that could have sounded like killing your husband?" Mullen asked. "No, never." "Did you talk to him about drugging or poisoning your husband? Did you say anything about giving him some Sominex?" "Never, never." "Had Mr. Petrie ever discussed his plan to kill your husband with you?" "Never. He wouldn't discuss my husband with me, never." Maria's scathing answers were spat out as Mullen asked her if she'd agreed to a plan to leave her children at home while a third party, Stephen Guidry, went to her home to kill her husband. "Did you agree to expose the children to that danger?" "I am not demented." The questions became more difficult after Prosecutor Thiel rose to cross-examine Maria Archer. Thiel asked, "You lied about being with Roland Petrie on the night your husband was shot. You asked Lola Sanchez to tell your husband you were with her?" "It was not the truth." "You lied to the police on that first night?" "But it had nothing to do with it." "Why did you tell them you were at Mrs. Sanchez's?" "Wherever I was, it was none of their business." "In the statement you gave to Sergeant Edwards, you said you'd told Lola Sanchez to just tell him, Archer, I was at your house?" "I was under Valium. I don't remember the statement." Thiel suggested that Dennis Archer had planned to move into a mobile home the Archers owned when he returned from deployment in June 1980. But he couldn't do that because Maria had sold it while he was gone. He asked her if it was true that there would be no quarters allowance from the Navy if Archer didn't move back with her because of the problems they were having over Roland Petrie. He pointed out that she had financial motivation to reconcile with her husband. Maria appeared not to understand what he was getting at. When Thiel asked her if she had, or would, derive any financial benefit from her husband's death, Maria Archer said she couldn't hear him. He repeated the question in a slightly louder voice. There was no way she could claim to be that deaf. Thiel asked specifically about the 3 insurance policies: $25,000 from Old Line of the South, $20,000 from Servicemen's Life Insurance, $3,000, a Navy policy, and mortgage insurance on the Archer home, which had recently been sold for $72,000. Maria Archer barely acknowledged this information. Thiel then pointed out that all the money that might be coming to her was frozen because of litigation brought by Dennis Archer's family. They were suing Maria in civil court through the Slayers Act, which denies insurance benefits or inheritance from wills or profits from writing about their crimes to someone who has caused the death of the benefactor. Thiel led Maria through the many meetings, phone calls, judo classes, and the countless hours that Maria had spent with Roland Petrie since her husband's return. Still, she was adamant that she had merely been trying to help a man who was as dependent upon her as a baby. With her chin tilted up haughtily, Maria denied absolutely that she had wanted her husband dead. Now, 2 versions of the strange case had been told. It was almost Christmas, and outside the courtroom the first-floor lobby of the King County Courthouse held a towering, decorated fir tree, but there was no holiday spirit at all inside. Stephen Guidry had said nothing during the trial. He had barely glanced up from the yellow legal sheet that he filled with scrawls during the long court sessions. Now it was his turn to tell of the events leading to the strange and fatal weekend in Oak Harbor, Washington, in July 1980. Guidry was neither timid nor cocky as he took the witness stand to be questioned by his lawyer, Richard Hansen. The second defendant recalled that he and Roland Petrie were best friends from their early teens until Petrie joined the Marines. And it was Steve Guidry, not Petrie, who first became interested in judo. The defendant said he joined the Jefferson Parish Junior Deputies, an organization the sheriff's office sponsored to stop crime among juveniles, when he was 12 or 13. Steve took to the judo instruction with enthusiasm, and he persuaded Roland, who lived a few blocks away, to join too. They both became adept in the martial art. After Petrie left for the Marines, Steve said he saw him 4 or 5 times over the years, and that Petrie sent him postcards and letters from Japan. He didn't know Petrie's wife well, although he and his wife double-dated with the Petries on one occasion. He didn't feel that Petrie's wife was well suited to him, but didn't explain why. Steve Guidry said that life wasn't going so well for him in the late spring of 1980. He was working on a pipeline repairing gas detectors and mud monitoring equipment, and he wasn't contented with the work. The apartment he shared with his wife and son had a broken-down air conditioner, which in New Orleans in the summer made the rooms like ovens. His wife took their child and moved to her parents' home. Since Guidry didn't get along well with them, he moved in with his mother and sisters. "I wanted to buy a house," Guidry told the jury, "but I couldn't see how I'd ever be able to pay for one. So I joined the Marines, thinking I'd learn a specialty and eventually be able to afford a house for us." Guidry spent every day in late June and early July 1980 with Marine recruiters, taking tests, talking about the opportunities in the Marines. "My test results were so high that I qualified for every school they offered. I wanted electronics, but the only thing available in that field at the time was refrigeration school, and I didn't really want that." For the first time in a long time, Guidry had called his old friend, Roland Petrie, to discuss the Marines and what schools I might want to get into. Guidry said Petrie urged him to wait until the avionics school was available. Steve followed his advice, delaying his departure for basic training until sometime in September. It left him with several weeks of free time on his hands. He'd quit his job and had virtually no money. He testified that he was really pleased when Petrie called him a few days later and invited him to come up to Washington State for a visit. It would give him the opportunity to look over the Marine installation in Oak Harbor. It turned out that Roland's life wasn't running smoothly either. He told Steve Guidry that he was in terrible trouble, something he couldn't discuss over his phone, which he said was tapped. "He told me I was the only person he could trust. He offered to pay for my ticket both ways and all expenses if I'd fly up." Guidry testified that he agreed to fly to Washington. He was supposed to leave during the week of July 14th to July 19th, but he had received an eviction notice from his landlord and had to wangle an extension from a Hanrahan constable. He called Petrie and said he couldn't make it. "He told me I had to come. It was so important. So I told him I'd come for a couple of days anyway." Guidry said he thought it was kind of strange that Petrie didn't want him to fly under his own name, but he finally agreed to fly under the name Billy Evans. He flew into SeaTac Airport on Saturday morning. He brought one change of clothes, and yes, he had worn his usual rubber thongs for footwear. Roland met me about noon on July 12th. I asked him what the trouble was, but he told me to wait till we were in his van. First, he bought my return ticket, and then we headed for Oak Harbor. I asked him again what the big problem was, and he started talking about his affair with his girlfriend and how much he loved her, and how he wished he'd met her before he met his wife, and how no woman ever treated him like that before. It seems like she was married and her husband was back from deployment. The guy being back presented a big problem. Roland said that the guy knew about him and the wife and was going to have Roland sent to a military prison because you can't go out with an officer's wife while he's gone on duty. Then Roland said Guidry testified that he really brought Guidry up to Washington State to kill his girlfriend's husband. He says he wants me to kill her husband because of the prison threat, and that the guy found out because he tapped the phone and heard his wife and Roland talking. He said the guy had beat the girlfriend and her kids up too. Guidry said he'd been shocked and told Petrie it was ridiculous to plan to kill the man. But Roland ignored me. He showed me a pistol, ammo, and some maps in a duffel bag. It was a .357 pistol. Guidry said he'd called Petrie crazy, and Petrie assured him that nothing could go wrong. The killing had been planned for weeks. The maps and diagrams were of the house where the man was to be killed. Petrie explained several plans that had already been considered and discarded. In one plan, Petrie was going to have someone fly to California or Oregon under Dennis Archer's name. Then Petrie was going to kill Dennis and dispose of the body, and it would look as if Archer had simply disappeared from the flight. In another, Petrie was going to talk Archer into climbing a ladder, from which he would fall and break his neck. Guidry testified that he was dumbfounded. None of his old friend's wild imaginings sounded like the Petrie he knew. The current plan was for Guidry to be the hitman while Petrie spent the time, set for Monday evening, July 14th, with friends at the Globe and Anchor Bar, so he'd have an alibi. Guidry told the jurors next about a less-than-delightful vacation weekend in Washington State. He said that Petrie had insisted that he spend most of his time waiting in Petrie's van, because Petrie didn't want his sister to see him. Oddly, Petrie had taken Guidry to the Globe and Anchor, where Petrie worked, on Saturday night and introduced him around. But then he stashed him right back in the van parked outside Petrie's apartment. By Sunday, Guidry said, he was getting pretty annoyed. Petrie had taken him for a ride and bought him a couple of Big Macs for a picnic on the beach. Then he started in again on how it was up to Guidry to shoot Dennis Archer. The jurors glanced from Steve Guidry to Maria Archer and back again. Everyone involved in this case was talking and talking a lot. Whom were they going to believe? Guidry testified that he never saw the Archer home and never saw Maria, but that he probably was the man walking near the truck that Joe Brock saw on Saturday afternoon. Roland took me with him to borrow it because he said he needed it to move. Guidry said that he had finally had enough of Roland Petrie's constant pressure to shoot Dennis Archer. I told Roland that I was leaving Monday morning. He said he couldn't take me to the airport Sunday night because he was having company, or Monday morning because he had to work. We started to bicker. We got back to his apartment about 5:30 on Sunday afternoon, and Petrie told me again to wait in the van until his sister left. I told him I was going to leave that night, and I needed transportation to the airport or I'd hitchhike. I got my suitcase, and I said I wanted to leave before the sun went down. Finally, he tossed me the keys to the truck, and I left. It was Guidry's testimony that he drove out of Oak Harbor around 7. He took a wrong turn on his way to the airport, some 118 miles away, and ended up north of Oak Harbor in Anacortes, instead of south, heading for Seattle. Retracing his path, he finally headed in the right direction. He said he stopped once to go to the bathroom and ask directions, and once to get something to eat. Guidry swore on the stand he had nothing to do with Dennis Archer's murder, and that he'd told Petrie the whole plan was ridiculous. The Archers' children would probably have been the only witnesses anyone could believe for sure. although they were nearly hysterical when the deputies responded to their mother's phone call on the night of the murder. They had conveyed that their father had been shot and killed in his home by a strange man. According to the medical examiner and neighbors' statements, the shooting had probably occurred around 10 p.m. At 10 p.m., Maria Archer, by her testimony, was with Roland Petrie. At 10 p.m., Roland Petrie, by his testimony, was in bed with Maria Archer in his apartment. At 10 p.m., Stephen Guidry, by his testimony, was driving toward the Seattle-Tacoma airport. The driving time between Oak Harbor and the airport, which is 15 miles south of Seattle, is just over 2 hours if one adheres to the speed limit. Maria Archer left Roland Petrie's apartment to return home at 11 p.m. After her husband's body was removed to await autopsy, Maria remained home for the rest of the night. She made one phone call at around 2:30 a.m. That call was to her friend Lola Sanchez, who reported that Maria said, "Someone broke into our house and shot my husband. It must have happened just when I was talking to you on the phone from Roland's apartment." Roland Petrie spent most of the night driving by the death house, occasionally stopping and attempting to talk to Maria. Stephen Guidry spent the night at the SeaTac airport awaiting the flight to New Orleans, which he boarded at 7 on July 14th. In short, if one believed all of the testimony given in the 3-week-long trial, none of the principals could have shot Dennis Archer. Each pointed a finger at someone else. It was the sort of stuff that can boggle juries' minds. Prosecutor David Thiel bluntly told the jury in his final arguments, "It is an either-or situation. There are only 2 possible murderers of Dennis Archer, Petrie or Guidry. Evidence has proved that the actual killing was done by Guidry." Thiel reminded the jury of Petrie's testimony that he and the victim's wife were in his apartment making love at the time of the murder. Roland Petrie would not have had time to go out and do the killing himself. Roland Petrie was not the triggerman. Stephen Guidry was the triggerman, and Maria Archer was a participant in the plot. Thiel pointed out a 4-fold reason for Maria's wanting her husband dead. She wanted to rid herself of a husband she no longer loved or even liked. Added to that, Archer's death would clear the way, Thiel said, for Maria to marry Roland Petrie, give her financial gain in the amount of $120,000, and protect her from losing her children in a custody suit stemming from a divorce action. Gil Mullen, Maria's attorney, struck hard at Roland Petrie's credibility as a witness. "The state's case has got to rise or fall on the testimony of Roland Petrie. And Roland Petrie is a thief, a faker, a cold-blooded, violent, confessed murderer, and an unmitigated liar." Mullen did not attempt to paint Maria as a saint. "Maria Archer admits she had an affair with Roland Petrie, and she was ashamed and not very proud of it. But she is not here on trial for having an affair. She is not here on trial for committing sexual indiscretions. She is here on trial for murder, premeditated murder." Richard Hansen, Stephen Guidry's attorney, enlarged on the defense's belief that Petrie was a liar. "If you convict these 2 innocent people, that is going to help Roland Petrie. He has a strong incentive to help convict these innocent people to help himself. It would cut off half or probably more of his sentence." By testifying against his former mistress and his former best friend, Roland Petrie was now allowed to plead guilty to second-degree murder, and he would indeed have a much shorter sentence than life in prison. 4. And so, on New Year's Eve 1980, the tangle of evidence and testimony went at last to the jury. The press bench vacillated. As one reporter remarked, "One day I think guilty and then the next I think not guilty. I wouldn't want to be on the jury." After 11 hours, the jury came back. The verdicts: Stephen Guidry, first-degree murder; not guilty. Conspiracy to commit murder, not guilty. Maria Archer, first-degree murder, not guilty. Conspiracy to commit murder, not guilty. Stephen Guidry broke into tears. Maria Archer's face was void of any expression. Then she smiled. Afterward, she told the press, "Anybody who had any sense could see what was right and what was true. It was ridiculous, having to go through all this." She spoke of her former lover, Roland Petrie. "I'd like to feel sorry for him. Sometimes I do. But that does not change the fact that he's a liar and the most unscrupulous person I ever met." Maria said she didn't care about the financial benefits derived from her husband's death. Looking toward her former in-laws, she said, "I don't care about the money. I'm not fighting them. They can keep it." If ever a murder case was over but yet not over at all, it was the bizarre killing of Dennis Archer. It was possible, some observers felt, that the man about to be sentenced for his murder, Roland Petrie, might not have committed the actual crime. The only eyewitnesses, the Archer children, were blocked from testifying in court by motions by the defense that stated that the children, at 7 and 10, were too young to be accurate witnesses. That isn't necessarily true. It depends on the child. In retrospect, it was probably far more beneficial to the children to keep them from testifying against their own mother. If they had seen a strange man, it might well have been Roland Petrie in his spiky new black wig. Only one thing is certain. Dennis Archer most assuredly did not shoot himself in the chest 3 times. The gun never turned up, and it is probably still buried in the silt at the bottom of the limitless depths of the water at Deception Pass. Detective Sergeant Ron Edwards of Island County would not forget this case. In the years ahead as an investigator, he often wondered if perhaps someday, sometime, the corrosive nigglings of conscience would force someone to speak out, a careless word to the wrong person. That never happened, but the story of Roland Petrie was far from over. 5. 1986. Because he turned state's evidence against his ex-mistress and boyhood friend, Roland Petrie drew only a 35-year maximum prison sentence. His former wife, Cheryl, remained in Pennsylvania with their little girl, Bebe. Maria Archer went on with her life, never to make headlines again. Stephen Guidry was far away in New Orleans, undoubtedly much relieved that he had been acquitted of murder. Those of us who witnessed their trial in 1980 assumed that Roland Petrie would stay safely behind bars in the federal penitentiary on McNeil Island. It is located, as Alcatraz was, in an isolated spot surrounded by deep water. With good behavior, he might conceivably be released on parole in 10 to 15 years. But he had demonstrated that he wasn't always who he appeared to be. So, as charismatic and appealing as he often was, Petrie seemed an unlikely candidate for early parole. Still, true sociopaths often make model prisoners, giving corrections officers little trouble. They learn that the way out is not to fight the system, but to respond to those who are temporarily in control with charm and an earnest mask. No one could be more cooperative than Roland Petrie. During his time on McNeil Island, he obtained his Associate of Arts degree from Centralia Community College and his B.A. degree from Evergreen State College through correspondence and prison courses. Back east, Cheryl Petrie had never really stopped loving her ex-husband, and she wanted very much to believe his letters protesting his innocence in Dennis Archer's murder. Perhaps even more compelling, Roland wrote of his tremendous regret that he had been unfaithful to her. His reasoning made more and more sense to her because he was telling her what she needed to hear. He had always been extremely persuasive, and he was very attractive to women. When he first proposed to her in the 70s, Cheryl was both grateful and baffled. She was not a beautiful woman, and she knew he had dated many gorgeous women in the past. She had thick chestnut hair and lovely blue eyes, but was a little plump and somewhat plain. Where Maria Archer was tiny and slender, Cheryl was large-breasted and big-boned. Her confidence had been severely shaken when she learned that Roland was cheating on her with Maria. But now he was back in her life, telling her all the things she thought she would never hear. Cheryl took into account that he was in prison, where there were no women for him to cheat with. Still, he truly seemed to have come to appreciate her letters and her renewed loyalty to him. He wrote that he wanted to start over, to be a father to Bebe, who lived with Cheryl. If only, he wrote, he wasn't stuck in prison for years. It worked. They remarried in December 1981 while Roland was still in prison. Cheryl made up her mind that she would do everything possible to help him achieve an early parole. She longed to be with him again. He explained that his only chance to get out before he was an old man was to have someone to come home to, someone with a solid reputation who had a house where he could move in, someone who would arrange to have a job waiting for him, too. Cheryl promised Roland that she would be that person for him. As she had before, she accepted him on faith. Just how much Cheryl knew about Roland's life each time she married him may never be known. He was, and always had been, a man with an astounding gift of gab, and he was also a man with many secrets. He was a chameleon, changing his demeanor and attitude to suit whatever situation he was in. He always had many male friends, and, this much Cheryl knew, any number of women who had loved him. Roland usually told women that he suffered through an abusive childhood, but that may very well be only one of the lies he told to draw people to him and gain their sympathy. He was born in Donaldsville, Louisiana, on October 30th, 1952, and was named after his father. He was Roland Augustin Petrie, Jr. He was built exactly like his father, thin but tough as steel cable, with rope-like muscles. Aside from his longtime friendship with Steve Guidry, Petrie's early childhood in the New Orleans area is murky. He was born the third of 6 children, the second of 5 to survive. His parents, Roland Petrie Sr. and Emily Gross Petrie, apparently had a successful marriage that lasted until death parted them. There were 5 boys, Roland Jr., Danny, Michael, Rodney, and Wade, and 1 girl, Sherry. Tragically, Wade died at the age of 2. Roland's father, 28 when Roland was born, was a truck driver with the Teamsters Local 207 in New Orleans and a Marine Corps veteran of World War II. His mother worked as a waitress. Both Roland's parents were Cajun French, part of a large population that lived the rich culture handed down by their ancestors in Louisiana, enjoying Zydeco music, spicy gumbo and crawfish cuisine, and folklore and ghost stories. They often spoke Cajun French in their home. Roland would always have a trace of a French accent, although his bonds to Louisiana and his family were not particularly close. He attended St. Rita's parochial school through the 8th grade, then went on to East Jefferson High School in Metairie, Louisiana. He dropped out of school in the 11th grade. Like his father before him, Roland enlisted in the Marine Corps when he was in his late teens. He flourished there and obtained his GED high school degree in the service. His fellow recruits called Roland Pete and admired his judo proficiency. One of his Marine buddies recalls a visit to Louisiana with Petrie in 1972. "We went to New Orleans on a 4-day weekend," he says. 5 of us drove down from Cherry Point, North Carolina. We went to see Pete's fiancée, who was named Debbie. Roland had a large Marine Corps tattoo on his upper left arm and had Deb tattooed on his right arm. He always called her Deb, his fellow Marine remembered. He once told me that if he ever got into trouble and was asked about it, he would say his tattoo stood for his initials, and that his name was Donald Edward Boucher. It was a long time ago, and I'm not sure of the spelling. Petrie didn't explain why he expected trouble or an arrest, or why he might need an alias. The Marine, remembering Roland Petrie almost 35 years later, says he was impressed with Deb's family. We stayed at Deb's parents' house, a nice upper-middle-class neighborhood, and they treated us like kings. Deb's father was a fairly successful businessman, and her mother was a great cook. They seemed to think the world of Pete. Deb, who hoped to marry the dashing Marine that Roland Petrie was in 1972, was very petite and gorgeous. She rounded up 2 of her girlfriends to be blind dates for the 2 Marines who accompanied Petrie to New Orleans. We all went to the French Quarter one evening for drinks and dancing, one of them remembers. We visited Roland's father, but only briefly, in this town outside New Orleans called Metairie. We stayed at his house just long enough for Pete to show us a painting one of his girlfriends had done. It showed him in his karate or judo outfit executing a kick. I'm pretty sure he had his black belt in karate before he ever joined the Marines. Petrie had also been a boxer. He told his buddies that was where he got his broken nose. The guy just loved to mix it up. But Roland Petrie didn't marry his gorgeous girlfriend Deb, and he wasn't faithful to her either. He almost always had several women on the string at once. One of them may have been Cheryl, whom he eventually did marry. We all traveled to Pennsylvania once, a buddy recalls. Pete had a girlfriend there, too, who was a student nurse. I'm not sure what her name was. Her family lived on a farm just outside Union City. They had another pleasant visit in that small town close to Lake Erie. Roland Petrie never seemed to mind that his buddies knew that he cheated on his women. Indeed, he seemed proud of it and counted on them not to say the wrong thing. They also knew that Pete lied, but they suspected he did it to be funny, and he didn't hurt any of them. His fibs and outright lies were often hilarious. Early on, his closest Marine friend had his doubts about Petrie's truthfulness. They were assigned to the same training schools, beginning with 7 months of avionics classes at a base just outside Memphis, Tennessee. Then they were transferred to the Marine Composite Reconnaissance Squadron 1, VMCJ-1, for photo reconnaissance and electronic warfare operations at MCAS at Cherry Point, North Carolina. During their 4 months there, he and Petrie worked on 2 types of aircraft, the McDonnell Douglas RF-4B Phantom II and the Grumman Intruder. One of the planes was equipped to collect photographic intelligence. The other retrieved electronic intelligence and also jammed and garbled enemy radar. The young Marines worked principally on the jammers. Their training was given only to students with superior IQs and carried with it a lot of responsibility. Roland Petrie had keen native intelligence. Although he had minimal formal schooling, he also had his rowdy and mischievous side. Pete told me that he was working as a narc for the military police, his buddy says. He would go out and smoke dope with his friends, and then he would turn them in. He told me once he borrowed a car from one of his doper buddies and drove it to the MP station, revealing a substantial stash of marijuana. He then told the dopers that the MPs and a drug dog had busted him at the main gate. Petrie never appeared to have any pangs of conscience about narking on his friends, and he certainly never felt guilty about betraying the women in his life. He was 19 or 20, and romance was a game of conquest to him. He wasn't looking for any serious relationship. When they graduated from ALQ 76, the Cherry Point School, Roland and his closest friends became lance corporals, and they celebrated at a bar in Morehead City. They were next transferred to Headquarters and Maintenance Squadron 14 in El Toro, California. 7 of the highly trained Marines from Marine Corps Avionics School, MCAS, were soon notified that they had less than 24 hours to pack up and head overseas. They were ordered to travel in civilian clothing and board civilian airlines to Hiroshima, Japan. Once there, they changed into fatigue uniforms and flew in military aircrafts to QB Point in the Philippines. While the Marines were stationed in the Philippines, Petrie, who ignored the venereal disease warnings in the movies they were required to watch, contracted a painful dose of gonorrhea. Because he'd bragged so much about his success with women, his buddies were merciless as they tormented him. We'd follow him to the latrine when he'd go to relieve himself, and we'd wait outside so we could listen to him whimpering in pain. Naturally, we'd either imitate him or just laugh our butts off. Eventually, the penicillin shots he received kicked in, and Petrie recovered. He'd pulled so many practical jokes on the other guys in his unit that nobody really felt sorry for him. After that, Petrie slowed down on his dating by the numbers and became semi-monogamous when he moved in with a Filipina whose nickname was Baby. I particularly remember this, his buddy says, because when we finally got back to the States, Pete tried to get off-base housing by telling the Marines that he had gotten married to Baby while we were in the Philippines. When he told me he had gotten married, I wrote to her to find out if that was in fact the case. I remembered her address because I had visited the house on occasion while I was there, 550 Santa Rita. By this time, I knew not to take Pete at his word on anything. Baby wrote back, telling him that she had never married Roland Petrie, had never even considered it. When I showed her letter to Pete, he was the typical kid caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Silly grin, no explanation. The two Marines stayed in the same unit, waiting in El Toro for their next assignment. After a few months, they were transferred to Iwakuni, Japan. We both found places to live off base, his long-ago friend says, noting that the base housing had 24 men to a room. Unless you were a sergeant. Pete was a regular at my house for parties or just to hang out. I don't recall any serious scams or activities that Pete was involved in at this time, but he did get involved in the streaking craze. People said he streaked the BX, base exchange, as well as an on-base softball game. Pete Petrie may have run naked around the Japanese base to show off. Anyone who ever knew him really well commented that he was exceptionally well endowed. The Marines were young men in their prime, all interested in having fun and partying. Although his buddy didn't trust the man he called Pete to tell him the truth or to be there for anything that counted, he liked him well enough. In their off-duty hours, the young Marines threw parties. We had a lot of parties at my place, so Pete spent a lot of time there, drinking, talking, just passing the time. Somewhere, I still have a tape of a time when Pete and I conspired to get another buddy of ours to sing a particularly risque song. Of course, he didn't know he was being recorded. Roland Petrie had always had a short fuse, and he got in a little trouble when he punched a gunnery sergeant, but as always he talked his way out of big trouble. He did his job well in the Marines, and so he remained in the service even after some of his friends opted for civilian life. His best friend in the Corps was back at Cherry Point, awaiting his discharge when Petrie came to see him. Pete's story was that he had been ordered back to the States to appear as a witness in a trial against some of his doper buddies, and of course he had to make it more interesting by telling me that someone had taken a shot at him, on base. That was not even vaguely believable, but that was Roland Petrie, and all his friends knew it. He was a compulsive liar, but they were on to him. He wasn't a bad guy. You just couldn't believe what he said. No one who knew him in the 70s expected Petrie to do anything criminal. Years later, when one of the other men they had been with all through the Marine Corps years wrote to Petrie's best friend to tell him that Pete had some legal problems, he didn't believe it. I thought he was pulling my leg. The Pete he recalled was in his early 20s, a handsome guy who was a practical joker, at most a small potatoes con man. 30 years later, his closest service buddy, who has become a successful businessman, was stunned to learn all that happened to Roland Petrie Jr. after their paths diverged. Pete was bright, well-spoken, and talented. He was fun to be around. He made things happen. He was tough, a brown belt in judo and a black belt in karate. When I knew him, we worked side by side almost every day for nearly 2 years. He was a good Marine, most of the time, and a good electronics technician. And funny. When I think of what he could have accomplished and the life he could have had with just a little effort on his part, it depresses me. 6. Kept from the outside world in the McNeil Island Penitentiary, Roland Petrie had plenty of time to formulate careful plans for his future. He had been dishonorably discharged from the Marine Corps, of course, and he had no option of military service. He needed to make contacts that he thought would be helpful to him later. His letters from prison to Cheryl and their daughter Bebe were masterpieces of persuasion, if not outright brainwashing. He'd assured Cheryl again and again that he wanted only to rescue their marriage and help her raise their daughter. They could start a new life together if only he could be free to be with her. Cheryl took a huge chance. So they could be close to Roland, she left her family and the security they offered her as she and Bebe moved back to Washington in the mid-'80s. Now Cheryl could visit Roland in the McNeil Island prison. She found a tiny place to live near Bremerton, site of the huge Bremerton Naval Base. She immediately looked for a job and found one with a local car dealer, Bay Ford. Cheryl began to attend a Seventh-day Adventist church and made friends. She was searching for the right church, and she read books and participated in Bible studies. Roland had been raised Catholic, but he hadn't practiced that religion for a long time. One of the books that tremendously impressed Cheryl was a true story called They're All Dead, Aren't They? By Joy Swift. Swift wrote of her marriage to a man much older than she was, and then becoming the mother of 5, including 3 stepchildren, when she was still in her teens. Her family's lives were soon marked by terrible violence. Swift and her husband lost his 2 sons and the 2 little girls they had together to a teenaged mass murderer. Less than a year later, Joy's young stepdaughter died of cancer. Swift's book was a gripping and inspiring story about her struggle to find faith in the wake of incredible personal disasters. After studying the beliefs of many religions, Joy Swift found her answers in the Seventh-day Adventist doctrine. The book helped Cheryl believe that she, too, could turn the tragedies in her own life into triumphs. Cheryl had long since forgiven Roland for his affair with Maria. That was in the past. She also convinced herself that Roland would never have wanted to kill Maria's husband. She felt that if he had anything to do with Dennis Archer's death, it could only have been because he was hounded and manipulated into a situation that raged out of control. Cheryl blamed Maria. Now she was willing to wipe the slate clean and to look at her marriage as if it was just beginning. Somehow she would find a way to show the parole board in Washington that Roland wasn't dangerous and that he deserved to be free. Cheryl Petrie was organized and precise, and she was a whiz at math. She rapidly became a very valuable employee in the office at Bay Ford. In a few weeks, she knew everything there was to know about car contracts, title searches, simple and compound interest. It wasn't long before she was running the office and training new salesmen. Her bosses at Bay Ford were grateful to have her. Greg Meekin, who later worked at the car dealer for over a year, recalls that Cheryl taught him about paperwork and financing. She helped everyone. Cheryl was like, well, sort of like your favorite teacher in grade school. She was nice to everyone. And she was. It didn't matter if it was the lot boy who washed the cars or one of the owners of Bay Ford. Cheryl went out of her way to help people. Meekin remembers that it was obvious Cheryl didn't spend money on clothes or makeup for herself. She wore stretch pants and bargain knit tops. The dealership was very much laid back and casual, and nobody cared that she didn't dress like a career woman. She was poor as a church mouse, and she lived in this tiny little house down in Port Orchard, Greg Meekin says. She was pretty plain with long dark hair that had kind of a reddish tone to it, Meekin says. She was only about 5'3", and she was a little chubby, but she had a completely angelic demeanor and beautiful light blue eyes. Everybody at Bay liked her. Between her job and her church, Cheryl Petrie had any number of friends, some of them worried about her devotion to her convict husband, although she was careful to avoid telling anyone but Greg exactly why Roland was in prison. She wanted him to have a true fresh start when he was paroled. Always seeing that Bebe had what she needed, Cheryl deprived herself of everything beyond necessities so that she could send Roland money for the prison canteen and put savings away for when he got out. The dealer where Cheryl worked looked like a business frozen in time since the 50s or 60s. Bay Ford was owned by longtime Bremerton residents who knew almost everyone in Kitsap County. The office and the smaller cubicle rooms where car deals were made was a gathering place for a lot of Bremerton businessmen who stopped by for a cup of coffee or a cigarette break or just to talk. Cheryl sat behind a counter in the large open space at the top of the stairs. Her desk was close to that of Bonnie Arter and that of the automobile title clerk. Cheryl seemed always to be smiling, and customers and salesmen alike enjoyed visiting with her. She had a tremendous confidence in her own abilities, Greg Meekin recalls. She was completely trustworthy. She was fun-loving, and she had a great dry sense of humor. But there was a romantic in her, too. Because she took the time to listen, people shared their troubles and secrets with Cheryl. She wasn't a gossip and never betrayed their confidences. Meekin, who avoided talking about his personal life on the job, did talk to Cheryl. He had just proposed to his girlfriend, who lived on the other side of Puget Sound in the Federal Way area, and he was very happy that she had accepted. But he didn't want to talk about it with all the Bayford staff. Greg told only Cheryl, knowing that she would never tell anyone else. And Cheryl talked to him about Roland. She was hoping to get him a job at Bay when he got out. Like her other friends, Meekin was worried that she might be in for a disappointment. Roland's track record for honesty and fidelity didn't sound promising. But Cheryl's optimism was pervasive. She was able to get a number of references from her church friends and prominent businessmen verifying that she had the resources to help her husband adjust to the world outside prison. Her sincerity also came through to the Washington State Board of Prison Terms and Parole. She had established a good home and a solid place in the community and her church. She kept her small house spotless, and her credit record was excellent, and she had managed to arrange for a job for Roland at a branch of Bay Ford. He would start as a used car salesman. Cheryl blossomed with happiness when she learned Roland was coming home at last. She started wearing makeup, and she splurged on a haircut and styling at a beauty parlor. Her fellow employees at Bay Ford noticed when she wore a new sapphire blue dress to an office party. She had bought it especially for Roland. She was determined to be so attractive to him that he would never stray again. On June 20th, 1986, Cheryl waited for Roland when he walked through the gates of the McNeil Island prison. It was almost the first day of summer, and the sea air felt wonderful as they took the little ferry back to the mainland. Their little girl, Bebe, was 8 then, and she was thrilled to have her father back in her life. Roland Petrie was quietly paroled to his faithful wife after serving only 6 years of his 35-year sentence. If there was any mention of his early release in the newspapers, it was only a short item in the back pages. Island County, where he was convicted of murder, was quite a distance away from Kitsap County, where he would be living. He settled into the Bremerton Port Orchard area quickly. He went to work at the Subaru division of Bay Ford. Greg Meekin was his manager on the night shift. To his surprise, Meekin found Roland less than the dynamic, handsome man Cheryl had described to him. The first time I saw Roland was when he came to me with a car deal he was trying to make. He looked like a fish out of water. I remember he was wearing a 1960s-style plaid sport jacket and a really wide tie. His hair was very short, sandy-colored, and he wore really thick glasses. Meekin was struck by Petrie's meek demeanor. He was nothing like the killer convict Greg had been worried about. He spoke in a very soft voice, and he sure didn't look like the judo expert I'd heard about. But it was easy to see the sweet side of him that Cheryl had told me about. Cheryl seemed very happy to have Roland back in her life, and they were having a great time. She had always been a practical joker, a trait that balanced her angelic side. With Roland to assist in her elaborate plots, they often caught Cheryl's fellow employees off guard. She got me a couple of times, Meekin remembers. I was brand new the first time. In walks Cheryl with this cop. It was Ed McNamara, who was a civil deputy for Kitsap County. He told me he had a search warrant for my office for contraband from the other side of the water. I was floored and shocked. Ed started searching my desk and all around my office. Then he pulls out a little bag of what looked like cocaine. I have never used drugs, and I didn't know how it got there. While Meekin sputtered that he had never seen it before, he saw a big grin spread over Cheryl's face. "April Fool!" she shouted, even though April was long past. Roland helped Cheryl with her most intricate gag. A customer who was gay appeared to be very attracted to Greg Meekin, who was now the finance manager for Bay Ford, and the other salesmen loved to tease him about it. Philip always asked for Greg when he came in to look at cars, and he called often to ask Greg questions. Finally, he signed a contract for a new car, and Greg figured he'd seen the last of him. Apparently, he hadn't. As a manager who closed the sales, I was the last one to talk to Philip. Greg says, I knew Philip had a boyfriend named Ronnie, who was very jealous. And all of a sudden, I started getting these phone calls from Ronnie, and he wasn't happy. Meekin didn't notice that Cheryl was peeking around his office door and listening to his end of the phone calls. So finally this Ronnie calls me, and he's mad. He said, I hear you were with Philip, and I don't like that. You'd better stay away from him, or you'll be sorry. Ronnie was a big guy, and this sounded like a serious threat. Then Meekin looked up to see Cheryl giggling. She laughed as she admitted that it wasn't Philip's lover on the phone at all. It was Roland pretending to be Ronnie. Meekin's face was red as everyone in the office started to laugh, and then he laughed too. None of Cheryl's practical jokes were mean, but she and Roland made quite a pair with their ability to catch someone off guard. He didn't sell many used cars, so Roland Petrie didn't last long at Bay Ford. After he left, he found work here and there. He worked for a while stuffing envelopes for the Port Orchard Independent, a bi-weekly newspaper in Kitsap County. It paid only minimum wage, but it was something. Although he had never shown any interest in a medical career before, Roland looked into nursing courses at the University of Washington and Olympic Community College in Bremerton. He told Cheryl that in 2 years he could get a degree as a licensed practical nurse, which would open up many job opportunities. He started the interviewing and paperwork process, saying that he hoped eventually to be an RN. He didn't feel that his criminal conviction was anyone's business, so he didn't mention it. As always, Roland's charm with women helped him. Several supervisors reviewed his application and thought he would be ideal in the medical field, so he was not only admitted to the program, but given a scholarship. Roland made plans to teach judo classes again, an enterprise in which he had always succeeded. In the meantime, Cheryl worked 2 jobs, days at Bay Ford, and on weekends and some evenings she clerked at PJ's Market at Woods Road and Mile Hill Drive in Port Orchard. Sometimes when she worked the evening shift, then switched to days on Saturday and Sunday, she closed up PJ's at 11 and returned to open the store before 7 in the morning. She also did the books for her boss. Cheryl had once taught math and was adept at bookkeeping and business matters. With her careful budgeting and Roland's growing clientele of judo students, the Petries were able to purchase their first home. It was a triple-wide mobile home on Westway in Port Orchard. Although it was about 20 years old, it had been kept up by the previous owners. It had wall-to-wall dark shag carpeting. They furnished their new home with pieces they picked up at yard sales or at bargain prices. Roland saw that the detached garage would make a perfect studio for his self-defense classes. He would have his own dojo.
They looked like a normal suburban couple, Greg Meakin remembers. My wife and I were very friendly with them, and a lot of the young people who took judo lessons from Roland looked upon their place as a second home.
Roland had contacted the local YMCA to arrange for a space where students of the art could meet. Judo was an offshoot of the much more violent jiu-jitsu. Judo was the creation of Jigoro Kano, who visualized the graceful and powerful body movements as a sport, a nonviolent one. Kano, who died in 1938, was the ultimate master of judo, a holder of the highest degree of black belt. Petrie told students that Kano had inspired him and claimed to have attended the Kodokan Institute in Japan, the Yale or Harvard of judo instruction. Petrie was very impressive and garnered a lot of attention in Kitsap County. The Port Orchard Independent published a 2-page spread on his Port Orchard Judo Academy that featured photographs of Roland, his daughter Bebe, and several of his students. Among his students were 2 brothers who met Roland when he was working as a salesman at Bay Ford. He sold their parents a car and casually mentioned his classes to the boys. The teenagers had had some previous judo instruction and were excited about signing up at the Port Orchard Judo Academy.
We took the foot ferry between Bremerton and Port Orchard,
the younger brother Isaac Nelson remembers.
He was still teaching out of the Y at that point. Roland and Cheryl became like my family to me, even closer than my family for a while.
Isaac was 16 then, and Petrie rapidly became his hero. Looking back with the wisdom of an adult, he recalls things that didn't quite add up, but he didn't recognize deception at the time.
I remember that Roland asked me to stay after class the first night, or maybe it was the second night I was there. He said that he and Cheryl needed to talk with me, but it was Roland who did the talking. He said, "There's something I want you to know about me. I want to be honest with you."
Isaac listened intently.
"I've done time," Petrie told him, "for stealing some money from a convenience store. I just wanted you to know so you can make up your mind about whether you still want to study with me."
Cheryl only nodded slightly as her husband explained his past to the teenager. It didn't seem so bad to Isaac, who admits that he himself was something of a heller as a teenager. He had had to perform community service for a scrape he'd gotten into. Roland's honesty about being in prison only made him seem like a nicer guy to Isaac. He didn't need any time to decide that he would stay with the Judo Academy.
It was so rare for me to meet an adult that I could really talk to, who really seemed to understand me.
Isaac and some of his other students helped Roland move mats into the garage. The dojo was a great place to hang out, to practice, to visit.
Classes were sporadic, Isaac says. Sometimes Cheryl and Bebe practiced when I was there, and sometimes Roland taught regular classes.
For Isaac, Cheryl and Roland were the perfect substitute parents. He was always welcome. He thought of Bebe as a little sister and often babysat for her. As for Cheryl, Isaac recalls a wonderful woman.
She was just the nicest person you'd ever want to meet. She was so kind and giving. She taught me how to cook. When I had my first girlfriend, I brought her over for Cheryl's approval. Isaac believed as the Meekins did. From the outside, they looked very happy, Greg said, more so when Cheryl found out she was pregnant. Cheryl didn't appear to mind the rough pace of her life, even with a new baby on the way, 2 jobs, and the responsibility of putting her husband through college. Roland had finished his pre-nursing classes at the University of Washington, where he'd had to commute by ferry between Bremerton and the docks in downtown Seattle, an hour's ride. It was easier to attend nursing classes at Olympic Community College in Bremerton. Cheryl was proud of him. Perhaps she was unaware that he had become quite friendly with a number of female nursing students. Women still liked Roland, and he played on that. He had been unfaithful with Maria, but that was in the past. If Roland talked about other women, Cheryl resisted suspicion. If they were going to make it, she had to trust him. Cheryl was delighted to be pregnant. She thought it would make her marriage more solid, and Roland seemed as happy as she was. He wanted a son, and she gave him one. In 1987, Cheryl gave birth to a baby boy, whom they named after his father. Just as he had nicknamed his daughter Bebe, a popular Cajun name, Roland gave his son a Cajun nickname. Everyone called him Andre. The Meekins' older son, Tanner, took judo lessons from Roland, and he and Bebe were in the same class, wearing the traditional white pajama outfit and barefoot. They were working toward their yellow belts, the first level of achievement. They were too young to even have crushes on each other, but they were great pals. Bebe was a pretty little girl with straight blondish hair who could not pronounce her R's. Although Bebe and her mother had of necessity formed a very strong bond in the years they were alone, the little girl seemed happy to have her dad back in the family, and she was thrilled to have a baby brother. Whenever they could find the time, Bebe and Cheryl watched NFL football games, an interest they had shared since Bebe was little more than a baby. Despite the odds against them, and their chaotic history together, it looked as if Cheryl and Roland Petrie were going to make it after all. Many people who knew them were not aware of exactly what Roland had been to prison for. Seeing the clean-cut, athletic man who was so nice to his students, they couldn't imagine that it had been anything very serious. Occasionally, though, even Isaac had fleeting doubts about what Roland had confided to him. One time we were practicing Aido. That's the quick draw of removing the sword. I said something to Bebe about it, and she said, "Daddy's not allowed to have swords anymore." I didn't know what that meant, but it sounded funny. Why wouldn't he be allowed to have a sword? Just because he'd stolen a couple of things from a 7-Eleven? But the teenager soon forgot his doubts. Isaac remembers now that Cheryl was subservient to her husband. It was always Roland who made the decisions, but she didn't seem to mind that. She was a plain woman who moved in the shadow of her far more dynamic husband. This Roland was almost the exact opposite of the failed used car salesman. He was in his element, in charge of his life and the center of admiring attention. Roland drove to judo tournaments around the Northwest with his students. Isaac recalls going to Spokane, a drive of more than 300 miles from Port Orchard, and another time to Scio, Oregon. Greg Meekin's son Tanner often went on the trips. It was kind of funny, really, at one hotel we stayed at, Isaac says. One weekend in Oregon, the hotel where we stayed had 2 groups on their reader board, the judo tournament and a transvestite drag queen convention. Roland and Dave, another guy from the dojo, went to the bar to have a drink, and Dave came back to me and said he needed help getting a drunk and combative Roland out of the bar. I was too young to even go in the bar, but somehow we got him out of there and onto the elevator. Roland was very confrontational with 3 of the transvestites who were dressed in their full regalia with wigs and makeup. In the elevator, he turned around and tried to stare them down. Towering over him in their 4-inch heels, they asked him what his problem was. "I have no problem," he said. "You do." We got him off the elevator, Isaac recalls, without a fight. Even though he was sometimes moody or surly, It didn't really matter how Roland Petrie acted. His teenage students saw him as almost perfect. His skill and grace were unmatched by anyone they had ever seen. His marriage was happy and serene, and they loved to hang out in the Petries' mobile home. It wasn't that their parents weren't good to them. It was that Roland treated them like they were adults. He valued their opinions, and they were happy to help him with any chores he requested. They cleaned the dojo, folded the mats, carried groceries, and babysat for Andre. It was in the late spring and early summer of 1988 when the first narrow fissures snaked through the perfect marriage. The solid foundation of the Petries' home crumbled as Roland's students watched, disbelieving. Just as observers had become absolutely convinced that Cheryl and Roland and their children were blessed, a faint shadow hovered over their happiness. Apparently, the picture of health. Roland told Cheryl about some subtle symptoms that worried him. He said he'd been having strange rashes, slight episodes of fever, and growing fatigue. He'd always been so strong, and he still looked healthy, but he told Cheryl he was afraid. After she questioned him closely, he finally admitted to her that he feared his exposure to Agent Orange in Vietnam might have predisposed him to cancer. He'd heard from other guys in his old unit who had it. It was only a week or two later when Roland sadly told Cheryl that he had been to a doctor. His fears were confirmed. At the age of 37, he was diagnosed with terminal cancer. As Cheryl started to cry, he vowed to fight it with everything he had. Still, he was very concerned about what Cheryl and their 2 children would do if he lost the fight. How could they survive if he died? Or, not nearly as likely, what would he do to care for Bebe and Andre if she should die? They were being shown how unpredictable life could be. He stressed that they had responsibilities, especially to their children. His arguments made sense to Cheryl, and she agreed that they should each take out an insurance policy for $125,000, naming the other as beneficiary. She suggested that he contact Frank Haberlock, a popular fixture in the Bremerton insurance business. Haberlock was a regular at the coffee hour in Cheryl's office at Bay Ford. Cheryl wasn't sure that Roland could even get insurance in his condition. He said at his age, no physical examination was required. He told her that their policies with the Lutheran Brotherhood Company in Minneapolis would go into effect in June 1988. Whether Roland ever got a policy on himself is unclear. When one looks at the insurance transactions Roland arranged, there is a jarring note. Was he really dying? If he ever actually served in Vietnam, it isn't documented. No one who knew him in the Marines can validate it. According to his Marine friends, he was deployed to the Philippines and Japan, never to Vietnam. But then he was assigned to secret spy missions, so it was possible. Despite his supposed terminal illness, Roland kept going to nursing school and continued to teach his judo classes. He didn't look or act sick. Cheryl watched him anxiously, waiting for the more serious symptoms that surely must come. But they never did, and she was grateful that her prayers had been answered. Their marriage, however, was ailing. Although it had only been 2 years since she helped him get out of prison, and he had his own dojo, his college studies, a baby son, and a wife who worked constantly to help support him, Roland was restless. He had always planned to live better than they were living. The mobile home wasn't his idea of luxury, and Cheryl had put on some weight after her pregnancy with Andre. She no longer satisfied him. He wanted to be rich, he wanted excitement, and he wanted, as always, more sexual adventures than he could find in a monogamous marriage. Cheryl could no longer deny that Roland was cheating on her. He had far too many women in his life for a faithful married man. At first, she had tried to believe that he was making friends with women because he was one of the few males in the nursing classes he attended. But she knew in her heart that he hadn't really changed at all. When she questioned him, he made excuses. Then by full summer, he didn't even bother to explain why he came home late or why he was at local restaurants with women. She was heartsick as she wondered if she had only been expedient for him, only a vehicle to facilitate his way out of prison. Still, whatever doubts she had, she kept them to herself, hoping he would come back to her. But even Isaac, who had come to idolize Roland, had begun to notice an undercurrent that made him uneasy. Something seemed awkward, wrong somehow, but I was too young to figure it out. Isaac noticed that Roland and Cheryl were having fights. They were verbal, not physical, and they were very mild, but I remember thinking, oh no, like Mom and Dad are having a fight again. Their arguments became more frequent, and it wasn't nearly as much fun at their house. 7. 1988. Despite all she had done to stand behind Roland to give him a second chance, Cheryl realized that her marriage was the same sham it had always been, a facade that he no longer needed. He had at least one girlfriend he met in nursing school. Cheryl confronted him, and they fought about it openly. Their relationship was stormy. Increasingly, Cheryl caught Roland in lies. He had been so wonderful to her when he wrote from prison, and she had believed everything he told her. She had even been convinced that Roland was the innocent person in the Archer murder, set up as a patsy by Maria to serve time for something he had not done. Now she wondered about almost everything he said. Was it true, or was it a lie? She learned that he didn't have terminal cancer. He didn't have cancer at all, and never had. She was glad that he wasn't dying because a big part of her still loved him. But she had to wonder why he hadn't told her the truth. Maybe it was the insurance policies. He hadn't needed to do that. She would have agreed to buy insurance. In midsummer 1988, Roland left Cheryl and moved in with his new mistress. There wasn't even an interim period. His judo students helped him move his belongings to his new address. I was still pretty naive, Isaac remembers. When we carried stuff into her house for him, Roland introduced his girlfriend as just a friend. It was like he was renting a room there, and we bought it. It didn't really occur to us that he could leave Cheryl and move in with another woman. She was a fairly attractive woman with blonde hair and a good figure. Her name was Della Roslin, and she was 39, 5 years older than Cheryl. Just as Cheryl suspected, Roland had met Della when they were fellow students in the nursing program at Olympic Community College. Della had 2 children from a former marriage, a daughter, Amy Nash, 17, and a son, Tim Nash, 14. Della wasn't prettier than Cheryl, but she seemed to contribute something to Roland's life that his wife could not. It's quite possible that Della was simply different, more of a challenge for a man who grew bored easily. Cheryl gave up their mobile home. There was no way she could keep up the payments without help from Roland. With Bebe and Andre, she moved into a small Rambler house that was close to PJ's. The street where they moved had been the scene of a violent crime only a year or so before, almost directly across from Cheryl's rental. A teenager had shot and killed his father in an ambush, then set off to shoot his mother, too. Fortunately, he was captured before he could kill his mother. Cheryl wasn't nervous, but she adopted a German shepherd and kept it in the yard, just in case there were prowlers. She had learned to live alone while Roland was in prison. Her marriage seemed to be over, but there was no true resolution of their relationship. Roland couldn't quite make up his mind. He didn't push for a divorce. He lived with Della, but he still saw Cheryl occasionally. They spent a weekend together in July on Vancouver Island in Victoria, British Columbia, traveling in Cheryl's 1984 Mercury Topaz. They went to the Washington State Fair and Puyallup together in September. Roland often took Bebe and Andre on weekends. He wasn't living with Cheryl, but he was good to their children, and he called her sporadically and talked about getting together, essentially being just kind enough to Cheryl to keep a little flicker of hope alive. But she knew that he wasn't coming back to her, and she tried to embark on a social life of her own. At a friend's suggestion, she joined Parents Without Partners. On Thursday, October 13th, 1988, Cheryl attended a small group meeting in a home in Port Orchard. It took courage for her to do that. She had no sponsor or friend to go with her. There were 6 women and 3 men at the PWP meeting, and they spent the evening drinking coffee and eating the dessert some of the women brought. As far as anyone can recall, Cheryl didn't make dates with any of the men who attended. She was very busy as always, still working 2 jobs. If Roland didn't have the children when she worked at PJ's, Isaac Nelson was glad to sit with them. She had moved to within easy walking distance of where he lived. He still admired Cheryl, and he felt sorry for her after Roland left her. He was beginning to see that his hero had feet of clay. The Port Orchard Judo Academy folded. Roland no longer had a place to hold classes. Where Roland had always been available to his students before, now they were rarely able to reach him, either by phone or in person. It was as if Roland had closed down one phase of his life and stepped through a door with a whole new cast of characters. The weekend of October 15th and 16th was typical for autumn in the Northwest. The sun shone brightly, but the nights were growing chilly. The vine maples were turning bright coral, and the big leaf maples soft yellow. The University of Washington Huskies had a game on Saturday, but Roland Petrie was far more interested in Sunday's NFL game at the Kingdome in Seattle. The Seahawks were playing the New Orleans Saints. He told everyone he was going to root for his hometown team, the Saints. Roland had a visitation with Bebe and Andre on that weekend. The 10-year-old Bebe got along well with Della's children. She was too young to really understand that her father and mother had broken up, and Della was nice to her. Andre was only a year old and wasn't aware of much of anything. Cheryl was relieved to have Roland babysit with their children that weekend. She was scheduled to work on Saturday night until 11, and then she had to start the Sunday day shift by 7. She wouldn't have to worry about the kids. If they weren't with Roland, he would pay Della's daughter to babysit them. He told her he planned to take Bebe and Amy roller skating on Saturday afternoon. Although it made Cheryl sad to see her husband with another woman, she agreed to have Roland pick up Bebe and Andre and take them to Della's house on Friday evening, promising to pick them up after she finished work at PJ's on Sunday afternoon. Cheryl worked until 11 Saturday night. A number of regular customers would remember chatting with her as she rang up their groceries. She sat in her usual spot, on a stool near the door. She had also talked with a young college woman, Nita Soames, who was temporarily staying in her father's apartment. The small unit shared space with the market, and its entry door was close to where Cheryl sat. Nita could sit on her couch and chat comfortably with Cheryl. She had come home shortly after 10, and she told Cheryl she was moving into a new apartment but didn't have much furniture.
I have some things you could use, Cheryl offered. I'll bring them to work with me tomorrow morning.
That was like Cheryl. She went out of her way to help people. She liked Nita. Nothing untoward happened at PJ's that evening. As far as anyone could remember, Cheryl was dressed in her usual blue jeans, a blouse, or a T-shirt, and she seemed to be in a good mood. She complained a little that she was going to have to sleep fast, as she'd barely have time to get home, sleep, and come back to the store early the next morning. After she totaled the day's sales, Cheryl put the receipts into the safe and called her boss. Nita locked the door on the east side of the building behind her. Cheryl drove off in her silver Topaz. Sometimes she stopped at the Subway sandwich shop to buy something for a late supper, but later no one recalled if she had or not. The guy at the counter was new and didn't know her. Nita recalled that Cheryl certainly hadn't mentioned any plans to meet someone after work.
If she had a date, she would have told me.
Because it was late as she headed home and Cheryl's neighbors were either out or asleep, there were no witnesses who could say if she had actually arrived at her little house safely. And Cheryl Petrie would be gone a long time before anyone ever saw her again. 8. Roland Petrie had no particular reason to check on his estranged wife. He was living with Della Roslin. As far as Della remembered, October 15th and 16th, 1988, was a normal weekend. She got up at 5 Saturday morning to study for a test in her nursing course at Olympic Community College. Roland awakened an hour later and left the house. He wanted to photograph the sunrise, she recalled. But the weather hadn't cooperated, and the bright colors of dawn were obscured by low clouds. A few hours later, Roland called her to say that the battery on his car was dead, but he'd found someone to jump-start it. It was sometime between 9 and 10 when he arrived back at her house. As he had promised, he then took Amy and Bebe roller skating for a few hours. They were all home by about 4. None of them went out that night. Instead, Della, Roland, and their children watched television together until 9. Della was tired and went to bed, leaving Roland to play Monopoly with Bebe and Della's son Tim. At 11:30, just about the time Cheryl Petrie drove away from PJ's Market, Roland came up to the bedroom he shared with Della. Then he changed his mind and told Della he was going back downstairs to watch wrestling with Bebe and Tim. Della was positive that she saw Roland at 11:30, but he didn't stay in the bedroom long. By the time Roland finally did come to bed, Della had dozed off, but she glanced at the clock as he reached out and turned her toward him. It was half an hour past midnight. They made love, and Della fell asleep again. She didn't waken until about 5. When she did, she saw that he was asleep beside her. Sometime during those dark hours, Cheryl had gone missing. No alarm was sounded until the next morning when she didn't show up for work at PJ's. Early customers found the doors locked. There are several routes between Port Orchard, Bremerton, and Seattle. Most commuters choose between a number of ferries, and it's relatively easy to drive to Tacoma and around the many waterways that branch off from Puget Sound. Many travelers do drive around, and if it isn't rush hour and there's no traffic to fight, it's a pleasant trip. But the ferry ride is more relaxing and scenic. As the Seagull flies, or as the ferry boats cross Puget Sound and Elliott Bay, to downtown Seattle, only about 10 miles separate the land masses. Both the ferries and the drive take about an hour. As close together as the east and west shores of Puget Sound look on a map, most Olympic Peninsula residents who don't actually work in Seattle usually spend their lives in Bremerton and Port Orchard. Cheryl Petrie did. Her world was the Ford dealer, PJ's, and her church. It was a rare thing for her to leave. But on Sunday it appeared that she had left. She didn't show up for work or to pick up her children or appear at any of the places she was expected to be. Not on Sunday or Monday or any day after. Just as New York City has its Central Park, Seattle has its lakes. Lake Union is one of several lakes located providentially in the middle of the city of Seattle. The Emerald City is defined by water. Its vegetation is green and lush, both from the rain that falls in all but the warmest summer season, and because it is bound on its eastern borders by Lake Washington and on the west by Elliott Bay. Lake Union begins just north of downtown and extends several miles to the Lake Washington Ship Canal near the University District. Its shore provides space and mooring for restaurants, Coast Guard ships, condominiums, tour boats, and especially to scores of floating homes. The houseboat neighborhoods that became familiar in the movie Sleepless in Seattle line private docks that extend into Lake Union like charms on a necklace. Some are lavish and worth millions. Others harken back to the early days when houseboats were mostly little square wood cabins kept afloat by logs. For 9 months out of the year, flowers and vegetables flourish in containers on the docks and on the houseboat porches. Residents in the most desirable end of the dock locations can tie up their boats to their front porches. There is a feeling of security in the houseboat community. Everybody knows everyone else, and a stranger on the dock is carefully scrutinized. Neighbors know who belongs there, and they watch out for one another. It is a small town dropped into the middle of a big city, and a wonderful place to live, except, perhaps, when a rare blizzard dumps a heavy snow load onto rooftops and some houseboats begin to sink. Even then, neighbors are there to shovel frantically. But this was not Cheryl Petrie's world. As far as anyone knew, she had never visited anyone along the rows of houseboats on Fairview Avenue East. Cheryl's fellow employees at Bay Ford were worried sick about her, and so were her co-workers at PJ's Market. They had been worried since Sunday morning. When they called her house from the market, they got only Cheryl's voice on her answering machine. As the days passed, and Cheryl didn't come to work at Bay Ford, they all had a sense of dread. Greg Meakin received a call from Roland Petrie at 11 on Monday morning. He sounded very concerned. "Greg," he said, "have you seen Cheryl? She didn't come home last night."
Greg hadn't heard from Cheryl all weekend, and her regular post at the counter of the dealership looked empty without her.
"I was instantly concerned," Meakin recalls. "That wasn't like Cheryl. I hate to say it, but right away several of our employees suspected that Roland had done something to her."
Ron Trogdon, a Kitsap County deputy, was dispatched to check Cheryl's small house. From the exterior, he could see no sign of a disturbance. Her car was gone, and the doors were locked. When Monday and Tuesday passed with no word from Cheryl, everyone who knew her feared the worst. Their one hope was that neither she nor her car had been located. There was always the possibility that she had finally had enough of Roland's womanizing. It would be understandable. She had worked tirelessly to get him out of prison and continued to work while he went to nursing school, only to have all her dreams explode. No one would have blamed her if she'd just opted out of her life and started driving, putting her disappointment behind her. Some of those who knew Cheryl had darker thoughts. She had been through so much disappointment in the year just past. If she had given in to depression, it was possible that she had committed suicide.
"But that wasn't Cheryl. We knew she wouldn't leave her kids,"
Greg Meakin said.
"Not if she had a choice. That was what scared us the most."
Roland insisted that he had no idea where Cheryl might have gone, but he acted as if she wasn't going to come home. He made arrangements for her family to come to Washington from Pennsylvania and take Bebe and Andre back home with them. He couldn't go to college and be responsible for the children, too. Della's days in nursing school were as full as his were. Cheryl had been gone 4 days by Wednesday, October 19th, and no one had seen or heard from her. Then some men walking toward their motorboat, moored near the houseboat docks along the 1600 block of Fairview Avenue East, were startled to see a woman's purse, a wallet, and some papers floating in the shallows of Lake Union. After they fished them out of the lake, they looked for a name or some ID. They saw that several items bore the name Cheryl Petrie. Her address showed that she lived in Port Orchard. They called the sheriff's office and learned that Cheryl Petrie's name was very familiar to Kitsap County Sheriff's detectives. She had been reported as a missing person in their jurisdiction, and this was the first solid information that they had received. Detectives Doug Hudson and Jim Harris went to the area where Cheryl's purse had drifted in the lake. They didn't really expect to find her there, but it was a place to start. Parking was at a premium along the narrow street. It was jammed with cars belonging to houseboat residents, visitors, and delivery people.
The two men moved slowly north from the 1600 block to the 2200 block, looking for Cheryl's 1984 Mercury Topaz. They doubted that her car would be there. If she had killed herself, it would likely have been by jumping off the University Bridge or the Aurora Bridge, and for that the drift pattern for her purse and wallet was all wrong. Those soaring bridges were a long way away. If someone had killed Cheryl, and had any cunning at all, he wouldn't have left her car so close to her identifying belongings. As the Kitsap County detectives got closer to Pete's Market and to a luxury condominium whose units were actually built on piers out over the water, they spotted a silver Topaz parked in a very dimly lighted area. The license plate read WHA 414. The plate frame said Port Orchard on the top and had the Bay Ford logo, too. There was no question that this was Cheryl's vehicle. Hudson and Harris contacted the Seattle Police Department's harbor unit and requested divers. Cheryl had been gone for almost 96 hours. They were afraid that her body might be caught up under a houseboat or one of the docks. The divers arrived and spent hours searching beneath the surface, but found no body. It was possible that someone had encountered Cheryl in Port Orchard as she left PJ's late Saturday night and had stolen her purse and her car. Alive or dead, she herself could be anywhere between Port Orchard and Lake Union. A cursory look into the car revealed nothing to indicate violence. The transmission was still in drive, which suggested that whoever had left the vehicle was in a hurry. There were no car keys. Sergeant Joe Sanford and Detective Hank Gruber from the Seattle Police Department's homicide unit responded to the Lake Union site and agreed to have Cheryl Petrie's car taken to the Seattle Department's property room garage. It was too dark where the car had been abandoned to search for clues and, without the keys, difficult to check the trunk without damaging the vehicle. The lighting in the property/evidence area was far superior, and they would be less likely to miss something of evidentiary value. It was a matter of which department had jurisdiction. There was no body. If there had been a crime, it almost certainly had occurred on the other side of Puget Sound and would be a Kitsap County case. Cheryl's vanishing was still officially a missing persons case. Kitsap County, number 88-14014. Sergeant Sanford assured the detectives working it that the Seattle Homicide Unit would assist them in any way they could. At 11 p.m., the truck driver who had towed in Cheryl's car called the Seattle detectives to let them know he had just impounded another vehicle a few parking spaces away from the Silver Topaz.
"It's an old Ford van," the driver said to Hank Gruber. "It's got a Kitsap County Fire Department sticker on its windshield, and I know you've been looking for a woman missing from over there."
Shortly before midnight, Sanford and Gruber went to look at the van in the tow yard. They saw that it was dirty and full of litter, beer cans, and garbage. It appeared that someone had been sleeping, possibly even living, in it. Beyond the fire department sticker, there were no other signs that it had any connection to Kitsap County. They ran the license number and the VIN, vehicle identification number, through computers, but there were no hits for the battered van. It wasn't stolen or even listed as being registered. The Silver Topaz remained in the property room until the Kitsap County Sheriff's detectives in Port Orchard decided to have it towed aboard a ferry and returned to the area where Cheryl Petrie had vanished. Sergeant Sanford and Detective Gruber conferred with Doug Hudson and Jim Harris, and the quartet decided the car should be checked out more thoroughly before it left the Seattle Police property room. Gruber, Doug Wright, another Kitsap County detective, and Jim Harris walked carefully around the car. It appeared to be well cared for, and they didn't see any dents that might indicate it had been in an accident or forced off the road. 3 of the tires were in good shape, but the right front tire was nearly bald. The car was unlocked, and Gruber opened it carefully and examined the interior. In the bright light,
He could now see what looked like blood smears, long dried. There were dark brownish-red smears in and around the ignition slot, and on the inside of the driver's door on the armrest, the door itself, and the latch. His trained eyes saw small spots of blood on the back of the driver's seat and on the gearshift box between the front seats, and tiny globules spattered in many locations on the driver's side. Even the passenger's seat's seat belt retractor was bloody. The smears on the steering wheel might still hold fingerprints. That would be the best evidence possible, but Gruber doubted that clear ridges had survived. Other than the blood that appeared now in the glow of bright lights, the interior looked like the vehicle of any housewife. An infant's car seat was attached as recommended to the rear seat, and there was a jumble of papers in the car. Between the driver's seat and the passenger seat, they found a single key on an orange fob. It was marked, "Do not duplicate." Doug Wright and Jim Harris later established that this was a key to PJ's Market. The detectives said little as they moved around the towpath, but they were all thinking the same thing. Something terrible must have happened to the missing 33-year-old woman, and it had probably begun as she sat behind the steering wheel.
We decided to pop the trunk forcibly, Gruber remembers, to see what else might have been left in the car.
Using a screwdriver and a hammer, Hank Gruber eased open the locked trunk lid. As it lifted, the 4 investigators were shocked. None of them had detected the odor of a decomposing body, so they weren't prepared for the sight before them. A woman lay there, wedged in. They couldn't see her face because it was covered by a paper bag and magazines and books, as if whoever had put her there didn't want her dead eyes to look at him. They couldn't say for sure, but they were fairly certain that they had found Cheryl Petrie. 9. The woman in the trunk lay on her back, her shoulders and head toward the passenger side of the vehicle. She wore blue jeans with the left front pocket pulled inside out, an aqua T-shirt with a humorous logo, and a shiny red waterproof jacket. Her arms were hidden beneath her. The white lining of her jeans pocket bore bloodstains, probably from the killer's hand. A child's folding stroller lay beside her. Her own car had been a hiding place for her body, and it might even be the scene of the crime. The book that covered her face was entitled, "They're All Dead, Aren't They?" It looked like a typical mystery novel. They didn't know that this was the true story of a devout mother and her battle back from losing 5 children to murder and to cancer, the book that Cheryl had found inspiring. Joy Swift's survival and renewed faith in the Seventh-day Adventist Church had helped Cheryl keep going when her world with her husband had shattered. What bleak irony that particular book should be used to hide her terribly battered face. The fact that her face was covered made the detectives suspect that whoever killed her had had a personal relationship with her. Even with such violence, the killer apparently hadn't been able to leave her body in the trunk without some attempt to hide his gruesome handiwork. Maybe, as he slammed down the trunk lid, he hadn't wanted to think that her empty eyes were watching him. The detectives couldn't be sure who this female victim was yet, though they assumed it was Cheryl Petrie. The dead woman wore no shoes, but she did have either pantyhose or knee-highs on, their bottoms shredded, as if she'd been walking on a rough surface. Before the investigators removed the books and magazines from the victim's face, they called the King County Medical Examiner's office. An ME investigator, Kevin Gow, responded and assisted the detectives as they carefully uncovered the dead woman's face. Even if they had known her in life, they wouldn't have been able to identify her. She had severe facial injuries. She had been battered repeatedly with something heavy and possibly with the trunk lid. Damaged tissue decomposes more rapidly than normal tissue, and the body's head was unrecognizable. Blood and tissue were sprayed throughout the trunk area.
It looked as if she might have tried to fight her way out of the trunk, only to be struck again and again until the trunk lid was slammed on her, crushing her face. The detectives retrieved and bagged several of her teeth and pieces of bones. There was blood spatter on the inside of the trunk lid, Hank Gruber wrote in his follow-up report. Dr. Greg Schmunk, an ME's deputy, and Kevin Gow took possession of the body, teeth, and bone chips. An autopsy should show exactly how this woman had died and when. It was doubtful that she had been raped. She was fully clothed, with her undergarments in place. As they lifted her corpse from the trunk, the investigators saw that her hands were bound behind her, tightly secured with strapping tape. Her shoes, athletic running shoes, were in the trunk too. The two detective teams, one from the Seattle Homicide Unit and the other from the Kitsap County Sheriff's Office, worked into the night, bagging tiny fragments of possible evidence that had been hidden by the body. Maybe some of it would help. Maybe none of it would. There was a bank envelope with $7 in cash inside, a receipt for a hamburger and fries from Friday, October 14th, a red button, a single earring for pierced ears, a ballpoint pen. They found a small leather pouch that held a driver's license for Cheryl Petrie and a receipt from a veterinarian, both important items in the victim's life, and the detritus everyone collects were left in Cheryl's car. The detectives found hair fragments in 6 spots in the trunk and on the rear bumper, and they located more swaths of blood from the trunk and its lid. They took the dimensions of the trunk and photographed the exterior of the Topaz. Finally, they sealed the car and roped it off until they and expert crime scene technicians could process the vehicle inch by inch. The murder of Cheryl Petrie had just become a Seattle case, because her body was found within the Seattle city limits. But detectives Doug Wright, Doug Hudson, and Jim Harris would continue to work on it. They were inclined to believe that she had been killed in Kitsap County and disposed of in Seattle to delay the discovery of her body and throw roadblocks in the path of the men who investigated it. Homicide investigators always look first at those who have been closest to the victim, relatives, friends, work associates. And even after their separation, Roland Petrie was probably the person Cheryl had been closest to. On Saturday morning, October 22nd, 1 week after Cheryl disappeared, Sergeant Joe Sanford and Detective Hank Gruber went to the Port Orchard offices of Detectives Doug Wright and Jim Harris. Roland Petrie and his new girlfriend, Della Roslin, had been asked to come into the sheriff's office at 11. They had not yet been informed about the discovery of Cheryl's body. Joe Sanford and Jim Harris would interview Della, and Hank Gruber and Doug Wright would talk to Petrie. Petrie and his girlfriend arrived 15 minutes early. Neither of them appeared unduly nervous. Alone now with Hank Gruber and Jim Harris, Petrie nodded as Gruber read him his rights under Miranda. He had heard them before, and he didn't question why he had been warned as a suspect. A suspect involving what? Most men would have asked, but Petrie didn't. He signed the form. "We found your ex-wife's body in the trunk of her car," Gruber said, studying Petrie's face. The man before him was very quiet when he heard this news, but he didn't seem overwhelmed or emotional. "When did you see Cheryl last?" Gruber asked. "In person?" "Yes." "That would have been last Sunday, the 9th. I had dinner with her." Petrie added that Cheryl was at work on Friday when he picked Bebe and Andre up from daycare for their weekend with him, so I didn't see her. "Do you remember the last time you spoke to her?" "That Saturday night. She was working at PJ's, and I called her there to talk about getting our children back to her on Sunday. I was going to the Seahawks game to cheer for the Saints, so I told her I might be a little late getting the kids back." Gruber already knew that Petrie had been to the football game on Sunday, October 16th. The Kitsap County detectives had listened to the messages on Cheryl's telephone answering machine. Roland Petrie had called her after the game, and he was joking because the Saints had won. When he was asked about his activities on the weekend Cheryl disappeared, Petrie had ready answers. He recalled being with Della and her family along with his own children on Saturday. On Sunday? Well, Della's an early riser, and she always does her exercises each morning. Every Sunday I get up and go out to get the Tacoma News-Tribune from a machine outside the Mile Hill Thriftway store. And then I fill up the gas tank of my Chevette at the Texaco station there because I have a credit card for it. Petrie recalled that it was still dark when he left on Sunday morning, but Della was up. He wasn't sure how long he'd been gone. "However long it takes," he said offhandedly. "I didn't go anywhere else. I came home, read the sports section, and got ready to go to the football game in Seattle. Della, her sister, her brother-in-law, and I left for the game about 9. We drove to the ferry in Della's car and parked it on the Bremerton side." When they returned from the Kingdome, Petrie said, he called Cheryl to see if she was coming over to Della's to pick up Bebe and the baby, or if she wanted him to drop them off. She didn't answer, so I left a message for her to call me if she wasn't already on her way over. "What time was that?" "About 6:30. Petrie said that about an hour later he learned that Cheryl hadn't even gone to work at PJ's that morning. "I began to worry," he said earnestly. He'd had no idea where Cheryl might have gone, and he had called Bay Ford and other people she knew, but no one had seen her. The investigators knew about Roland Petrie's record, and that he had gone to prison for his involvement in another murder only 8 years before. And now here he was, looking only slightly upset, and acting mystified about his ex-wife's fate. He insisted that, of course, he was in no way involved in Cheryl's death. He was eager to do anything he could to help find her killer. He willingly signed a consent-to-search form for the detectives to search Della's home. Her recall of the prior Saturday and Sunday agreed with Roland's. The 4 detectives followed Roland and Della to Della's house. Petrie showed them the 2 cars he routinely drove, a 1979 red Chevrolet Chevette, registered to him, and a silver 1980 Chevette, registered to Della. There was also a full-size Chevy pickup truck on the property, which was on loan to them. Hank Gruber was known for his meticulous attention to detail in almost everything he did. He was a record keeper, an artist, a genius at scale drawings, and relentless when he processed rooms or vehicles for possible evidence. It was Gruber who introduced the idea of charting all Seattle homicides in any given year, noting address, date, victim's name, manner of death, and, hopefully, the date of arrest and the murderer's name. He did all the diagramming of crime scenes. With his Bronx accent and his easygoing manner, he usually set suspects at ease, and they ended up telling him more than they intended to. Now Gruber set about searching one of Roland Petrie's vehicles. He noted the roll of strapping tape beneath the hatchback window of the red Chevette. He asked Petrie if he could take it, and Roland nodded, hastening to explain that he had used it a few days before to tape a note for Della to his door. Gruber slipped it into an evidence bag, noting that there were some hairs and fragments of something stuck to the side of the roll. Doug Wright and Jim Harris found nothing of interest in the pickup truck, but Della's silver car had what might be blood spots. The car was a little dirty inside, but the interior was light-colored, so that they could easily see a tiny spot of what might be dried blood on the dashboard to the left of the steering wheel. With a swab dipped in a saline solution, they lifted the spot and sealed it for testing. Gruber and Sanford searched the garage, noting that the overhead door was operated with a yellow nylon pulley rope. It was similar to a rope they had found in Cheryl's car, but of a smaller diameter, and this rope was old and dirty. The rope in the trunk with Cheryl's body was new. A lot of people had yellow rope, Joe Sanford helped the Kitsap County detectives gather dirt samples from the Roslyn property for comparison with dirt and debris found on the undercarriage of Cheryl's Topaz. Inside Della's house, the investigators found blue jeans with red stains that could be either paint or blood. One of a pair of Adidas athletic shoes had hair and dried debris stuck to the bottom in dried liquid that might be blood. Petrie said those items belonged to him. He was very calm. He wasn't perturbed until Doug Wright noticed a very small dot of dark red on the glasses that the very nearsighted Petrie wore. It looked to Wright like backspatter from either a high-velocity or medium-velocity spray of blood, possibly from a gunshot wound or a bludgeoning weapon swung with great force. "He just about collapsed," Wright would recall, "when we saw that spot on his glasses." Wright lifted the spot with a swab and noted that Petrie's hand was trembling slightly as he held out the glasses. "I think it was blood," Wright says, "but there wasn't enough to test, not at that time, and it got diluted by the saline solution, so we couldn't say absolutely that it was Cheryl's." As suspicious as the detectives were of Roland Petrie, they had no probable cause to arrest him. Testing in the Western Washington State Crime Lab might match some of the stains to Cheryl's blood type. It was 1988, though, and the science of DNA was in its infancy. Testers needed large samples because much of the substance to be examined would be destroyed by the tests themselves. Today, that tiny dried speck of blood on Petrie's glasses could be multiplied infinitely. But in 1988, it was not enough. Della Roslin and Roland Petrie watched as the detectives drove away. They may have wondered what would come next, but Della believed totally in Roland, just as Cheryl had. He had shed no tears for the woman who had saved him from years in prison, the woman who had borne him 2 children. At 4 p.m., the 4 detectives drove to the small 1960s Rambler where Cheryl lived after her marriage broke up. Doug Hudson had already searched it thoroughly and found no sign that violence had occurred there. The garage was so full of miscellaneous furniture and stored items that no one could park a car inside it. If she had been attacked at home and forced into the trunk of her car, it would have to have been in full view of a number of her neighbors, yet no one had seen or heard anything unusual. It was far more likely that she had been waylaid on her way home from PJ's. She hadn't been in an accident. Her car wasn't damaged at all, not even a scratch, so that probably ruled out another vehicle's having forced her off the road. For some reason, she had pulled her car over. Her killer would have to have been someone she knew and trusted, or someone with a carefully planned ruse to get her to stop willingly. That could have happened anywhere along her usual route home, a road little traveled near midnight. Once Cheryl was alone on the dark road, someone had abducted her in her own car, possibly beating her into unconsciousness before she could cry out for help. "She never got home at all," Hank Gruber said, "and I don't think she was conscious on the trip to Seattle where he, or they, left her car."
10.
A post-mortem examination of Cheryl Petrie's body was set for 9:30 on Monday morning, October 24th. Detectives Wright and Hudson from Kitsap County and Hank Gruber observed as Deputy Medical Examiner Dr. Schmunk began. Autopsy means, literally, to see for oneself. Someone had intercepted Cheryl as she headed home 10 days earlier, quite probably unaware of danger. The investigators were still unsure of how she had died. Her jeans, blue T-shirt, and undergarments had been removed from her body, and so had the strapping tape that bound her hands behind her. Gruber noted that it did not resemble the tape he removed from Roland Petrie's vehicle. The critical wounds had all been to Cheryl's head. There were many of them. "This might have looked like a single massive wound," Dr. Schmunk said, "but there were multiple blows." There were no stab wounds and no indication that she had been shot. Someone had beaten her to death by striking her skull and face, again and again. She might have been choked, too, but her neck area was decomposed so much that they could not be certain. The hyoid bone in the back of her throat was not cracked, as it often is in cases of strangulation. She had probably fought her killer. There were many bruises on her knees and legs, but she had not been raped, nor had she recently had intercourse. A forensic technician collected a number of hairs from the victim's hair and ear and pointed out the dirt that clung to her body. It was very fine and appeared to be either beach sand or the soil found on road shoulders. That wasn't much of a clue. Fine sand like that could be found in hundreds of locations in Kitsap County. Harris, Hudson, Wright, and Gruber hoped that there might be something in Cheryl's car that the killer had left behind. They would see that it was processed with the utmost care, so that no minute bit of physical evidence would be lost. Bill Haglund, the chief investigator of the King County Medical Examiner's Office, who had great expertise in forensic odontology, called them to say that 6 front teeth were missing from the victim's jaw, and asked them to search for them when they processed her car. Shortly after noon, the detectives met at the Seattle Police Processing Room with George Chan from the Western Washington Crime Lab, Don McDowell from the Photo Lab, and Donna West, an ID technician. They discussed the best way to process the topaz. First, they took blood swab samples for testing and cross-matching. Since the interior had many obvious blood smears, they hoped that there might be fingerprint ridges hidden in the swirls. To isolate fingerprints, Chan suggested that they use superglue to enhance any ridges, but only after the inside of Cheryl's car was photographed to preserve blood spatter patterns. If Roland Petrie should emerge as the prime suspect, finding his fingerprints in blood would be tremendously valuable, absolutely irrefutable evidence that he had been present when Cheryl was dying. That would place him at the murder as it happened. Merely finding his fingerprints in Cheryl's car wouldn't help much. Intra-family murders, when a family member kills another, are extremely difficult to prove. Obviously, their blood, sweat, hair, fibers, etc., will be found in their homes and their cars, and there is little a criminalist can do to mark the time this potential evidence was deposited. Historically, the best physical evidence to be found is a clear fingerprint with numerous matching points pressed into the life's blood of a victim. A button found in the trunk with Cheryl's body might have been important, but it turned out to be from her own jacket. The detectives bagged possible evidence from the car. With a vacuum, Gruber carefully recovered hair, dirt, and fibers from the driver's seat and floor, the passenger seat, the trunk liner, and the bed liner beneath it. They removed a length of nylon rope, an orange throw rug, and miscellaneous items in a plastic bag near where the victim's feet had rested. A first aid kit, a window scraper, paper towels. When they removed the bottom liner of the trunk, they found something interesting. The wire that led to the taillights on the driver's side was completely free of its socket. Disconnected, neither the taillights nor the brake lights would have worked. Somehow, Cheryl Petrie might have either kicked the wire loose or managed to rip it free before her hands were taped behind her, probably in the vain hope that a police officer would pull her car over for a no taillights violation. Sadly, on the Saturday night she disappeared. There hadn't been a cop around to notice. George Chan and Don McDowell began assessing the blood spatter patterns on the silver topaz early the next morning. Chan noted 2 small indentations on the trunk's opening frame between the hinges. He remarked that they appeared to have been made by a tire iron, but could not say for sure. Microsil castings were made of the marks, and paint samples were removed from that area too. The rear bumper and the exterior of the trunk deck had been wiped clean, but a spray with leucomalachite green proved that a thin sheen of blood,
invisible to the naked eye, remained, as it later proved to be in many areas inside the car. The next morning, Hank Gruber assisted ID technician Donna West in preparing Cheryl's car for the superglue method. First, she dusted the exterior doors and the trunk lid with black fingerprint powder to ensure they wouldn't accidentally destroy any prints as they moved in and out of the car. Would they find any unidentified prints, perhaps unknowingly left by a stranger who had killed her? Even if they did, it might be several days before Donna West could have those prints transferred to a card, and even longer to have prints of the victim and any suspects for comparison. The superglue fumer was sealed into the topaz at 2 p.m. on October 25th. The fumes would make fingerprints appear as if they were stenciled on the car's interior. Hank Gruber returned 3 hours later to remove it. Next, Donna West would do her part in lifting the prints that had surfaced. They desperately needed either prints that matched known suspects' prints or an eyewitness. Still, no one came forward with a story about seeing a woman struggling with someone, not in Kitsap County, not in Seattle. As unlikely as it seemed, whoever abducted Cheryl Petrie had done it without so much as raising any suspicion, silently and swiftly in the dark near midnight. Chan turned to Hank Gruber to say what he believed had occurred. "I would say that the attack positively took place while the victim was actually inside the trunk," he said. "Her head must have been above the height of the trunk opening when the blows were struck. She was probably in a semi-seated position with her feet extended to the driver's side." But the driver's seat had been in a far forward position when the vehicle was found. Was it possible that Cheryl herself might have been forced to drive her car to the site where it was found, only to be bludgeoned there? The Seattle investigators searched for a female detective who was about the same height as Cheryl. Sarah Springer was 5 feet 4.5 and about the same weight. She eased into the driver's seat and said she felt perfectly comfortable there. When a male detective who was 5'10.5" tried the seat, he couldn't fit. His legs were too long. There were many questions they could not answer definitively. Either Cheryl herself or someone less than 5 feet 5 inches tall was the last driver of the Topaz. Or maybe someone had deliberately pushed the seat forward to leave that impression. After the glue fuming, Donna West lifted 12 cards of prints, but she was not encouraged by the quality of those she isolated from the blood-stained area. The investigators agreed that Cheryl Petrie had almost certainly been bound, but alive, when she was forced into the trunk of her car. How far she was taken before the trunk lid was opened and her killer had struck her fatally with the tire iron or some other implement would be impossible to establish unless they found witnesses. Maybe she was forced to get into the trunk at the houseboat docks. Where she was when she was put into the trunk was unknown. They suspected it might have been close to PJ's Market. If they could somehow find that location, they might also find the victim's 6 missing teeth and the spot where Cheryl's stocking bottoms were shredded by gravel and rocks. That was a very big if. Searches near PJ's and around where her car was left yielded none of that information. 11. Cheryl's funeral was held in her church, and many of her friends were in attendance. Isaac Nelson and his brother and some of the other regulars at the Port Orchard Judo Academy were there, as were, of course, most of her fellow employees at Bay Ford. So was Roland, who appeared to be stunned with grief. The pastor who conducted the service didn't know Cheryl, Isaac recalled with some bitterness. It was a horrible eulogy, because he said he was just getting to know her. Maybe he was just awkward at choosing his words, but he kept describing Cheryl as a comfortable person, comparing her to an old shoe. She was easy to be with and she made you feel safe and accepted. But she was only in her 30s. She wasn't an old shoe at all.
Roland came to the elder Nelson's house after the funeral service was over, something he rarely, if ever, had done before. He was crying real tears, and he appeared to be grief-stricken, Isaac remembers. Roland talked at great length to my dad. He had all these theories of what might have happened to Cheryl. He said he'd found books in her house about how someone could change their identity. He said he told the police that a young kid had been stalking Cheryl, and that the person following her was driving a white convertible. The thing was that I believed him at the time. I was in shock. You have to remember that I'd had to go to court to testify against these guys I knew who had shot their father not too long before Cheryl was killed, and they practically lived across the street from Cheryl. It was all too much for me to absorb at that age.
Some things require silence to be fully understood. Let's slow down for a beat. What follows is a piece of healing music for the soul. Let these sounds embrace your emotions and nurture your inner peace before we move on to the next chapter.
Everything Roland said seemed plausible. He just kept spinning out these possibilities about Cheryl's murder. He'd never talked that much to my dad before, but he stayed at our house for hours. Later, Isaac Nelson wondered if Roland had been crying crocodile tears, or if he were trying to foist suspicion onto someone else. It had never occurred to Isaac, as it had to Cheryl's co-workers at Bay Ford, that Roland could have hurt Cheryl. But then he had never imagined that the couple he admired so much would ever break up and talk about divorce either. Despite his mourning, Roland took care of business. As her beneficiary, he filed a claim with the insurance company that had issued Cheryl the $125,000 policy just a few months before, and he applied for Social Security survivors' benefits for Andre and Bebe under Cheryl's account. 12. The investigators from Kitsap County and the Seattle Police Department continued to divide up the case. Officially now, Cheryl's murder was a Seattle case, 88-551006, because her body was found there. But they all suspected that her abduction and the initial attack had occurred near Port Orchard. She would have had no reason to drive to Seattle late at night. Hank Gruber contacted Roland Petrie's parole officer at the Washington State Department of Corrections. She had no trouble remembering him, because his wife stood so firmly behind him, and because he was a model prisoner. He had been released far sooner than most convicts with that long a sentence. His parole officer verified that he had first been enrolled at the University of Washington and had commuted there by ferry several times a week. The location near the houseboats where Cheryl's car was parked was a few miles south of the university, and only a block off East Lake Avenue, a popular route for those who preferred to avoid the I-5 freeway. Roland would have been familiar with the area. As standard procedure, Petrie's parole officer had talked with a number of people he interacted with as a free man. She was surprised to hear one of the administrators at Olympic Community College rave about Roland. She went way overboard in describing what a wonderful person he was and spoke of him almost as if he was the greatest student she had ever encountered. She helped him to become student body president and seemed entranced with him. I began to wonder if there was more going on than the usual student-teacher relationship. Although parolees are urged, sometimes ordered, not to spend time with other recently released prisoners. Roland Petrie had seen his prison friends and even returned to visit some of those still locked up. The parole officer furnished Gruber with the names and addresses of a half a dozen convicts and parolees Roland had associated with since he walked out of prison in 1986. Since there was still the suspicion that he had not acted alone in the murder of Dennis Archer in 1980, the Seattle detective wondered about his more recent felon friends. All of them had convictions for sexual crimes, some including rape. One man, Olaf Svensson, had gone to prison for rape and promoting a suicide. He was reporting to a parole officer in Olympia. The others were scattered from the south end of King County down to Vancouver, Washington. Detectives located and talked to them about their whereabouts on the night of October 15th. On October 28th, 6 detectives from 3 jurisdictions attended a summit meeting on Roland Petrie. Doug Wright, Jim Harris, and their chief of detectives, Dave Morgan, were there from Port Orchard. Hank Gruber and Joe Sanford represented Seattle, and Ron Edwards, who had investigated the Archer murder in Oak Harbor 8 years before, gathered to discuss Petrie. Edwards brought the bulging file he'd put together on his case. He had certainly not expected Petrie to be walking free so soon. Still frustrated by not knowing where the murder had taken place, all 6 returned to Lake Union, where they fanned out. It was a bright sunlit day, and they covered every inch of the ground where Cheryl's car ended up. They were looking for Cheryl Petrie's 6 missing teeth. They didn't find them. They got little satisfaction from gathering dirt samples from the lake bank and the parking area to save for possible comparisons down the road. This killer had been clumsy and sloppy, leaving a welter of blood and dozens of smudged prints, and he should have been easy to track. But he wasn't. On Halloween, Hank Gruber pored over King, Seattle Police and King County Sheriff, files looking for any entries for Roland and Cheryl Petrie and Roland's new girlfriend, Della Roslin. He hoped that he might find some link to the houseboat area. Seattle police records noted both complainants and suspects. He found absolutely nothing on any of the 3, either in the city or in King County. Next, he ran the names of the parolees that Petrie's parole officer provided. There was nothing to link any of them to the vital neighborhood. He checked their license numbers. No contact with the King County Sheriff or the Seattle Police. He couldn't even find a parking ticket for any of them. Gruber placed a phone call the next day to Roland Petrie. Della answered. She sounded suspicious and a little hostile at first. Reluctantly, she called Roland to the phone. Gruber asked him if they could arrange to get a full set of fingerprints from him. He agreed, but said he would have to go through his attorney. His children were returning from the East Coast in a few days, he said, and he wanted to get into Cheryl's house to remove some of her possessions he expected that they, and he, might need. "I'm not the one who decides that," Gruber said easily. "Over here, we'd seal that house up, but you'll have to ask the detectives at Kitsap County."
Sensing that Petrie was going to stall, Gruber called Ron Edwards in Island County and asked if they could send down a copy of Petrie's prints. What should have been easy continued to get more difficult. Detective Merle Carner of the Seattle Police Crime Stopper program agreed to prepare a television announcement asking for help from the public. Someone had to have seen Cheryl or her car between Kitsap County and Lake Union. All it would take would be one sighting. An ignition key was made for Cheryl's car. The engine turned over immediately, and the fuel gauge showed that the gas tank was between 1/2 and 2/3 full. There were no prints on the gas cap, none on the ignition. The microsill tool marks test from the trunk were insufficient to identify exactly what had been used in the bludgeoning or its manufacturer. None of the forensic science evidence of the kind that was often truly helpful was panning out. Both the detectives and the criminalists came to the conclusion that the murderer knew that he or she had to be wary of leaving fingerprints. The prints that had been lifted showed patterns that were consistent with someone who wore rubber gloves. Anyone who wore rubber gloves to carry out an abduction and a murder had to have carefully planned it all out. In the end, despite the dozens and dozens of items of possible physical evidence the detectives had gathered, they had to admit that they were out of luck. Hairs, fibers, blood, buttons, smeared prints, keys, papers, books, tool marks, rope, strapping tape, and more. All of it useless as far as bringing them any closer to the person who had so callously bludgeoned Cheryl Petrie. The circumstantial evidence didn't make them any more optimistic. If Della Roslin was telling the truth, Roland Petrie could not have been the person Cheryl encountered as she left PJ's on the last night of her life. Della and her teenage children and his 10-year-old daughter had apparently seen him all that Saturday evening, and at the very time Cheryl was believed to have encountered her killer. Doug Wright and Jim Harris had searched her home thoroughly. They found absolutely no indication that Cheryl had ever come home that night, although none of her friends who had seen her while she worked at PJ's remembered exactly what she was wearing that night. They agreed that it was jeans and a blouse or T-shirt of some sort. And that was what she was wearing when she was found, jeans and an aqua T-shirt. Hank Gruber and his partner, Rudy Sutlovich, took another ferry ride to Port Orchard to confer with Harris and Wright, and they picked up evidence the Kitsap County detectives had preserved. Cheryl's purse and its contents, dried out now, a knapsack that held papers and records connected to her job at Bay Ford, and the answering machine they took from her home. They rewound the machine and listened as it played all the messages left after Cheryl had reset it before leaving for work on Saturday, October 15th. There were calls on Sunday morning from PJ's, the manager and another clerk wondering why she hadn't come to work. There was a call from Roland at about 6:30 that evening. Just as he told detectives, he phoned to ask Cheryl if she was going to pick up Bebe and Andre, or if he should bring them home. "If you're not already on your way over," his voice said, "give me a call." He sounded calm. There was no hint of concern in his voice. Either he had no reason to be worried about Cheryl on Sunday evening, or he wanted to leave that impression with anyone who might listen to his message after she disappeared. It was hard to tell. Kitsap Detective Doug Wright asked the local phone company for records of toll calls made from the phones belonging to Roland Petrie, Della Roslin, and Cheryl Petrie. They found two of particular interest: collect calls to Roland on October 15th at 10:23 p.m., 15 minutes, and on October 18th at 7:52 p.m., 7 minutes. They came from the prison on McNeil Island. The McNeil authorities were able to identify the numbers as having come from payphones in the Olympic Hall cell area. Which prisoner had made a particular call would be more difficult to determine. Records were kept, but it might take a long time to cross-reference the calls. The next place to go for Doug Wright, Jim Harris, Hank Gruber, and Rudy Sutlovich, who had joined the investigation, was an intense scrutiny of the list of Roland Petrie's associates inside and outside prison. They soon found that he was popular in both circles. If Roland hadn't left his mistress's bed on Saturday night, perhaps it was because he had already arranged for someone else to kill Cheryl. It was an awful thought, but with his history, it was possible. Few of the people who knew Roland Petrie well in the late 80s found it strange that Roland could have been with Cheryl at the beginning of the summer and then moved in with Della without missing a step, acclimating smoothly to a different woman and different children. For most of his life, he lived parallel lives in the same time frame. He was a chameleon, the powerful and commanding judo instructor, the contrite prisoner who only wanted his wife back, the timid and ineffective used car salesman, the charismatic nursing student, the good father who took the children in his life skating and played board games with them, the unfaithful husband, the sexual and sensitive lover, the schemer and the charmer. His friends and associates came from all walks of life, from the professional people who were benevolent to their fellow man, to the lowest conniving and violent psychopath. The latter seemed like the most fertile field for investigators to turn over. Roland Petrie's friend and fellow convict, Bud Holzer, had been out of prison only briefly, from May 1986, when he was sent to a work release program, to December 1987, when he was returned to prison. Holzer and Petrie were housed in the Olympic Hall cell area for 6 months, just before Roland won his parole. They had evidently been in touch for some time inside and outside of prison. In fact, Roland asked to visit Holzer on September 22nd, a little more than 3 weeks before Cheryl was killed. That visit was denied by the prison. Bud Holzer could not have killed Cheryl. He was locked up tight on McNeil Island, but he might have served as an intermediary to connect Petrie to someone who was on the outside. Although Holzer had been in prison during the vital time period, Hank Gruber thought there still might be some connection to him. He learned that Holzer's sister Sally had occasionally visited Roland in prison. She lived in West Seattle. When he knocked at her door, she answered carrying a newborn baby boy. She would have been 8.5 months pregnant when Cheryl was killed, hardly in any condition to participate in either an abduction or a murder.
"I knew Cheryl and Roland," she said, "but only because I went to McNeil to visit my brother, Bud."
"You didn't visit them in Port Orchard or Bremerton?" Gruber asked.
"I've never been to either of those towns."
"When was the last time you saw Roland?"
"I never knew him well, so I was kind of surprised last June when he came by my house with his kids and asked me to go to lunch. I was busy and told him no, and then he called me in July or maybe early August. He said he just wanted to see how I was doing. That was the last time I ever talked to him."
Sally Holzer seemed truthful and eager to help the detectives, but she really didn't know much about Roland Petrie or anyone else in Seattle he might know. She wasn't sure if he had been coming on to her or if he was only genuinely concerned about her. But she had a boyfriend, and he had no reason to worry about her. Gruber hooked up with Doug Wright again, and they went to McNeil Island to talk to Bud Holzer. Holzer realized right away that Hank Gruber was the detective who had talked to his sister. But the Seattle detective made small talk for about 7 minutes until he explained that he and Wright were there investigating Cheryl Petrie's murder. Holzer stood up so rapidly that he might have been stung by a bee. "I have nothing further to say to you," he said gruffly. "I want to talk to my attorney." And he stomped out of the interview room. A few minutes later he came back, but only to request the detective's business cards to give to his lawyer. Gruber said that they might be back as the investigation was proceeding. They had no shortage of suspects, and they still weren't convinced that Roland Petrie and Bud Holzer hadn't figured out a way to bring someone who was on the outside in mid-October into a common plan. As the holidays approached, the Petrie family underwent what might be called a reorganization. Christmas in 1987 had been happy for Cheryl. She and Roland had their new baby and a new house, and the future looked promising. Now Cheryl was dead, and their children were almost 3,000 miles away. But Roland planned to rectify that. He arranged to have Bebe and Andre return from their maternal aunt's home in Pennsylvania. They would soon have a stepmother to help care for them. He and Della Roslin planned to get married on New Year's Eve of 1988, 10 weeks after Cheryl's murder. It was as if she had been erased from Roland's life, and someone else quickly penciled in. Frank Haberlock,
the insurance agent who sold the Petries their individual $125,000 policies, got a call from Roland requesting payment on Cheryl's death. Haberlock explained that the company would have to follow procedure and that it might have to go to the underwriters since the criminal case was still open. King County Deputy Prosecutor Jeff Baird had been evaluating the efficacy of bringing charges against Roland and calling possible witnesses to appear before an inquiry judge. As with a grand jury, what is said before an inquiry judge is secret. Should Della become the next Mrs. Roland Petrie, she could invoke marital privilege and refuse to answer questions that might serve to incriminate him. Baird subpoenaed Della to appear before Judge Charles Johnson on December 29th. She was still single on that date. What she said behind closed doors was not revealed. On New Year's Eve, Della and Roland were married. He became stepfather to her children, Amy and Tim, and Della stepmother to Bebe and Andre. She loved them and knew they needed a mother badly, and she legally adopted them. Although Bebe, particularly, would never forget her own mother, Della wanted to be as close to a real mother for them as she could. Their lives went well at first, despite the stress of the murder investigation. At 14, Tim was at a difficult age to accept another man into the household, and he and Roland soon had problems. He always felt that Roland was putting him down. And soon there was no question that his new stepfather detested him. 13. 1989. The detectives were a long way from giving up. With the new year, Doug Wright and Jim Harris and Hank Gruber and Rudy Sutlovich continued their search for Cheryl's killer. It had been a hard-luck case so far. Then, on February 13th, 1989, they received information that moved the probe in an entirely different direction. Gruber and Sutlovich got a phone call from a man who identified himself as Craig Darby, a reporter for the Bremerton Sun. He said that someone had phoned him, asking for him by name. "He told me that he was the person who killed Cheryl Petrie," Darby reported. "He said he killed her because she told him he was too young for her." Darby said the anonymous caller went into specifics, saying that he first tried to strangle Cheryl, but was unsuccessful. Next, he hit her with a pipe, then with a rock. The caller, who did sound like a young male in his late teens or early 20s, said he took Cheryl to Lake Union in Seattle about 2 one Sunday morning and left her in her car there. "She didn't want me," he said in what seemed a contrite voice. "I'm too young. I'm sorry." This information galvanized the investigators. Maybe they had been focusing on the wrong suspect. The caller had his facts right about the manner of death, and his timeline matched what they knew too. Darby said he had tried his best to get the caller's name. "He wouldn't tell me that, but he said he would call back. He wanted my home phone number, but I wouldn't give him that. He was very suspicious that his call was being recorded, and I had to reassure him about that. Of course, it wasn't being recorded." But as any good reporter would, Darby took notes during the call, and he readily agreed to give a taped statement to Hank Gruber. He mentioned that the unknown caller had a very soft voice. Darby and his editors agreed to have a trap put on his phone in case the man did call back. Rudy Sutlovich arranged with U.S. West Telephone Security Department to have a pen register put in place on Craig Darby's office phone. It would be there for 2 weeks and would note the date, time, and phone number of the caller. 16 years later, the phone trap sounds antiquated, but there was no caller ID in 1989, and the pen register was state-of-the-art, as it mechanically wrote down phone numbers. Hank Gruber went to Bremerton and met with Craig Darby and his fellow reporter, Gene Yoakum. Darby thought it was strange that the caller had asked for him because it was Yoakum who was tracking Cheryl's murder investigation. His byline had appeared above the Petrie article.
Gruber asked if it might be possible to run another article, one designed to lure the caller out of the shadows.
Maybe it could be something like this, he suggested. You could write that you weren't sure that the call wasn't a hoax, and you needed something more to prove it was the real guy.
The reporters were receptive to the idea, but they didn't want to go so far as to entrap the caller.
You wouldn't have to, Gruber explained. You would write the truth and say that you had revealed his call to the police. He'd expect you to do that because you'd be obligated to report that kind of information.
Their editor agreed that an article would be appropriate as long as it was truthful and not misleading. It was decided that Darby would write a short piece about the stranger's call that would run in the Bremerton Sun on February 16th. In the meantime, the investigators decided to contact Cheryl's associates and friends to see if they knew of any teenager or young man in her life who might have been obsessed with her. They didn't have to do that, because the article sparked the memory of one of Cheryl's bosses at Bay Ford. He said that several of the dealer's staff had read it and agreed that the younger man might be a former lot boy who had worked for them doing chores, washing cars, bringing cars around for prospective buyers.
His name is Albie Brotsweller, the caller said.
The car dealer didn't have an address for him. Jim Harris ran a background check on Brotsweller and found he was 20 years old and had no prior record. He had a father, 43, and a brother, 17, in the area. Detective Ed Stridinger of the Seattle Police Department ran Brotsweller through records and found a woman named Patsy Brotsweller, 37, who lived in the north end of Seattle and had an old address in Bremerton. Hank Gruber and Jim Harris went to Bay Ford to ask Cheryl's fellow employees about Brotsweller. They learned he was a loner.
He wasn't very good at relating to women, one salesman said. The kind of kid you knew wanted to have a girlfriend but just didn't seem to know how to start anything going with them.
Albie had talked about getting a job as a dental technician. He'd done that in the Army. Cheryl had told him she would help him compose a short resume. She had helped him once before when he had car trouble.
He called her for a ride and she picked him up, but she never mentioned anything about his asking her for a date or coming on to her.
Cheryl said she would help Albie, but she was firm with him, telling him that she would type his resumes, but only if he put some effort into it too. He would have to find the names and locations of dentists and address the envelopes.
You have to show some effort, she chided him, to prove you really want to get this job.
Albie Brotsweller was showing more and more promise as a suspect, but the anonymous caller didn't bite on the article about his call. Records at Bay Ford showed that Albie left work early on Friday, October 14th, the day before Cheryl's murder, and never came back.
He called in on Monday and said he was resigning from his job as a lot boy, a representative said. We ran into him later that week, and he had this big bandage on his hand covering a finger and part of his palm. It looked professionally done, like maybe a doctor had put it on.
When the detectives asked more about Brotsweller, his bosses said that he had a difficult time accepting criticism.
If he did something wrong or failed to get it done, he'd be really apologetic. He had a problem handling stress, like he wouldn't know what to say, get very upset, almost to the point of trembling. Was he ever violent? Gruber asked. We never saw that, but everything in the article in the paper fit him perfectly.
In addition, Brotsweller's father lived at Long Lake, which was only a short distance from PJ's Market. Detectives Jim Harris and Hank Gruber drove the route between the father's house and Cheryl's home. They clocked it at 3.6 miles, and it took 6 minutes. They then drove from the Brotswellers to PJ's and found it was only 0.8 of a mile driving time, 1 minute. Furthermore, the most direct route for Cheryl to have taken from PJ's Market was past where Albie lived. The elder Brotsweller had once been under investigation for a homicide, although charges were never filed. The detectives went to his house to talk with him, and he met them in his yard. He was polite, but evasive. He told them his son had moved out sometime in October.
I don't know where he's at, and I haven't heard from him in a long time.
Cal Brotsweller had no idea who Alby's friends were, or where the investigators might check to find them or him.
What about his mother? Gruber asked. Could he be with her?
Cal spat on the ground.
We don't have anything to do with her. We both hate his mother. She lives someplace in Seattle, I hear.
Do you know how he hurt his hand? Jim Harris asked.
He cut it fishing.
When was that?
Right about the time he moved out.
That was all the information they got from Alby's father. They left with the impression that Alby was no longer living with his father, but were pretty sure that Cal Brotsweller knew exactly where to find him if he wanted to. He had been lying to protect his son, even though he believed they were there to see Alby over a DWI, driving while intoxicated, warrant. Harris radioed the Kitsap County Sheriff's Office and asked them to do a search on a current DWI involving Alby Brotsweller. That netted a possible current address for him, his grandparents' home in Bremerton. When they drove there, Gruber and Harris found a very run-down tri-level house. No one answered their knocks, and there was no car on the property, although there were fresh tracks in the mud of the carport. And then, just as they started to drive away, a car pulled in. 3 men carrying grocery bags headed for the house. The detectives approached one of the men and asked if Alby Brotsweller was there. At first he said no, but then admitted that the young man in the back seat of the car was Alby. Alby agreed to talk with Harris and Gruber and willingly got into their car.
We're here about Cheryl, Gruber told him. We've been talking to everyone who works at Bay Ford.
Alby nodded.
I read the article in the paper about that guy who called.
Asked if he would accompany them to the sheriff's office, the suspect, and he was a suspect, said that would be fine. There Alby was advised of his rights, and he gave a detailed statement. He denied having anything to do with Cheryl Petrie's death, and insisted he was not the person who had called the Bremerton Sun.
I've never called them for any reason.
You go to Seattle much? Harris asked.
I don't like it there,
he said.
I only went there one time with my grandparents to visit my mother. She lives in an apartment on someplace called Queen Anne Hill.
Is that near Lake Union? Gruber asked casually, knowing that the area was a mile or so from the lake.
I don't know. I don't know where that is.
He was either stonewalling them or telling the truth, or perhaps the partial truth. Alby said he'd never called Cheryl when he had car trouble, never asked her for help, didn't know she worked part-time at PJ's. Gruber didn't change expression, but he wasn't buying Alby's story. He wouldn't have been surprised if Alby even denied knowing where PJ's was. He certainly wasn't admitting to having any thoughts about dating Cheryl. Alby's alibis all sounded contrived. He told them that Friday, October 14th, had been a bad day for him. He had an accident with his car on his lunch hour and spent the rest of the afternoon trying to get that straightened out. He quit his job that day, too.
On Saturday?
Harris asked.
What did you do on Saturday? I was with my friend Jer until about 10 p.m., and then I went home to my dad's house about 10:30. He was asleep, but my brother was there listening to music.
As for Sunday, Alby said he'd gone fishing with Jer about 11 a.m.
I cut my hand that night trying to fillet a flounder. I had to go to the hospital to get it stitched up. Jer and his father were there when I cut myself.
If that was true, and there were indeed witnesses to his injury, that would make Alby Brotsweller look far less guilty. Even so, there was the possibility that he might have deliberately cut himself to hide any injuries he suffered when Cheryl was bludgeoned the night before. This was a case where detectives had felt sure they knew who killed Cheryl. That was her husband, Roland Petrie. Yet more and more suspects kept popping up, suspects they would have been glad to find under other circumstances. They were all veteran investigators and knew the dangers of tunnel vision, so they shoved their gut instincts aside and pursued every lead that came in. Hank Gruber and Rudy Sutlovich met with Jim Harris and the reporter Craig Darby. They brought along audio tapes of Albie Brotsweller's and Roland Petrie's voices for Darby to listen to. Darby shook his head when he heard Petrie's voice. "I'm pretty certain it wasn't him." He was even more sure that he had never heard Albie's voice. At the time, none of the detectives knew that Petrie was spreading a rumor that some younger man had been stalking Cheryl only days before her death. 14. A Port Orchard woman had been wrestling with her conscience for several months. She believed that her ex-boyfriend might be the one who killed Cheryl, but because she herself had been beaten by him so many times, she was afraid to report him. In late February 1989, she finally called the police. His name was Jack Short, and he had a long rap sheet filled with charges for assault and rape. He was also an associate of a wealthy man who once had a financial interest in PJ's Market. Short had been imprisoned on McNeil Island, too, and was paroled in December 1987. Once more, Hank Gruber talked to the security staff at McNeil. He learned that though Short and Roland Petrie were never housed in the same unit, they had worked in prison shops that adjoined each other. There was a good possibility that they had known each other in prison. But an intensive check of phone records in and out of the block where Jack Short served time failed to bring up any connections. Detectives were able to establish that Jack Short and Martin O'Brien, a former owner of PJ's, were well acquainted. The ex-con with a reputation for hurting and sexually attacking women, and the wealthy man who'd tried countless times to set him on the straight path, were both familiar faces at PJ's Market. When detectives talked to O'Brien in his opulent and well-kept home, they asked him about both Cheryl Petrie and Jack Short. O'Brien said he'd known Jack since they were kids, when they'd been friends, but they'd taken different paths. He said Short had an explosive personality and was scary when he was drinking. Even so, he had tried to help him. "I gave him jobs," O'Brien said. "I even set up a work release job for him. But the past few years, he's just been bad news." He said he'd given up on helping Jack Short because he no longer trusted him. "Do you know if he knew Cheryl Petrie?" Hudson asked. "I don't know. He might have seen her at the market." O'Brien had nothing but good things to say about Cheryl. He'd always found her to be an excellent employee, and said he'd been planning to ask her to do his bookkeeping for him in his various business ventures. "When she worked for me," he continued, "it was standard procedure for her to call me when she was locking up the store. She'd tell me what the day's receipts were and assure me that she was okay and ready to leave. I may have been the last person to talk to her. She called me at 11:15 that last night. Everything was fine." O'Brien was able to account for his whereabouts that night. Telephone records verified that account. The wild card in the deck was still Albie Brotsweller. His reluctance to cooperate with the investigators made him look guilty. Detective Jim Harris set up an appointment for Albie to take a polygraph test, telling him that that was one way to clear himself. He reluctantly agreed. Then, on the March day when he was to be transported to Seattle for the lie detector test, he was nowhere to be found. When Harris called the house where he had been staying, someone who said his name was Harry said Brotsweller wasn't there. Harris called again. The person who answered the phone said, "Wrong number," and hung up. It sounded to Harris just like Albie's voice. Irritated, the Kitsap County detectives drove to the address. The resident said he wasn't there. He had moved again. "He's back at his dad's place, and he don't want to take that lie detector test anymore."
Jim Harris spoke with Alby's friend Jer. To Harris's surprise, Jer said that Alby had indeed cut his hand on a very sharp fish knife. He himself had taken him to a hospital emergency room to get it sewed up. His mother said she was there when it happened. He was new to fishing, and that was his first clumsy try at cleaning fish. Her description of the incident was identical in detail to what Alby told the detectives. Beginning on March 13th, 1989, Hank Gruber and Rudy Sutlovich literally moved to Kitsap County to begin an intensive probe of Cheryl Petrie's murder. They intended to talk to every suspect and every witness, and to join in searches of homes and vehicles, anything that might tip the scales and cause a single suspect to emerge as Cheryl's killer. Detectives Harris and Hudson searched Alby Brotsweller's car, which had been wrecked on the afternoon of October 14th and stored in an impound lot ever since. The front window was broken out, and there was a lot of interior water damage caused by winter snowstorms. They removed a tire iron and the steering wheel cover and had them tested for signs of blood. There were none. Interestingly, they found a professionally typed resume for Brotsweller in the car. This seemed to war with his statement that he had never gotten a resume from Cheryl. They checked the tape of his statement, and their memories were correct. They had asked him, "Was Cheryl going to do a work resume for you?" "She was. She was going to help me out with a job or work resume for the dental field. But due to my procrastination, we never got around to completing that, or even getting started on it." Yet here was a complete resume. Had they caught Alby in a lie? They compared the font on the papers in Brotsweller's car with all the typewriters at Bay Ford. None of them matched. Now they checked again with the source at the dealer who told them that Cheryl had picked the young lot boy up when his car broke down. Rumors were like the childhood game of telephone. They changed slightly when each person repeated them. Cheryl had told a friend of a friend about receiving a call at 3 a.m. from someone who needed help, but it hadn't been from Alby Brotsweller at all. Rather, she said it was a friend of Roland's who called, and Roland's statement that his car had broken down the day before Cheryl was killed might even mean that he was the one who had attempted to lure her out of her house. Jim Harris received an angry phone call from Alby Brotsweller. He was upset because the investigators were still asking questions about him. "I didn't kill the bitch," he said vehemently. "Then why didn't you take your polygraph?" "It was snowing and I couldn't make it. I talked to people who told me not to take a lie detector test in a police station. They said the police would just hold me there and pin that murder on me because you don't know who did it. Those police lie detector guys can make the test come out any way they want them to." Asked about the resumes found in his car at the impound yard, Alby Brotsweller said he'd had that done 4 or 5 days after he quit Bay Ford. "They did it for me at the JPTA job training place in Bremerton. Cheryl didn't have anything to do with those." It was the truth. The Youth Employment Agency put detectives in touch with the typist who prepared the resumes. Alby Brotsweller caused himself a lot of trouble with his attitude, and he could have been cleared of suspicion a lot sooner. The investigators now believed he had nothing to do with Cheryl's murder. Jack Short was the next suspect for the detectives either to close in on or to eliminate. It was quite likely that he had at least seen Cheryl working at PJ's Market since he had been friends with the store's owner. Whether he knew her as anyone beyond a clerk, no one knew. And there was his record of violence against women to consider. At the investigator's invitation, he sauntered into the Kitsap County Sheriff's Office. He explained to Jim Harris and Hank Gruber that his official address was with his brother, but he was presently staying with a female friend in Port Orchard. He was a very relaxed interviewee, apparently not in the least upset to be questioned about a brutal murder.
Shown photos of both Roland and Cheryl, he said he didn't know either of them.
You never saw her at PJ's? Don't remember her. I go there to charge stuff and cash checks sometimes, but I don't remember her face at all. You were housed close to Roland Petrie during the same time period at McNeil Island, Gruber said. Nah, I was on D Block. Never met the guy. I was in a whole different place. I was a meat cutter there. You keep in touch with the guys you knew there? Nope. I don't have any contact with them. No mail, nothing. My mom won't pass on mail or messages from anyone wanting to talk to me if they're from McNeil. She doesn't want me seeing that old gang.
Gruber and Harris noted that Short talked a lot, but didn't say much that was useful to them. His demeanor was so confident that they felt he had no guilty knowledge of Cheryl Petrie's death. Perhaps the most peculiar suspects yet in this totally frustrating investigation were the men who had found Cheryl's purse floating in Lake Union way back in October near where her body lay hidden in the trunk of her own car. They were Native Americans who actually lived in Suquamish, which is in Kitsap County north of Bremerton, not that far from where Cheryl lived and worked. That they should be the ones who spotted her belongings so far from where they and she lived could serve to implicate them in the crime. Initially, detectives didn't know that the men who called to report the purse were not Seattle residents. But then this case was becoming infamous for the number of slam-dunk has-to-be-a-connection suspects, none of whom had panned out. And this one didn't either. Hank Gruber talked to Santy Eagle, who owned a funky and popular antique store in Suquamish. De Eagle said that he and a male friend had indeed found the things that belonged to Cheryl Petrie drifting near the houseboats as they walked along Fairview Avenue East.
What were you doing way over there? Gruber asked. We went over to see a game on TV. See, we scout out different places around Puget Sound, checking to see which taverns have the biggest TV sets, and Bogey's has the biggest screen, 10 feet diagonally, and the best food. We've got a boat with a canopy, and we just take an excursion. You cross the Sound in a small boat to get to a tavern? Gruber asked incredulously. Sure do. It only takes us about half an hour to get to Seattle, and then some more time to get through the locks in Ballard.
Apparently, De Eagle and his pals considered taking such an unorthodox shortcut to Seattle, even in bad weather or rough seas, an adventure.
We're going to Camano Island next weekend, he added.
It seemed like a long way around to watch a televised game in a tavern, but Gruber had been a detective for years, and he'd seen stranger things. He went to the address De Eagle had given him for another of the Native Americans who made it a point to find the best taverns on Puget Sound via the sea route. Asked if they really did travel that far in a small craft, the man gave the same details De Eagle had. They didn't see any need to take the ferries, cost too much and took too long. Neither man had the slightest connection to Roland or Cheryl Petrie, beyond finding her sodden purse near where her body was left, or to Albie Brotsweller, Jack Short, or Bud Hulser. Although leads continued to trickle in through the spring of 1989, their possible worth in identifying Cheryl Petrie's murderer diminished steadily. One man, a truck driver, said he stopped at PJ's every morning to buy a cup of coffee, a newspaper, and a pack of cigarettes, and sometimes talked to Cheryl there when she worked a rare morning shift. He said he also knew Roland. Like so many others, he had met Roland in prison.
Last time I talked to Cheryl was about 3 weeks before she got killed, he said. At the time, there was some guy and a bunch of kids in the parking lot, and I asked her what that was all about. She said she thought the guy was selling drugs.
Can you describe him? Sergeant Joe Sanford asked. The witness shrugged his shoulders.
All I remember is he was older than the kids. What kind of car was he driving? I can't remember.
He offered his opinion.
You know, toward the end, Cheryl was having mood swings, he said. She was going over the deep end. She was dating some guy from Seattle. That's from your own knowledge, or did Roland tell you that? Sanford asked. The man mumbled something that was hard to understand. The investigators knew that Roland Petrie had a number of observations about Cheryl that he was quite willing to share. Most of them were different scenarios about who might have killed her. Stalkers, men she might have dated. But Cheryl hadn't really had time to date. When she wasn't working, she was looking after Andre and Bebe or in church. Her foray into the Parents Without Partners coffee group was the most adventuresome thing she'd done since Roland left her. The Kitsap County and Seattle detectives still had the same problem. They had not come up with enough physical or circumstantial evidence to arrest Roland Petrie for her murder. Nevertheless, Roland was getting impatient. It was May, 7 months after Cheryl's death, and the Lutheran Brotherhood Insurance Company had not yet paid off on the policy he purchased on her life. When the company called Joe Sanford to ask if the police investigation was over, Sanford told them that the active investigation was still alive. Roland Petrie has not been eliminated. Hank Gruber and Rudy Sutlovich had to end their full-court press on the other side of the Sound from Seattle and move back home. With Jim Harris, Doug Wright, and Doug Hudson, they had given the Petrie murder investigation everything they had for several weeks, talked to dozens of people, followed innumerable leads, no matter how far-fetched, and were left with unanswerable questions. Cheryl's murder looked as though it might be headed for the cold case files. It galled them, but there it was. If anything new turned up, they would, of course, check it out. But there were other homicides to work in Seattle and in Port Orchard. Nobody forgot Cheryl Petrie, the young mother who had fought so hard to have a happy family, only to be savagely beaten to death. Sadly, no one knew how long it would be before Cheryl would have some kind of justice. 15. 1990 to 1993. Roland Petrie moved swiftly on to his next marriage. He and Della Petrie graduated from Olympic College and applied for their registered nurse licenses. Della became an RN, but Roland ran into trouble. When the Washington State Nursing Board checked his background and found that he had been convicted of murder and a number of lesser crimes, and that he was a prime suspect in his ex-wife's murder, they denied him a nursing license. Della became the main financial support of the family, often working double shifts at Harrison Hospital in Bremerton and Tacoma General Hospital, while Roland stayed home to take care of the children. In a sense, he contributed to the family income. Cheryl's children, Bebe and Andre, received Social Security payments from their dead mother's account. These payments went to their father, of course. Later, Roland tried again to get a nursing license. With some sleight of hand, he apparently became a certified nursing assistant, CNA. He had learned not to use his own name, however. He used the identity and the Social Security number of his long-dead brother Wade, who was only 2 when he died. Roland's marriage to Della was troubled from the beginning. Try as she might, Della couldn't make Roland accept her son Tim, or Tim accept Roland. They were always wrangling about something. Initially, she believed her new husband when he told her that Tim was sneaky, told lies, and stole things. She began to look at her son with suspicion. Tim later recalled his mother's marriage to Roland and their family life as an absolute living hell. His mother was always at work, and he felt that Roland was constantly criticizing him and making him look bad. In Roland's eyes, nothing Tim did was right. Andre was only 3, and he could barely remember his mother, but Bebe at 12 mourned for her mother and wanted to believe in her father. When he was nice, he was really fun to be around. But Bebe was also afraid of him. His temperament was volatile, and she never knew how he was going to act. Sometimes he slapped her for no reason at all. Della was good to her, but Della wasn't her real mother. Della and Roland had frequent arguments, and they separated in October 1990. They hadn't been married even a year. They got back together after several months, but there was no feeling of permanency in their family. Roland eventually got a job as a CNA at a nursing home in Paulsbo, although Della still made about double the salary he did. Frank Haberlach, the insurance agent who had sold Roland the policies back in 1988, stopped in at Bay Ford and spoke to Greg Meakin. He looked glum, Meakin recalled. He had this check from the insurance policy. He said, "It just kills me to give this to Petrie." He said it was one time he wasn't happy to present a payoff. As it turned out, except for about $10,000, which he spent right away, the money didn't go to Roland Petrie. It was put in a trust by the court for Bebe and Andre to have when they were old enough to go to college. Cheryl had apparently realized that her husband wasn't trustworthy with money and had taken steps to protect her children. Andre wasn't old enough to know anything about trust funds. As Bebe grew older, her father told her repeatedly that the money wasn't hers, it was his, and that she would have to sign it over to him as soon as she got it. Roland played with Bebe's mind a lot. He had always manipulated people around him. He was skilled at making them believe what he wanted them to believe. It didn't matter to him whether they were strangers, friends, or members of his family. A little girl was an easy target. Bebe was confused about the sequence of events on the night that her mother died. She and Andre were living with her mother, but her father had visitation rights every other week. "One week, he came to pick me up," Bebe said, "and after that night, I never saw her again." Bebe recalled going skating on that Saturday afternoon, but the evening was hazy. She had been very tired and couldn't remember staying up late to watch wrestling on TV with her father and Tim. That would have been around midnight or 1. She was pretty sure that she watched only a few minutes of TV before she went to bed, and was therefore sound asleep at that time. But her father had told her she should tell the police that she was watching TV with him all that time. And she had done what he told her to do. But Bebe was a very bright girl. She had a vague feeling that it was her father who killed her mother, or at least that he had had something to do with it. While Roland's judo students and her mother's church friends believed that her parents had had a perfect marriage, she had seen the dark side. One night after Andre was born, she had wakened to the sound of her mother's screams. She had tiptoed out of bed and seen her father holding her mother's arms, real tight, and squeezing and shaking her. The next morning, her mother had big purplish bruises on her upper arms. Bebe Petrie was about 13 when she met Bud Halser. He became a fixture around their house after he was released from prison. He and Roland were really good friends. She was told to call him Uncle Bud, although she didn't think he was her real uncle. Bebe had long since learned to tiptoe around her father because she knew what he was capable of. She was afraid of him and knew that money meant everything to him. On the night of July 14th, 1991, while Della Roslin was at the hospital working a night shift, Bebe was the only one at home when her father and Bud Holzer drove up in Bud's van. She watched as they removed a safe from a closet and carried it to the van. Tim came home unexpectedly, and Bud hid in the back of his van with the safe until Tim left. Afraid of her father, Bebe never told anyone what she saw. All Della knew was that the safe had been stolen sometime between 6:30 p.m., when she left for work, and 7:40 the next morning when she got home. Officer Moon of the Bremerton Police Department took the burglary report and noted that Della said their house had a security alarm that should have been activated that night. Moon was unable to find any sign of forced entry, and the Petries' next-door neighbors had neither seen nor heard anything unusual during the night. Although the safe itself was arguably Roland's possession, it was filled with sentimental items belonging to Della Roslin Petrie. 24 pieces of her jewelry and important documents. She was distraught when she realized that they were gone. She told Moon that she suspected her husband,
because they were once again on the brink of divorce. Roland said he had no idea who might have taken the safe. He had been away from home the night it disappeared. He said he'd taken Bebe and Andre to Panther Lake at 7:30 and hadn't returned until the next day. As he thought now about the contents of the safe, he recalled that there had been some of his own jewelry in a jewelry box inside. He added 7 items to the inventory that Della had made of 25 pieces of her jewelry. Not counting the sentimental value of family keepsakes, the loss of the contents of the safe, almost all of it Della's property, was well over $10,000. As he often had, Roland Petrie submitted yet another insurance claim, this time for the stolen safe, to the American States Insurance Company. He soon received payment in the amount of only $1,715. The company said that the policy did not cover jewelry. The check didn't begin to cover the value of Della's rings and necklaces, or the sentimental value of the family mementos she had lost. 2 months later, on August 23rd, Roland went to the emergency room at Harrison Hospital to be treated for what he called slashing cuts he said he sustained when someone assaulted him. He wasn't badly hurt. He told Greg Rawlins, a Bremerton policeman, and Gary Crane, a Mason County detective, that he had set up a meeting with some people he suspected of stealing his family's safe by pretending he had drugs to trade for Della's jewelry. He had packaged up some powdered sugar to make it look like cocaine. I met these 4 males who were driving a yellow car. They showed me a bag with some of our things in it, he said. I grabbed the bag and pulled it inside my van. But then I was either shot or hit with a club or something. Roland said he somehow managed to struggle free and drive himself to Harrison Hospital's emergency room. He showed the investigators the bag he allegedly wrested from his mysterious attackers. He gave the police the bag of costume jewelry. They noted that it contained only the inexpensive pieces Della listed as missing. In February 1992, Roland Petrie allegedly suffered a stroke, although he seemed to have no lingering effects beyond what he termed seizures. These often occurred when he was in the Social Security Administration offices, filling out forms to apply for supplemental Social Security benefits. He claimed to be 100% disabled. He was so convincing that he received payments of $600 a month for his disability. Among the perks resulting from his stroke were license plates that allowed him to park in spots reserved for the disabled. The once powerful judo instructor and Marine Corps staff sergeant said he could no longer work as a CNA at the nursing home. Instead, he again enrolled as a full-time student at Olympic College, this time majoring in accounting. With his marriage to Della crumbling, Roland turned to religion, or seemed to. He began to attend the Church of Abundant Life, a fundamentalist congregation. He became so devout that he even went to Bible study classes at the home of Duane and Beth Bixler, a couple he met in church.
Everyone in our group felt sorry for him, Beth Bixler said. He told us that he had been framed for murder and sent to prison for the death of his wife, and he was very unhappy in his current marriage.
Again, Roland Petrie had shaded the truth, combining his earlier crimes and rearranging them to make his story better. He had not been convicted of murdering his wife. Cheryl's murder case was still open and unsolved. He sensed, correctly, that the facts about the murder of his mistress's husband wouldn't garner as much sympathy if he told them that that was why he went to prison. To the naive churchgoers, his troubles seemed overwhelming. The tears in his eyes appeared genuine, the grief of a martyr. The Bible study group soon spent as much time discussing Roland's misfortunes and trying to help him as they did examining Bible passages.
We were supposed to support and pray for each other, Beth Bixler explained. And in that particular environment,
Everyone showed compassion and sympathy. No one in the congregation knew that Roland Petrie's estranged wife, her children, and his own children lived in fear of what he might do next. He had always been able to morph from a seemingly meek man to a swaggering martial arts expert, and then to a charismatic ladies' man. By February 1993, Della Petrie could see clear to the center of who her husband really was. She found herself in the same position that Cheryl was in when Roland cheated with Della. At first, Della believed him when he said her son Tim was the liar and had probably stolen their safe. As she lost her trust in Roland, it slowly dawned on Della that her son was the innocent one, and that she had made his life worse by doubting him. Although she couldn't prove it, she suspected that Roland was behind the disappearance of the safe. She also speculated that her husband was being unfaithful to her despite his protestations when she questioned him. Finally, Della asked Roland to move out of their home and filed for divorce. This time she meant it, and no amount of sweet-talking from him changed her mind. His children remained with her. Della had adopted them, she loved them, and she feared for them if they were alone with Roland. By 1993, Della's son Tim was 18, Bebe was 15, and Andre was 5. Although he had not lived with the family for a month, Roland came over often to visit his children, his eyes filling with tears as he tried to tell Della how lonesome he was without her. He made a big show of being a concerned father, particularly when Bebe began to date. Her boyfriend, Mike, was just an awkward, cocky, pretending to be invulnerable kid, and their dates were innocent. I was close to Bebe from September 1992 through June 1995, Mike recalled. After Roland's separation from Della, he invited Bebe and me over for dinner. He made a very good manicotti, and he entertained us with stories from his Marine Corps drill instructor days as I was considering enlisting, which I did after graduating. After dinner, Bebe excused herself to go to the bathroom. Roland stepped right up in my face, playing the role of the all-American father, saying, "If you ever hurt my daughter, I will kill you, and believe me, I know how." I just looked him back in the eye and told him I would never hurt her. Mike remembered Roland as a man of contrasts, as one who desperately wanted the affection and loyalty of his family, but was also quite willing to hurt them deeply. And, even though he had tried to intimidate Bebe's young boyfriend, Roland came to his wrestling matches, taught him techniques, and cheered for him. In truth, Roland was not heartbroken over the end of his second marriage, and he wasn't lonely. He had someone to talk to, Beth Bixler, who along with her husband had been among his most sympathetic church friends, was there for him. The two began to meet outside of the Bible study meetings, and Beth didn't bring her husband along. They consummated their passion on Valentine's Day, 1993. Della Petrie's suspicions were accurate. Not surprisingly, Beth's marriage soon became shaky. By March 1993, she and Duane separated. She later admitted that she had become more and more attracted to Roland Petrie. They began to see each other regularly. Although he later denied they had a sexual relationship, Beth admitted that they did. Beyond her infatuation with him, Beth turned to Roland with her problems. She owned a large house, but as a single woman her finances became a problem. She'd had no idea how much it cost to maintain a house. Mortgage payments, taxes, utilities, general upkeep. Without her estranged husband's help, Beth soon found herself wallowing in debt. She counted on Roland's considerable wisdom to help her with her financial quandary. He promised her that everything would be all right. She didn't even consider one of his suggestions, thinking that he could not be serious, even though she was aware of at least part of his criminal past. After they discussed her marital problems, he suggested that he could arrange for her estranged husband to be killed.
How much insurance does he have? Roland asked her bluntly.
I don't know, she answered hesitantly. Maybe $100,000 or $150,000?
Well?
That conversational thread ended abruptly. Beth would never dream of having her husband hurt or killed. Besides, she figured Roland hadn't really meant it. He must have been making a bad joke. Sometime later, Roland suggested that she consider renting out part of her house. That would bring in income, and she agreed it was a feasible possibility. He told Beth that he knew of an individual who was looking for what Roland called a safe house for about 6 weeks.
You can make $3,000 in rent in that short a time, he promised her, and he calmed her fears that having a complete stranger with some kind of secret in her house might be dangerous. It's perfectly safe, he answered her. I wouldn't do anything to place you in danger. You know that, and I don't see that you have any other choice right now.
Beth Bixler nodded hesitantly. Everything was happening so fast. It had been such a short time since she was a happily married, church-going young wife. Now she was with another man, and neither of them was officially divorced. But she did depend on Roland Petrie. She totally believed in him, unknowingly stepping into the next vacancy in a long line of women who had felt the same way, only to regret it mightily later. Roland had a plan for Beth Bixler. 16. March, 1993. Tim Nash drew his first easy breath in a long time when he realized that his mother was serious this time when she kicked Roland out and filed for divorce. Even though his stepfather still came by the house to visit with Andre and Bebe, Tim could make himself scarce and avoid him. To have his mother believe in him again meant a lot to Tim, and he began to regain a lot of his self-respect. The next step up a ladder of disturbing events in the Petrie family took place at a time when crime is usually at an ebb. It was a rainy Sunday evening, March 21st, 1993, the first day of spring, when a Bremerton police radio operator received a call from a man who sounded hysterical. It took a while for the dispatcher to understand his words. He was able to make out the address and understood that there was a burglary or robbery going on there, but not much else. The call for help came in shortly before 8:30. Officer Steve M. was dispatched to the residence. There he found a young male who was still unable to control his emotions. In fact, he looked scared to death. Patiently, M. got the complainant to calm down to a point where he could get information from him. He said his name was Tim Nash, and that he lived there with his mother and a younger stepbrother and stepsister. His older sister had moved out, and so had his stepfather. Tim had a bizarre story to tell. He was all alone in the house when he received a phone call about half an hour earlier from a woman who called him by name. From background noises, it seemed to him that the call was coming from a phone booth. The woman sounded young and incredibly sexy. He thought it might have been some girl he knew at high school making a prank phone call.
She asked me if I knew who she was, and I said no, but she seemed to know who I was,
Tim told M.
She was kind of flirting with me and teasing me and making me guess her name. She finally said if I really wanted to find out about her, I should come up to the pancake house and meet her. So I said I would.
Tim said that the restaurant wasn't far away. Tantalized, he hopped on his motor scooter and rode to the pancake house. He checked out the restaurant for familiar faces, expecting to spot some girl he knew. There weren't many people in the place at the time, and he didn't recognize anyone there. Nobody waved at him or signaled to him in any way. Next, Tim checked out the parking lot for a vehicle he might recognize, but none of the cars parked there looked familiar. He waited for a while at the edge of the lot, thinking the woman must have called him from a phone booth located someplace else. He watched the area for 5 minutes or so, but no car pulled in. Tim told the investigators that he figured he had fallen for some dumb practical joke.
so he left and went back home. He was sure he had armed their alarm system before he left and locked the front door. That was the rule in his family. Upon his return, he used his key to get back in and immediately disarmed the system. What happened next is the stuff of most people's nightmares. As he would explain first to Officers M and Bogan, who had pulled up just behind the first squad car, and the next day to Detective Louis Olin, Tim said he'd had the eerie sense that he was not alone in the house. It was quiet enough, but he still felt the hairs stand up on the back of his neck. He wasn't sure why. Suddenly, he heard a sound that seemed to be coming from his upstairs bedroom and recognized it as the slight rustling of Venetian blinds. It was as if something or someone had just brushed against them. Of course, it could have been the wind. His mother was working, as she always did on Sunday nights, and his stepsister and stepbrother, Bebe and Andre, were supposed to be having a visitation weekend with their father. There shouldn't have been anyone else in the house. Tim recalled that he tried to turn on the light on the staircase that led up to the bedroom landing, but it was burned out. He walked slowly up the stairs. When he got to the top, he pulled aside a curtain that covered his bedroom doorway and at the same time reached in to click on the light in his room. That light didn't go on either. He went in anyway, wondering a little at the coincidence of two bulbs burning out at the same time. As I walked in, he said, a guy wearing a ski mask stepped out and stuck a rifle up against my throat. He froze, panicked, his heart beating loudly in his ears. Tim remembered that he looked into the dimness of his bedroom, lit only by a streetlight outside, and saw a second figure who also wore a mask. It was a woman. He couldn't see her face, but she had full breasts that were obvious under her tight black pullover. She mumbled something, and he instantly recognized her voice. It was the same woman who had called him and persuaded him to come to the pancake house to meet her. Although Tim didn't know what was happening or who these wraith-like figures were, he believed he was in terrible danger and that the gun at his neck might go off at any moment. A scream burst from his throat. "Help! Help!" he called out frantically. "I'm being robbed!" He had no reason to think that, but why else would anyone be hiding in his room? It was just the first thing that came to his mind. The Roslin family owned a small apartment that was connected to their house at the first-floor level. He hoped desperately that the couple who lived there were home and would hear him. His house had a large window at the bottom of the stairs that offered a view right into one of the apartment's windows. If he could manage to get downstairs and their drapes weren't drawn, they would be able to see him. No one responded at first to his screaming, and then one of the tenants shouted something. At least they were home and aware that he was in trouble. His knees buckled under him, and he went limp, still calling out for help. "Shut the fuck up," the man in black growled. "Shut up," the woman hissed. "Just shut up." It was her, all right. Tim couldn't mistake that voice, but he had no idea who she was. The man ran down the stairs, but Tim, still lying on the floor, blocked the woman, so she nudged him aside and followed. Unable to stand up because he was so frightened, the teenager prayed that they were leaving, but he expected them to come back upstairs and kill him. He waited, the sound of his hoarse breathing seeming to fill the room. Then he realized that the house was silent. The two masked strangers appeared to be gone. Trembling, he made his way to a phone and called the Bremerton police emergency number. Next, he called his mother. She said she would come right home. Then Tim grabbed a kitchen knife and put it in his pocket. He locked all the doors and wedged a chair under the front doorknob. Although he doubted it would do any good, he reactivated the alarm system. It was odd. He had armed it when he left to meet the mysterious woman, but somehow she and the man had gotten in anyway without setting it off. When Officer M arrived, he saw several faces peering out the window at him.
trying to see who was knocking on the door. The neighbors had joined Tim. They were all frightened, but Tim was the most afraid since he was the only person who had actually encountered the strangers in black. None of them knew who might have been in their house or why. They were not wealthy. They didn't own anything worth a home invasion burglary. Em and Bogan searched the house and checked the exterior doors. They found no sign of forced entry. Indeed, they couldn't even be sure what the point of entry into the house was. They did discover why the lights on the stairs and in Tim's room hadn't responded when he hit the switch. Someone had carefully unscrewed the bulbs. They also found an empty gun case in Tim's bedroom. Della arrived home shortly after the police left. She was instantly suspicious. She had her own idea of who had attacked Tim. That was strengthened by Bebe's call to Della from Beth Bixler's house, where she was babysitting. The teenager was nervous because she kept getting phone calls. The caller hung up as soon as she answered, and she told Della that Roland phoned her late in the evening to tell her that he'd suffered a blackout and couldn't remember what he had done for several hours. He had had blackouts and spells before, which he attributed to his stroke. Nevertheless, Della found this sudden loss of memory a little too convenient. Roland had been late picking Bebe up earlier in the day, arriving at noon rather than at 10:30 as he'd promised. They hadn't spent very much time together. He told her then that he promised she would babysit for Beth Bixler's children. When Bebe got home late Sunday night, she found the house in an uproar. Of course, it wasn't the first time she experienced some kind of emergency in her family. Over the years, she had known any number of traumatic times. She witnessed her parents' violent fights, her mother's fear, her parents' divorce, and her mother's disappearance, which proved to be her kidnapping and murder. There was the theft of the family safe, the time her father said he'd been beaten so badly he had to go to the hospital, his fights with Tim, and all the times Della and Roland broke up. Rather than becoming accustomed to unexpected events, it was natural that Bebe was sensitized to danger and particularly fearful. In the months since her father had been out of the house, it had been almost serene, at least compared with what it was like when he lived there. Now everyone in his family tried to reassure Tim that he didn't need to worry anymore. The police knew what had happened. The family was all together now, with the exception of Roland, and the doors were locked. Eventually Tim calmed down, and Bebe headed upstairs. She was startled to see that there were 2 carry-all bags in Tim's room. She recognized them. One belonged to her. It was a white canvas bag with Slumberjack printed on the side, and her name written in pen in small letters. She had kept her old sleeping bag in it, but lately she used it to carry things to school. The other was a blue nylon bag with Mums embroidered on the side with red thread. It was a laundry bag from a local firm. Both bags had been around for a long time, a familiar sight in the household. But Bebe had seen those bags earlier in the day, and they weren't in her adoptive mother's home at that time. They had been in Roland's green van when he picked her up at noon. She was positive of that. Her dad's van was cluttered with a whole bunch of stuff, and she had moved the bags out of the way to make room for her little brother Andre to sit down. Now, here they were back in the house, in Tim's bedroom. They were full of items, but she didn't check to see what was inside. When Bebe told Della what she had found, Della called the police and asked that the officers return. "I want to report a suspect, too," she said. She told the police officers that her estranged husband, Roland, was quite capable of either committing or orchestrating a crime like burglarizing his family's home and threatening her son. She also showed them the 2 bags, explaining that Bebe had seen those bags in Roland's van earlier in the day. She believed that he must have brought them back into her house at the time her son was assaulted. He knew the alarm code, she said. She hadn't bothered to change it. She allowed him to do his laundry in her house, and he still came to visit Andre. Still, even though she knew Roland to be a liar and a cheat, she hadn't considered him a real danger to any of them. Now, she wasn't so sure. Bogan and M took the suspect bags and logged them into evidence. Bebe Petrie had a really bad feeling. Her father had acted out of character all day. After he picked her up at noon, he actually asked her how Tim was doing and made a number of positive comments about her stepbrother. He never said anything nice about Tim. She knew that her father and Tim hadn't gotten along for years, and it was weird that all of a sudden her dad talked about Tim in such a solicitous and complimentary way. "How's Tim doing?" Roland had asked her. "I'd like to spend more time with him, sit down and talk with him and become pals." That caught her off guard. The two had hated each other for as far back as she could remember. Why was her father suddenly doing this about-face? Bebe Petrie was 15, a very intelligent 15, and she was no longer the easily manipulated little girl who always did what her father wanted her to do. Questions kept popping up in her mind. She even began to explore her doubts about her mother's murder. Cheryl Petrie's death remained a mystery 5 years after it occurred, and Bebe could no longer deny her sixth sense that her father might have had something to do with it. She didn't want that to be true. It was hard enough to have her mother gone. She didn't even want to think that her father had done something as bad as that. Secrets she had been forced to keep for a long time bubbled up to the surface of her consciousness, demanding that she tell someone. Part of her still loved her father, but she was afraid of him. After what had happened to Tim, they were all afraid of Roland and what he might do next. Bebe made up her mind to tell the police investigators about her doubts. 17. On Monday, March 22, 1993, Bremerton detective Louis Olin was officially assigned to the investigation of the attack or attempted kidnapping or burglary, whatever it was, of Tim Nash and his home. Olin had encountered Roland Petrie, Tim's stepfather, 2 years earlier. He was one of the detectives who investigated the theft of the Petrie family safe. That investigation was never successfully concluded, although Roland had recovered some of the jewelry reported to be missing in the murky incident in which he said he was beaten and cut by someone never identified. That had been a strange case. This alleged burglary was even more peculiar. Tim Nash appeared to be terribly frightened, but he wasn't hurt. There was always the possibility that he'd made up the whole thing to get attention. Any experienced detective knows that people give false reports of crimes for all kinds of reasons. With no sign of tool marks or broken windows, signaling a forced entry, and no one tripping the security system, it was natural to wonder if the kid had done it. Nothing was missing. But when Olin talked to both the victim and family members, taping their statements, they told him essentially the same things they told Officers M and Bogan the night before. None of them even suggested that Tim Nash might have made it all up. How would he have had access to Roland Petrie's van and the 2 bags later found in his bedroom? That didn't compute at all. Tim made a very believable witness. According to all reports, he was a good kid. Olin pursued his investigation on the assumption that someone had indeed lured him away from the house just long enough for the couple in black to sneak in. And he suspected what the Petrie family suspected, that for some reason Petrie himself had crept into his one-time home and threatened his stepson. Next, the Bremerton detective searched the 2 bags that Bebe Petrie had seen in her father's van at noon on Sunday, then in Tim's bedroom that night. The blue nylon bag, now marked number 1, held a 100-foot reel of white nylon rope, an open roll of duct tape, 2 rolls of duct tape still sealed in a package, several large plastic bags, a diver's knife in a black rubber sheath, foam earplugs,
a plastic sack from a Kmart store with a box half full of 44 Magnum bullets, and a receipt dated March 10th, 1993. Curious, Olin opened another, smaller Kmart bag. It held a full box of earplugs and more than a dozen greeting cards. There were 5 more cards in another sack, a package of utility knife blades, and a white handkerchief. So far, with the possible exception of the 44 rounds, there wasn't anything really ominous about the contents of the blue bag. There could be dozens of legitimate reasons for having rope, duct tape, and greeting cards. Even the earplugs and the diver's knife weren't suspicious. There were hundreds of people in the Puget Sound area who dove beneath its surface for sport. Olin turned next to the slumberjack bag. Inside, he found a bag from a Payless store. It held 3 packages of 5 by 8-inch cards. One was open, and several of the cards had printing on them, done with a black felt-tip pen. They seemed to be cue cards, meant for someone to read, or perhaps to memorize or simply say aloud. It was apparent that Tim was the one who was supposed to read them. Basically, the message was the same. Tim's voice, probably in a phone call, would say he was in some kind of trouble and that the only one who could help him was Roland Petrie. One read, "Hi, Mom, this is Tim. I moved out of the house." Another said, "I'm in trouble this time. I need Roland's help. I don't know if he'll help me because I switched his medication and then I put, I think, arsenic in his chewing." Olin couldn't tell whether the blurred next word was gum or tobacco. The writing ended abruptly. Why would Tim need cue cards? Why couldn't he just call up his mother and talk to her? Detective Olin asked Bebe Petrie to look at the cards to see if she could identify the writing on them. She could. It was her father's. For some reason, Roland Petrie had written a script for Tim to read. There were more papers in the white canvas bag. Della Roslin recognized them, even though she hadn't seen them for almost 2 years. They were the documents that had been in her stolen safe. Stuffed in a paper bag were marriage and birth certificates, passports, insurance policies, and legal documents. Roland's marriage certificate with Cheryl was there, as were birth certificates for some members of Della's and Roland's combined family. There were the adoption papers from when she had adopted Bebe and Andre. And there was a handful of newspaper clippings about Cheryl Petrie's homicide in Kitsap County, and even newspaper accounts of the trial after the murder of Dennis Archer on Whidbey Island, and Roland's conviction on conspiracy to commit that murder. Louis Olin had never believed that Roland wasn't involved in the theft of the safe back in 1991, but he hadn't been able to prove his complicity. Now, in this bag was proof that he had undoubtedly kept the fruits of that theft while collecting insurance for the loss. The only documents that ever surfaced were papers that Roland needed. All of Della's, Bebe's, Andre's, Tim's, and Amy's important papers were gone. But Roland managed to keep his birth certificate and that of his dead brother, Wade Petrie. Olin tended to believe Della Petrie when she said that Roland Petrie was connected to the incident with his stepson, Tim. But why? Surely he wouldn't have gone to all this trouble just to terrorize a kid he didn't like. Motive is a vital part in an investigation, and so far it was as obscure as a gray ship cruising on Puget Sound in a pea soup fog. One older mystery was solved, however. Bebe Petrie had identified her father's handwriting on the cue cards and also said that the handkerchief in the slumberjack bag belonged to Roland. Now she was finally ready to reveal a secret he had made her keep since she was 13. She cleared up the question of who had stolen the safe from her house in 1991. Bebe admitted that she had watched her father and Bud Halser carry the safe out. She explained, to her stepmother's shock, that at her father's insistence she accompanied them as they drove to an isolated spot near Panther Lake, Washington. She told Louis Olin and Della Roslin
that she saw the two men remove the contents of the safe before they attempted to bury it near an old outhouse. As they began to dig, they disturbed a nest of angry hornets. They abandoned that plan and drove instead to Renton, Washington, where she thought they left the safe with some relative of Uncle Bud's. Roland had warned Bebe that she must never tell that she saw him and Uncle Bud take the safe and bury it. His warning had been very effective. She was so frightened that she hadn't told the story until now. But Roland apparently hadn't been able to restrain himself from bragging to his daughter about how clever he was. Bebe also told Olin that she knew her father used another name to get his certified nursing assistant's license from the state of Louisiana. He used Wade Petrie's name and social security number, and he finagled a way to use the Louisiana CNA credits to gain employment in Washington state. Wade had been dead for almost half a century, and apparently no one checked on the authenticity of Roland's stolen identity. Bebe's admissions were a huge relief to her, and proved that Roland Petrie was a liar and a thief, though that wasn't a surprise to the investigating detective or Roland's latest estranged wife. But the question of motive, if he was involved in the attack on Tim Nash, remained. When Olin looked into the murders of Lieutenant Commander Dennis Archer and Cheryl Petrie, he learned that Roland Petrie had had an alibi in each case. He was far more likely to be a conspirator in a crime than the one who actually committed it. Maybe Uncle Bud was the man in black in the mask. Olin located the man Bebe called Uncle only to find that Bud Holzer had the best alibi of all. He was once again behind prison bars, and there was no way he could have been free to commit any kind of crime on the night of March 21st. It wasn't Holzer, and the woman's identity was even more difficult to puzzle out. All Tim could describe about her was that she had a good figure and that her voice sounded young. That woman soon returned to Tim's life. 18. On March 24th, 3 days after the home invasion, the Bremerton Police Department had an unexpected visitor. A nervous woman appeared, saying that she wanted to confess to a robbery. Her name was Beth Bixler. She had red hair and pale skin dusted with freckles. She was undoubtedly paler than usual now, but was pretty in a quiet way. She looked like the sort of young woman who should be teaching Sunday school rather than turning herself in as a felon. She was quickly escorted to an interview room, where Louis Olin and Detective Doug Wright listened with fascination to her story. They heard yet another woman go to bat for Roland Petrie. Beth Bixler told them that she had conspired with Tim Nash to work out a plan to fake his own kidnapping. Beth recalled that she had met Roland, Tim's stepfather, at her church 3 years before, and had participated in many church activities with him. She admitted that she recently found herself in love with him. Her husband accused her of having an affair with Roland, and her marriage completely collapsed. But her love for Roland Petrie was so compelling that she had accepted that she was headed for divorce. According to Beth, Tim called her and told her that Roland was trying to get back with his mother, Della. Tim didn't want that to happen. He hated Roland and wanted him to stay away forever. Beth said she didn't want the Petries to reconcile either. She loved Roland and wanted to be with him. So, she said, Tim had come up with a plan that would make Roland look really bad to Della, so that she would lose all respect for him and refuse to take him back. The detective stared at the woman who was confessing to what she called a complicated plot. They had seen Tim in the aftermath of the attack on him, and he certainly had not impressed them as the kind of mastermind who would suggest that Roland be framed to appear to be a monster. But that's what Beth Bixler was telling them. At this point, her version of the crime began to falter. She said Tim told her that if the two of them planted items that had obviously been in Roland's custody, specifically the 2 bags, in Della's house, Della would be furious. That didn't seem to be a particularly terrible thing for Roland to do. The investigators knew that Della allowed him to do his laundry there. She hinted that it was Tim's idea to make up a story about the couple in black who threatened him, knowing that Della would immediately suspect Roland. When Wright and Olin questioned Beth Bixler about the details of the plot, her answers became increasingly vague. But she continued to insist that Roland had done nothing wrong, that he wasn't even in Della's house on Sunday night, and had no knowledge of the plan she and Tim had formulated. She told them that it had basically been Tim's plot to get rid of a stepfather he hated. He was so persuasive that she went along with it in the hope that Della would be angry and reject Roland, and then she would have him to herself. Beth said she filled the 2 carry-all bags that were supposed to be given to Tim to put in his bedroom, and that a female and a male were there. But her description of the evidence didn't match what the detectives knew. She inadvertently put herself into the crime, slipping up and admitting that she was the female involved.
"The police were not supposed to be involved," she stammered. "Somehow, everything got messed up."
It didn't take much adept questioning by the detectives to shred Beth Bixler's story. Doug Wright told her frankly that the statement they had just taped was obviously false.
"After a brief discussion that we did not believe her story," Louis Olin told a Superior Court judge, at which time she was given the choice to tell the truth, and decided not to. She was arrested and charged with first-degree burglary, conspiracy, attempted kidnapping, and conspiracy to commit murder. "When was she arrested?" the judge asked. "She was arrested yesterday, March 24th, 1993.
Beth Bixler was stunned when Doug Wright placed her under arrest. She had probably been duped, just as Roland Petrie had duped so many other people, many of them women who, at least initially, were in love with him. At this point, her feelings were ambivalent. She still felt a very strong attraction to him, but she said that she had also come to be afraid of him. He had told her that he believed in revenge and that he knew people who owed him favors. Shaken, Beth was booked into jail. It took only a few hours for Beth Bixler to send word to Wright through the jail staff that she wanted to talk to him. It was 10 minutes after 10 that Wednesday night when Wright called Olin and then walked over to the jail. At Wright's request, the jail staff advised Beth Bixler of her rights under Miranda and asked her if she wanted to have an attorney present. She shook her head.
"I want to talk to the detectives," she said. "I want to tell them the truth and confess."
Even though the 2 detectives hadn't believed her original recitation of events, the real story was nevertheless a surprise. The winsome, church-going mother said that she was desperate for money, and the $3,000 in rent money that Roland promised her never materialized, even though she kept asking him where the renter who needed a safe house was. She was ready to listen to any solution he could offer her. Finally, Roland told her that he had developed another plan, one that would bring them a lot more money. He explained to her how much he disliked his stepson, Tim.
"He was responsible for the failure of my marriage to Della," Petrie said, "and now he's going to be involved in my new plan."
While Beth listened, both shocked and mesmerized, Roland laid out the specifics of his scenario. First, he and his good friend, Bud Halser, planned to kidnap Tim and hold him for $250,000 ransom. Currently in jail, Bud would have been out in plenty of time to help Roland. When Beth opened her mouth to protest, Roland jumped ahead.
"We won't really kidnap him," he promised her. "I know I can convince Tim to go along with the plan. See, I'm going to pay him $50,000 and buy him a plane ticket to Hawaii."
She wondered where the $250,000 was going to come from. Surely Della didn't have that kind of money. Roland said that was true, but Della's parents had a large and expensive home. Tim would be instructed to tell his mother that he had been abducted by people to whom he owed money. Then Della would persuade her parents to take out a second mortgage on their house.
They were very respectable citizens with good credit, and they loved their grandchildren. Roland was positive they would agree to do that, anything to save Tim from his kidnappers. They would be told to leave the $250,000 somewhere where Roland or Bud could retrieve it without being seen. Subsequently, Tim would be released. Nobody would be hurt, Roland had promised her. The police would never even know about any of it. It was a wild idea, a scheme rife with holes and things that could go wrong. What if Tim wouldn't go along with it? How long would it take to get a house refinanced? What if his grandparents refused to go into debt for $250,000? What if somebody called the FBI? Roland waved away all of Beth Bixler's questions, telling her that she lacked the ability to think big. He assured her that he had never had a plan go wrong, that he always won because he was a detail man with a great talent for predicting what people would do. It was all a matter of pushing the right buttons, and he knew where those buttons were. She was entranced with him, passionately in love with him. She had already betrayed her husband for him, shocked her church, and put her family in jeopardy, and she was about to lose her house because she couldn't pay her bills. Beth asked Roland what her part of the project would be. "Hardly anything," he said easily. "All we need is your house, just the basement of your house, actually. We have to have some place to hide Tim." She wondered about that. If Tim was cooperating and would get a ticket to Hawaii, why would they have to hide him? But Roland said they needed him at first. Tim would have to be available to make phone calls to his mother. If he were in Hawaii, there would be long-distance phone bills that could be traced. And there was also the matter of controlling Tim. Roland wanted to be right there with him to be sure he said the right things at the right time. One element of the perfect caper went awry early on. Bud Halser, who was to be Roland's wingman, was arrested for the umpteenth time and sent back to prison. He was no longer available to help Roland kidnap Tim. That wasn't a real problem, Roland told his new girlfriend. She could take Bud's place. It wouldn't require any particular strength. All she had to do was follow his instructions. First, they had to do some construction in the basement of Beth's house. She became caught up in the plotting, each step tumbling after the other until it seemed to make some crazy kind of sense. And the deeper she was pulled in, the more difficult it was for her to back out. Roland convinced her that they had to build a little room within a room that had to be soundproof, so that no one inside or outside the house would know where Tim was staying. The bathroom in Beth's basement was fairly good-sized, and Roland built a tiny room inside. By removing the shelves in a large closet in the bathroom, he constructed a space that was approximately 2 feet by 3.5 feet. He built a false wall that hid the entrance to the room within a room. He added thick layers of insulation to deaden any sounds coming from the cramped chamber. Then he pulled the flowered shower curtain over his handiwork, so that no one could detect that this was anything but a basement bathroom. Beth went on with her confession. The earplugs in the 2 bags accidentally left behind after the failed kidnapping had a purpose. Tim Nash was supposed to be tied up and taped to a chair in the hidden room. Then the earplugs would be inserted into his ears so he wouldn't be able to hear whether anyone was home in the house. Essentially, had the kidnapping been a success, Tim would have been held captive and deprived of most of his senses. He would not have been able to move, to see, to hear. If he called out for help, no one would be able to hear him outside the soundproofed walls. By this time, Beth said, she was terrified by Roland. She felt she had to continue with the plot.
I was afraid of not doing it, and I just didn't say no.
He instructed her to get a gun. She borrowed one from a co-worker, telling him that she was afraid to be alone and needed a gun for protection. Roland told her to buy a box of bullets and some greeting cards. They were to be used as letters that Tim would periodically send to various relatives. Beth said she wore brown gloves whenever she purchased the things on Roland's list at Kmart,
so she wouldn't leave any fingerprints behind. Roland prepared the script that Tim was to follow and printed the words carefully on the 5-by-8-inch lined card she bought. When Tim called his mother, he would be forced to stick to the words written on the cue cards. Roland's scenario called for Tim to tell his mother that he hated her and that she was responsible for making his life miserable and for his disappearance. Further, the script called for Tim to say that Roland was not to be blamed for leaving, that instead Della should notify Roland that Tim desperately needed his help. This woman, who never expected to see the inside of a jail, said she was completely trapped at this point and could find no way out of her lover's scheme. Beth said Roland's scenario moved along with a life of its own. Whether the detectives were buying her whole story was questionable, although it was apparent that she didn't have a strong personality. They could see how someone like Petrie could have dominated her. Doug Wright asked her what she and Roland had worn when they went to his former home to confront Tim Nash.
Roland was wearing black pants and either a black turtleneck or sweatshirt. I can't remember which right now. He had a black leather fanny pack and a black pair of shoes.
On his instruction, Beth said, she also wore black clothing, and they both wore dark ski masks. Actually, they had been geared up to kidnap Tim a week earlier than when they carried it out. Roland said they should do it on a Sunday night since he could be sure that Tim would be alone. They'd gotten dressed in black on March 14th, but for some reason Roland had a bad feeling and he put it off for a week. Roland had it worked out to the tiniest detail. He had Bud Holzer's girlfriend Bobby babysitting for Andre at his apartment. Bobby would also serve as an alibi for Roland, swearing that he had been home all evening. Bebe would be sitting for Beth's children so her father could be sure she wasn't in the house with Tim. Beth told Doug Wright that she was the female who called Tim.
On the way to the house, we stopped at the R&H market on Kitsap Way. I disguised my voice and called Tim and coaxed him to come to the pancake house.
After Roland and Beth were sure Tim had left his home, they went to Della Petrie's house, parked in the back, and entered the house through the garage.
Roland still had a key to the door. He turned off the alarm system and then unscrewed the light bulbs over the stairs and in Tim's room.
Beth said that when Tim returned, the alarm had temporarily activated, which spooked her, but Tim quickly turned it off.
I was in a state of shock at this point, she said. When the light didn't go on over the stairs, he walked up anyway. When he reached the landing, Roland pointed the gun at him and said, "Shut the fuck up."
Everything had started to collapse. She said Tim began to scream wildly, and someone in the apartment yelled and asked what was the matter. Beth said she and Roland ran to the bottom of the stairs and then ran from the house.
Roland was driving like a maniac when we left, and he was telling me I had to get rid of our masks and the gun, just dump them somewhere. We didn't notice that we'd left those big bags behind until we were driving away in the car. Roland asked me where they were, and I told him they were still in the house, and he said, "We're fucked."
It certainly seemed that they were. After they managed to lure Tim away from the house and were able to enter without a problem, nothing went as Roland planned. They weren't even able to accomplish the kidnapping, much less go forward with his foolproof plan to keep Tim tied up in Beth's basement until his grandparents came up with the $250,000 ransom. What would he have done with Tim at that point if Roland's scenario had worked? The answer was obvious. Roland could never have let Tim go free. Tim surely would have figured out who was holding him captive, even if the amateurish soundproof prison actually blocked out all sound, and Roland and Beth managed to change their voices enough to fool him when they checked on him. Tim would have become a major threat. Any reasonable person would deduce that Tim Nash, alive, could and probably would report Roland Petrie to the police. Tim Nash, like others less lucky, would have been worth more dead to Roland Petrie. 19. At 4:10 p.m. on March 24th, Superior Court Judge Karen B. Connolly issued an arrest warrant for Petrie, not for kidnapping or conspiracy, which were still under intense investigation, but for burglary stemming from the theft on July 13, 1991, of the family safe, which was still missing. That would be enough to take him off the street and give his family a measure of relief that he would not be sneaking back into their house. Just to be sure, Della Roslin obtained a restraining order that barred Roland from any contact whatsoever with his terrified family. Tim had believed his stepfather had wanted to kill him for a long time, and the rest of the Petrie family, including his daughter and estranged wife, were deathly afraid of Roland. The charges were soon amended to include the attempted kidnapping and burglary. Christian Cassad, Chief Criminal Deputy Prosecuting Attorney for Kitsap County, and Deputy Prosecutor Brian Moran were assigned to handle the state's case. Steve Sherman was appointed to represent Roland Petrie. Held on $500,000 bail, Roland said he was shocked that anyone could possibly deduce that he would hurt his family. He said that he suffered from such terrible feelings of loneliness and loss after Della asked him to move out and told him she was going ahead with a divorce, that he had come up with all the reasons he could to go back to what had been his home. Why would Della have allowed him to keep his key to the garage if she didn't still need him? He said he tried to find small repairs to make and took his laundry there, making any excuse he could to stay close to her and his children. As far as his having a sexual relationship with Beth Bixler, he laughed that off. He told detectives that he never considered sleeping with Beth and had no romantic feelings toward her. It was she, he insisted, who was the aggressor. She regularly came to his house, complaining about how miserable she was in her marriage, and they had commiserated with each other. Roland said he was taken aback when Beth approached him and asked him to kill her husband, promising him a share of his $200,000 insurance policy. I told her immediately that I did not kill people, he protested, seeming to be appalled at the very thought of it. But Beth had persisted in her demands that either Roland or someone he could hire would murder her husband. It was at that point, Roland said, that he realized that Beth might be just the kind of person who could help him create a false danger for his family. He thought he might be able to use her to work out a scenario that wouldn't truly be a menace to Della and the kids, but one in which he could appear to be their savior. Yes, he had told Beth Bixler a tall story of how Tim would be kidnapped and held for ransom. But her own greed took over, he recalled, and she came up with ideas on how they could accomplish the kidnapping. The holding room, the cards, and most of the other ideas were all hers, Roland said quietly. I just went along with several of her suggestions so she wouldn't guess my true intentions of pretending to rescue my family until the last minute. Roland Petrie swore he never meant for the plan to go beyond frightening Tim. He assured the investigators that all he planned was for someone to get into the house, frighten Tim into believing he was about to be abducted, and then leave. At that point, Roland would come back home, and his family would realize they needed him to take care of them. His marriage would resume, and they would all live happily ever after. But he knew that he couldn't do it himself. If he went into the house, Tim would recognize him. Beth was afraid to go in alone, so she found some young guy Roland did not know to pretend to be a kidnapper. It was she, he insisted, who said they needed a gun. I asked her to please just get a BB or a pellet gun. He sighed. Without my knowledge, she borrowed a .44 caliber gun from some co-worker. He added that Beth was having a sexual relationship with that man. On March 21st, Roland said he and Beth picked up a young man at the Handy Mart on Marine Drive. Then she called Tim and flirted with him, luring him to the pancake house. When they saw Tim riding by on his scooter, Roland drove to Della's house. Yes, he parked in the back and provided them with the key and the alarm system code. But he only waited in the car. Beth got out of his van, carrying the 2 bags of items she thought she needed, and the stranger carried the rifle case. Roland said he took the young man aside to be sure he understood that no one was to be hurt. All he was supposed to do was frighten Tim, then leave. No harm was to come to him. I told him that. Beth and the other man came running out of the house a short time later, and Roland drove off with them. He left the stranger at the Handy Mart, and then Beth took over the driving and dropped Roland at his house. As far as the theft of the safe holding Della's possessions, jewelry, and the family's documents, Roland admitted to that. But that had happened 2 years ago. He and Bud Holzer had taken the safe to retaliate against Della for trying to divorce him a year before, sneakily filing papers when he was far away visiting in Louisiana. Insurance? Of course not, he said. He never even thought of insurance on the safe. Roland maintained that Della was the one who filed the insurance claims, and that the money received from the company was deposited in her personal bank account. After he managed to recover the jewelry, he said, he attempted to report that to the insurance company, but they weren't interested. They told me the matter was closed and wasn't worth pursuing. Roland's great and good friend, Bud Holzer, presently in prison, was not charged in Tim's kidnapping attempt, but he was charged in the theft of the safe in 1991. As tight as the 2 men had been for years, Holzer's lawyer nevertheless set out immediately with motions to sever his case from Petrie's. Evidence showed that Holzer's girlfriend was involved in the kidnapping plot, too. She placed several phone calls to Bebe, who was babysitting for Beth Bixler, in an effort to give Roland a backup alibi. It was a matter of whom to believe, Beth Bixler or Roland Petrie. Their stories were diametrically opposed, each version rendering the other as entirely false. But if Beth Bixler was the brains behind the plot to kidnap Tim Nash, why had she come to the police in an attempt to take all the blame away from Roland? On the other hand, he had thrown her to the wolves quite easily. And Roland Petrie was the one who had a long rap sheet and a reputation for being a convincing liar. It wasn't that the investigators believed her just because she was a woman. They had seen a number of female felons. But Beth Bixler had no criminal past, and Roland had been tied to 2 homicides. Roland lied as easily as he breathed, and he had a history of filing claims with insurance companies. He was a shoplifter and a faithless lover. Was he only a con man and a grifter, or was he far more dangerous than that? It certainly seemed so when one considered the escalation of his alleged crimes over the past 20 years. He had been close to the violent deaths of both Dennis Archer and Cheryl Petrie, although his actual whereabouts at the moment of their murders was still murky. Even though she had come to fear him, Bebe Petrie clung to the hope that deep in his heart her father loved her and the family. That all crumbled when she and her boyfriend Mike were cleaning out Roland's rental house after his arrest for attempted kidnapping. As they made piles of things to keep and things to give to the Goodwill, they found the transcripts from the 1980 trial in which Roland testified against his mistress and his best friend. Reading them, Bebe suddenly came across the questions about Petrie's one-time plan to kill her for insurance money. To her shock and sadness, she finally comprehended just how little she meant to her father. She was only 15 years old when she realized the danger she had been in at the tender age of 20 months. On page 102 of the transcript, she read that her father admitted to buying an insurance policy on her life. A page later, he spoke of thinking about ways to kill her. "How did you plan on killing your daughter?" the defense attorney Gil Mullen asked him. "I thought about making it look like she accidentally got into some drugs. I thought about making it look like she was kidnapped.
I hadn't really come down to a final. The plan was that I was more leaning towards was her getting into the medicine cabinet. She was always crawling around getting into things. Did you call anybody? Seattle's Poison Control Center in reference to a drug overdose or anything in Seattle? Yeah. What was that about? I didn't know how much it would take. I called to see how much it would take, how many. I couldn't get any prescription drugs. I was thinking about sleeping pills. I wanted to know how much it would take to kill somebody.
Mullen had questioned Roland about the details of his buying the insurance policies.
Okay, now let's talk about the times that you bought these policies. When did you buy those $20,000 policies? I got the first policy during the first or second week I was there in Pennsylvania,
when he was picking Tiny Bebe up for a visit to Washington in 1980.
Before you thought of killing your daughter? Yes. And the second $20,000 policy was purchased after you thought of killing your daughter? Yes.
It is almost impossible to contemplate what reading these transcripts must have been like for a teenager. Now Bebe admitted to the prosecution team that she had always been afraid of her father and that he had continually tried to draw her into whatever his scheme of the moment was. But she had been much too fearful to tell anyone, even her adoptive mother, who was also frightened. With Roland shut away in jail, Bebe made copies of the court transcripts where her own murder was contemplated and gave them to the prosecutors and the investigators. They didn't disagree with her when she told them that she was finally convinced that her father had killed her mother. That was the very worst truth she had to accept. She had loved him so much, but his latest attack had been just another of his sinister schemes, this time to take away the only family she had left. His lies and manipulations were obvious. Della Rosalind Petrie talked to the investigators about her fear of Roland Petrie. He had been a very romantic boyfriend, but once they were married, he soon became another person. She was shocked by the way he twisted the truth to suit his purposes. Her family had seen through him before she had, as families often do. But she had been bedazzled by him. That caused a rift between Della and her family, although she was working hard to mend it. Della had always enjoyed a good reputation, and she felt that her association with Roland had tainted her image and cost her promotions at work. Worst of all was how he had persuaded her to distrust her son. She regretted the pain that Tim had gone through and vowed to make it up to him if she could. Della knew her children were all suffering from post-traumatic stress. To be at home with them during nighttime hours, she resigned from her second-shift job at Tacoma General Hospital. She had been making about $70,000 a year. Suddenly, her income had dropped to $24,000. Like Bebe, Della came to believe that Roland was behind Cheryl Petrie's murder, even though she had been his main alibi witness. 5 years earlier, he persuaded her that he had come to bed that Saturday night at almost exactly the time Cheryl locked up PJ's Market and headed for home. She had had no reason to doubt Roland at the time, but now Della wasn't so sure. Everyone in the Petrie house was sleeping, either in bed or in front of the TV set, between 11:30 p.m. and 12:30 a.m. Everyone but Roland. Roland told Della that it was 11:30 when he came to bed, but she hadn't checked. It was an hour later when they made love. When Della awakened at 5 the next morning, he was right there beside her. But had he really been there all night? Bebe knew that she hadn't watched wrestling on television with her father that night because she had gotten so sleepy that she went to bed. But she was only 10 years old at the time, much too young to even understand what an alibi was. Now she did. 20. Beth Bixler had plenty of time to think about what a fool she had been.
She was the one who had taken almost all of the risks. The only thing Roland had done was to finally agree to go into the house with her to grab his stepson. She had borrowed the gun, bought all the items Roland needed, made the phone calls to Tim, and afterward, when everything had gone wrong, Roland ordered her to get rid of the ski masks, the gloves, and the rifle. He even talked her into going to the police and telling lies meant to remove all suspicion from him. Doug Wright asked Beth where she had disposed of the rifle and the other items. She told them, and their hearts sank. Anyone who thinks being a detective is all intrigue and excitement should know they often have to endure repugnant assignments that nobody would ever choose to perform. Beyond working a homicide crime scene with the corpse of the victim still present, searches for physical evidence too often lead them through garbage dumps or rat-infested hiding places under bridges and in sewers. Now the Bremerton and Kitsap County investigators had an even worse job ahead of them. It was almost dark on March 24th when Beth Bixler rode with Louis Olin and Wright to a park near Port Ludlow, pointing out places where she had thrown away the ski masks and the 2 pairs of gloves worn during the abortive kidnapping. It was 2 when they found the women's outhouses where Beth said she left the gloves and masks. They had come prepared, as much as they could be. "We had salmon fishing poles with big hooks on them," Wright recalled, "and we were there all night long, fishing through the sewage." Using the high-powered flashlights to see, they dug through the human waste and the trash and garbage cans. They found 1 black racer-type glove with a white stripe on it in the filthy muck of an outhouse. The glove was just as Beth described. The next morning, Olin, accompanied by Detectives Andy Oakley and Dee Trudeau and Sergeant K. Long, returned to Port Ludlow to continue the search. After a long, nauseating exploration in the privy, they found another glove, one of the brown gloves Beth wore when she purchased the bullets, greeting cards, and ski masks. Olin went to the rock breakwater that held back the surging waters of Puget Sound. There he gazed down into the water, trying to make out what seemed to be a rifle. Luckily, the tide was out, and he could see a Winchester-type .44 Magnum rifle. The butt portion was sticking out of about 3 inches of water. Beth Bixler's house was located in Kitsap County, and Doug Wright and Jim Harris prepared to search it to see if the outrageous plan Beth had outlined to Wright was really true. "We went all out on that," Wright remembers. "If there was evidence of that kidnapping plan in her house, we were going to find it." Armed with a search warrant, the detectives swarmed over both Beth Bixler's house and Roland Petrie's green Ford Econoline van with its handicapped license plate. They particularly wanted to inspect the basement bathroom to see if there really was a hidden holding room there. There was. The thought that a human being was to have been held in the near coffin-sized space was sobering. Had Tim Nash not managed to escape from Roland and Beth, he would have been imprisoned in this impossibly small, airless room, so tiny it would make anyone claustrophobic. Gagged, Tim's voice would almost certainly have failed to carry through the walls that Roland had covered with thick insulation. Tied to a chair, his ability to hear shut off by earplugs, probably blindfolded, Tim's confinement would have been torturous. The detectives took dozens of photos that would be exhibits at Petrie's trial. The pictures showed Beth Bixler's basement, the holding cell itself, the insulation, earphones, earplugs, a knife and rope, and numerous receipts from Costco, Home Depot, and Walmart for the purchase of tools and the lumber used to build the silent chamber in Beth's basement. The Bremerton detectives found that Roland hadn't even bothered to remove the leftover pieces of lumber from his van. There they also found the family records that had once been in the stolen safe, in good shape, because for years they'd been kept in a plastic bag. The duct tape, cue cards, and ammunition certainly dovetailed with Beth Bixler's description of the kidnapping she said Roland had planned. If there had ever been any romantic connection between Roland Petrie and Beth Bixler, and detectives believed there had, there no longer was one. Now they were both in jail, and Roland evinced shock that Beth had betrayed him. He insisted that she didn't know what she was talking about. Yes, he had originally deceived her when he told her that they were going to kidnap Tim and hold him for ransom. And yes, he had built a holding cell for Tim in the basement of Beth's house. But that was all a false plot, never meant to come to fruition. "I never intended to go through with it," he said. "I just wanted to scare my family. I just wanted to be around to foil the attempt so Della would feel the need to have me move back in the home to protect them." He had wanted Della to understand the sense of loss that he felt when his marriage collapsed, and he was banished to live alone. When detectives asked him about the theft of the safe, Roland finally admitted that he had taken it from Della's house. "But I never received or cashed any insurance checks from that," he claimed once more, not very convincingly. Trial dates for Roland Petrie were set and reset at the request of the defense for a delay. As he had done after he was arrested for the murder of Lieutenant Commander Dennis Archer on Whidbey Island 13 years earlier, Roland Petrie apparently suffered a mental collapse and made a half-hearted suicide attempt in the Kitsap County Jail. Judge Carolyn Haberly asked for a mental evaluation by a psychologist from the Washington State Department of Social and Health Services. Dr. Greg Gagliardi was appointed and met with Roland Petrie on April 8, 1993. This time, there was no Targan, the entity that Roland blamed for Archer's death in 1980. When Gagliardi said that he would like to review reports of Petrie's earlier breakdowns and his alleged stroke in 1991, and those of his outpatient counselor and the neurologist who verified the stroke's effects to the Social Security Administration, Roland looked at him and said that he could not sign permission slips because he wasn't Roland Petrie. "I'm Wade Petrie," he said. "The records say I died when I was 2, but I didn't really die. I was in a coma, and I didn't come out of it until 1988. You'll have to ask Roland's attorney to sign those permission slips for you." Gagliardi stared at the man before him. Was he really looking at a dual personality? Or was this a show put on just for him? He attempted to point out inconsistencies in Roland/Wade's premise. Wade denied that he had ever been in the Marine Corps, even after Gagliardi pointed out the large Marine Corps tattoo on his upper left arm. He tended to think that Roland Petrie was malingering and that his performance was exceedingly amateurish and thoroughly unconvincing. Despite the prisoner's refusal to let him access his earlier psychiatric records, there was plenty of information on him on file in the correction system of the state of Washington. The psychologist knew the basics of Roland's family history. There was no evidence of psychiatric disorder in any of his family members. Roland had always tested above average in IQ tests, and he had a stellar service record. He was a model inmate on McNeil Island. He'd done very well in college courses, both in prison and after he was paroled. But now Roland Petrie was acting psychotic. He seemed to know he was in Bremerton, but thought the county was either King or Kansas City. He couldn't, or wouldn't, remember even 3 objects shown to him, and couldn't count backward by 7. Yet in other intelligence tests Gagliardi gave him, Petrie scored slightly above average. On one test, Petrie scored in the bottom 0.007 percentile of the relevant adult population. If the present mental status examination findings and test results were to be believed, Dr. Gagliardi wrote, it would indicate that Mr. Petrie is not only suffering from multiple personality disorder, but also that the alter personality, Wade Petrie, is moderately mentally retarded or moderately demented. But Gagliardi didn't believe him for a minute. He talked to Petrie's family and to Beth Bixler, and he believed the patient was faking. He mixed up his symptoms in ways that warred with what or who he was attempting to portray. The psychologist even doubted that Petrie had suffered a stroke that allegedly made him 100% disabled. There were no indications of it. He felt he was looking at a Class A imposter. One of the mental evaluations of Roland Petrie was available to Dr. Gagliardi. He read about the 1980 case and mentioned it in his 1993 report. While undergoing a forensic mental evaluation pursuant to charges of second-degree murder, Mr. Petrie malingered symptoms of psychosis. Dr. Gagliardi made the following DSM-3R, the Bible used by psychologists and psychiatrists, diagnoses. Axis 1. 1. Malingering, V65.20. 2. Alleged adult antisocial behavior, V71.01. Axis 2. Antisocial personality disorder, by history. Axis 3. Alleged stroke resulting in 100% disability, March 1991. Unconfirmed. These terms are meaningful to professionals in mental health. According to this summary, Roland Petrie was much like any number of felons who make headlines. Next, Dr. Gagliardi wrote a narrative that would hopefully help the court decide what Roland Petrie's sentence should be for the crimes where he had chosen to take the Elford plea, which stipulated that he denied guilt, but believed he would be found guilty in a trial. Roland had every reason to hope that he would get a short sentence. Hadn't he, after all, walked out of prison in only 6 years after his first conviction of murder? Surely the simple theft of a safe, and what he insisted was nothing more than a little scheme gone wrong, wouldn't bring him even that much prison time. Dr. Gagliardi was not of the same mind. Forensic Psychological Opinions. As the foregoing evaluation shows, Mr. Petrie is not suffering from a major mental disease or defect. Consequently, by statutory definition, he is competent to stand trial. Moreover, the available information suggests that at the time of the alleged burglary and the attempted kidnapping, Mr. Petrie was not suffering from symptoms of a mental disease or defect. The factual basis for my opinion is not only a clinical assessment of Mr. Petrie, but also the statements of witnesses, particularly Mrs. Beth Bixler, who knew the defendant well over a period of the alleged offenses. Since Mr. Petrie is not suffering from a major mental disease or defect, he would not qualify for an insanity defense. By state law, I am obliged to render an opinion regarding the defendant's future dangerousness. If the information presented in the voluminous police discovery materials is in fact true, there can be little doubt that Mr. Petrie represents a particularly high risk of engaging in future felonious acts, jeopardizing public safety and security. If it is ultimately shown that Mr. Petrie did kill his first wife, Cheryl, this, taken together with his past conviction for second-degree murder and the present allegations, would indicate that Mr. Petrie is not only at high risk for engaging in future felonious offenses, but also at high risk for engaging in future homicide. In view of the past allegations that the defendant is capable of engaging in extremely risky, self-injurious behavior as a means for achieving his personal goals, there is some risk that he could constitute a risk for harming himself in the Kitsap County Jail. Dr. Gagliardi was not sure that Roland would be a danger to himself, but he had certainly demonstrated he was a likely candidate to be a danger to others. He saw no reason to spend more time with Roland Petrie. It would only be a waste of the taxpayers' money because Roland was playing games. He wasn't cooperating, and he continued to pretend he was the resurrected Wade Petrie, not Roland Petrie at all.
The long summer of 1993 crawled by, and detectives from several jurisdictions continued to add evidence to the case against Roland Petrie. He had tested mostly below normal with Dr. Gagliardi, and well above normal in his scholastic venues and in prison. But despite all his planning and preparation to carry out crimes, he had always had a certain klutziness about him. Maybe he underestimated those who tracked him. Maybe he was only careless. He assumed that his telephone conversations with a number of people involved in what was to have been a smooth caper to kidnap Tim Nash would be private. He had a private phone line, but he never learned how investigators could put traps on phones, obtain phone company records, or trace calls made from inside jails and prisons. As it happened, neither Petrie nor the police expected that someone unconnected to his ambitious scheme might listen in on his calls. A man named Wally Ersker lived next door to the house Roland had moved to after Della kicked him out. 4 years earlier, Ersker had purchased a set of realistic brand walkie-talkies to use when he was hiking or camping with friends. They were fairly powerful, 49.83 megahertz, and Ersker discovered that he could easily pick up phone conversations in the house next door to his. Technically, it was illegal to monitor someone else's phone conversation, and some might well characterize Ersker as a busybody. Nevertheless, the conversations that came over his walkie-talkies were hard to ignore. They were electrifying enough that Ersker felt he should report them to someone, especially after Roland Petrie and Beth Bixler were arrested. He called Detective Andy Oakley and repeated what he had heard back in February and March. Ersker said he hadn't recognized the voices he had heard at 1 a.m. on March 10, 1993. His ears perked up when he heard a discussion about leaving a van in a shopping mall parking lot with the keys in it, in the hope that it would be stolen. In subsequent calls, he heard a man talking with a woman. They were discussing insurance fraud and car theft, getting a key to a side door somewhere, and obtaining a gun. By this time, Ersker thought he knew the man's voice. It was that of his new neighbor, Roland Petrie. Petrie kept talking about someone named Tim who was screwing him over. Apparently, this Tim would be sending postcards from his travels for a couple of weeks. The female voice reminded Petrie that they would have to take the tape off Tim's eyes so he could sign the cards. "We'll have to disguise our voices around him," Petrie warned her. The planning went on. Ersker wasn't sure what they meant to do, but it sounded pretty suspicious. The voice he was sure was Petrie's said that Tim would be sleeping upstairs. He said that he knew the code to the alarm system, and he and the woman talked a little about deactivating the system. Wally Ersker took to watching Petrie's rental house to see if there was any strange activity over there. "About 3 p.m. on March 21st, he told Oakley, "I saw Roland Petrie breaking out the passenger side wing window on a maroon van. Then he swept all the broken glass from the sidewalk." 2 hours later, as he listened on his walkie-talkies, Ersker heard a man named Bud start making collect phone calls to Roland. The calls were coming from the King County Jail. "This Bud guy was saying something about Roland taking the van and putting it on the Seattle-Bremerton ferry. And then Bud would have somebody pick it up and take it to Darrington, Washington, and hide it." Bud talked about a woman named Bobby and said that a woman named Beth could use her car. The man calling from jail also asked if he was going to make any kind of profit for helping Roland. He asked about jewelry, gold, rifles, or handguns, or anything that Roland would give to him. Roland said he could get Tim's school ring and give him that. It appeared to Ersker that something big was going down on the 3rd Sunday in March, because the calls were coming closer together. Bud's next collect call to Petrie came in about 7:15 p.m. This time, it was a female who accepted the call, but it wasn't the woman Ersker had come to recognize as Beth.
There had been another call from the county jail at 8:10 p.m. The woman next door laughed as she told Bud that Roland was showing off his fashions in basic black. He heard a male voice warn, "Don't say nothing to her what's happening." Without Beth Bixler's confession, the myriad phone calls that Wally Erskine reported wouldn't have made much sense. But her details made it all clear. Bud Halser was, of course, Roland's friend who was to have been the co-kidnapper of Tim Nash. But Bud was stuck in jail in Seattle, so Beth had to help kidnap Tim. She had told Doug Wright that she had never met Bud, but had talked to him on the phone on 3 occasions. She also heard Roland planning the crime with him during their phone calls. Roland told her about a 3-way call among himself, Bud, and Bud's girlfriend, Bobby. On the night of the kidnapping, Bobby would be at Roland's house, babysitting the 5-year-old Andre and also accepting collect calls from Bud. If anyone checked, phone records would prove that someone at Roland's house, presumably Roland himself, had accepted collect calls at the exact time Tim was being kidnapped. That was to be Roland's alibi.
Roland told me that he and Bud had been planning for 2.5 years to kidnap Tim,
Beth told Wright.
He said that they stole the safe as the first part of that plan. That was just to set up Tim.
The van they used in the abortive kidnapping belonged to Beth. It was a year-old Chevy, and she was months behind in the payments. Bobby, Bud's girlfriend, was supposed to drive it away after they locked Tim up in Beth's basement. But Bobby lost her nerve, so, Beth said, she and Roland drove it to Snohomish County, north of Seattle. With the wing window broken out, it would be easy for someone to steal it. It was probable that Petrie would then advise Beth to make an insurance claim so that her van would be paid off. She might even realize some profit. On May 1st, 1993, Bud Halser was charged with willful destruction of insured property. On June 15th, his indictment was amended to include conspiracy to commit kidnapping in the first degree. Halser, always before a willing participant in Roland Petrie's schemes and his longtime close friend, no longer wanted to be associated with him. Through his lawyer, Halser petitioned to have the charges against him completely severed from any courtroom proceedings involving Petrie. Obviously, he had not participated in person in the clumsy kidnapping of Tim Nash. He was locked up tight in the King County Jail. As far as the theft of the Petrie family safe, Halser insisted that he was simply helping his good friend move a heavy item, much as any friend would help someone move. He said he had no idea the safe was stolen. Roland was in a much more tenuous position than Bud. On September 9, 1993, faced with the multitudinous physical evidence and eyewitness testimony against him, Roland Petrie, who appeared to be fully restored to sanity, entered Alford pleas to several charges against him before Judge Carolyn Haberly of the Kitsap County Superior Court. He was not admitting guilt. The Alford plea meant that he was neither admitting nor denying guilt, but that he believed he would be found guilty if his case went to trial. There were indeed many charges against him, and Chris Cassad, the prosecutor, intended to ask for exceptional sentences for each of them. Given Petrie's record and that he had taken advantage of the very people who should have had reason to trust him, his own family, made his alleged crimes particularly egregious. Still feeling confident, Roland Petrie took the Alford plea in Count 1, first-degree burglary, Count 2, conspiracy to commit first-degree kidnapping, and to further charges, many evolving from the theft of the family's safe and its contents, willful destruction of insured property, and theft in the first degree. Sentencing would come later. In the meantime, Roland moved ahead to add luster to his reputation as a loving and caring man. Tears welled up in his eyes as he spoke about Cheryl Petrie's murder to a pre-sentence investigator. a 23-year veteran of the Flint Police Department in Michigan. The investigator had been a detective sergeant before he retired to do private work. He had had ample opportunity over the years to study human nature. He found Roland Petrie an interesting challenge. Roland said he felt he was being singled out and punished again because people suspected that he had killed his first wife. And that simply wasn't true.
"I didn't kill her," he sobbed. "I knew when she was murdered that I would be blamed for it. There's a time in a person's life when things like that can happen, and everything just goes downhill from then on. I knew I'd never get my nursing license after she died. I've never been able to recover from that or clear myself."
Even though he had semi-confessed to the current charges and was awaiting sentencing, Roland continued to try to improve his image by doing his own PR. He readily agreed to speak with a reporter from The Independent, Port Orchard's newspaper. He had to share the front page with Beth Bixler, but Roland got more coverage. Beth helped the detectives after her first obviously false story of Tim's kidnapping, and she was prepared to testify against him if he had gone to trial. Because she had no prior record, and because the investigators and the judge believed she was telling the truth, Beth had been sentenced to only 4 years in prison. With good time, she could hope to be back with her 3 children sooner than that. Beth had lost her marriage, come close to bankruptcy, and was no longer a member in good standing of the Church of Abundant Life because of her obsession with Roland, but at least the court gave her a break in her sentence. She was not the primary motivator behind the crime, Chris Cassad told his staff writer, Verena Palmer. It was obviously thought up by Petrie. Roland Petrie, speaking in the Kitsap County Jail, told Verena Palmer that he was horrified at the prospect of receiving a 12-year sentence, the exceptional sentence sought by the prosecutors, Cassad and Moran. That was unthinkable to a man who cried as he spoke of how much he truly loved his family. Roland persisted in his version of what he considered a non-crime. He said that he saw himself as a hero, as only a simple man who tried his best to preserve his family. He had always been their protector, and he desperately needed to show them how very vulnerable they were without him. To be sure they were all protected, Roland related that he often parked nearby and stared at their house, sometimes spending all night, his eyes burning from lack of sleep as he watched over them. He had to find some way to prove to Della that she needed him to come home. He had even fantasized about different ways he could rush into the house at just the right moment when they were having a problem or even foil a crime in progress. If a rapist or a voyeur threatened his vulnerable family, he would be the shining knight there to save them.
"I didn't even have any certain crime I was saving my family from. I would just fantasize, being there for the emergency, being there when I was needed."
Maybe he felt this way because he hadn't been able to save Cheryl. He said,
"I've always felt totally responsible for Cheryl Petrie's death. I feel that if we had not divorced, she'd still be alive. I suppose I'll feel that way ad infinitum. The guilt is overbearing."
Roland said he probably deserved to go to prison for the unsuccessful kidnapping of Tim, but he didn't feel it should be for the 12 years that might lie ahead.
"I was just trying to get back in my house to be part of a family."
Roland made sure that the Independent's reporter saw the results of a private polygraph he had taken on September 11th. John L. Ketchum administered the lie detector test to Roland, hooking him up to the usual leads: blood pressure, galvanic skin response, respiration, heart rate, pulse. Petrie's attorney conferred with Ketchum. They chose 35 questions, going back to 1980 when Lieutenant Commander Dennis Archer was murdered in Oak Harbor. Ketchum asked the questions and watched the pens on the polygraph move along the chart. Question: Were you at the apartment with Maria Archer while Stephen Guidry shot and killed Dennis Archer in the Archer home? Answer: Yes. Question. Did you and Stephen Guidry conspire to kill Dennis Archer? Answer. Yes. Question. Did Maria Archer ask you to kill or have Dennis Archer killed? Answer. No. To questions about whether he had known about Dennis Archer's insurance policies, Petrie answered no. He also denied that he bought insurance on Bebe's life when she was a toddler for any reason other than because he was preparing for a custody battle with Cheryl. Question. Was the last time you saw Cheryl Petrie on Sunday, October 9th, 1988? Answer. Yes. Question. Did you leave your home on the morning of October 16th, 1988, to purchase the Tacoma News Tribune and gasoline for your car? Answer. Yes. Question. Did you meet with anyone on the morning of October 16th, 1988? Answer. No. Question. On the previous night, October 15th, 1988, did your stepdaughter's conversation with Della delay your going to bed? Answer. Yes. It seemed odd that Ketchum did not ask if Roland killed Cheryl. Rather, he moved on quickly to queries about Beth Bixler. Question. After your refusal to kill Dwayne Bixler, did Beth Bixler then offer that you and she could share in Dwayne Bixler's $200,000 life insurance? Answer. Yes. Question. Was your response also no? Answer. Yes. The polygrapher asked Roland if Beth had told him she was romantically and sexually involved with a man other than her husband. He answered yes. Question. Did Beth Bixler approach you to have her van stolen for a sum of money to be given to her? Answer. Yes. The lie detector test ordered by Roland's defense lawyer resulted in Ketchum's belief that the subject had replied truthfully. At least, his physiological responses indicated no deception. There were several ways to react to these startling results. One was that Roland Petrie was an honest man, wrongly accused. Another was that the questions asked of him were carefully crafted to avoid those that would evoke the strongest response. It was also possible that Petrie was a human completely without conscience, one who felt no guilt and no remorse. Without those emotions or any real apprehension about punishment, antisocial personalities often pass lie detector tests. Polygraphs are not foolproof. They depend upon the person who administers them, the emotional state of the subject, possible personality disorders in the subject, and a number of other factors. Unless both the prosecution and defense agree, lie detector results are not admissible in a trial for those very reasons. Verena Palmer wrote down what Roland told her. He seemed sure that those who read his version of the story would see that he was a much maligned innocent man, and that the judge would feel the same way. Hadn't he proved that with his lie detector results? He had not. 21. In December 1993, Roland Petrie was to appear for sentencing for first-degree burglary, conspiracy to commit first-degree kidnapping, willful destruction of insured property, and first-degree theft. Chris Cassad stated his reasons for believing that Petrie deserved an exceptional sentence. There were 6 factors to consider: abuse of trust, sophistication and planning, deliberate mental cruelty, lack of remorse, an especially culpable mental state, and, Cassad stated, that Petrie's crimes were more egregious and onerous than typical crimes in the 4 classifications. While it is difficult to say what makes a crime typical, it is true that most criminals don't confine their nefarious plots almost entirely to members of their own families. Roland Petrie had been a flim-flam man to get relatively small amounts of money from strangers, colleges, and government agencies, but his master plans involved his wives, children, and mistresses. He appeared to have loyalty to no one, except himself, and concern for only his own wants and needs. Kassad felt it was appropriate to impose a sentence of 50 years in prison and an additional 5 years of post-release supervision. On December 17, 1993, Judge Haberly sentenced Roland Petrie to 240 months in prison, with credit for 268 days already served in the Kitsap County Jail, on count 1, and 120 months, with credit for the 268 days, on count 2. It was less than Chris Kassad had asked for, but far more than Steve Sherman, the defense counsel, felt was called for. Roland Petrie had been afraid of getting 12 years in prison. Now he faced more than 25 years of captivity. He was 41 years old and would be 65 or more when he was paroled. Petrie was also ordered never to have contact with his wife and children. The prisoner's immediate family picked up the frayed strands of their lives, although the emotional damage they suffered would never really go away. They moved on, some of them changing their names. Living in constant fear leaves victims with a programmed panic reaction. And with it all, Cheryl Petrie's murder was still a cold case. Despite the genuine suspicions of dozens of investigators, they were still unable to link her ex-husband to the terrible beating that ended her life. Years passed. Cheryl's children grew up, but they never forgot their mother, and their overwhelming need to bring her some measure of justice didn't go away. 22. 2003. In the decade since Roland Petrie's conviction in 1993, forensic science leapt ahead with remarkable techniques. Police departments across America established cold case squads. The Seattle Police Department was one of them. Greg Mixell and Richard Gagnon were the first Seattle homicide detectives assigned to read through cases that had gone unsolved for many years. Although Cheryl Petrie's life was centered in Bremerton and Port Orchard, and most investigators had concluded that she probably died there, her body was found in Seattle proper. By 2003, cold case squads utilizing DNA matches were closing unsolved cases in mounting numbers. Mixell and Gagnon had solved a dozen cold cases, and they continued to move forward, mowing them down one by one. Hank Gruber, Rudy Sutlovich, and their sergeant Joe Sanford had retired from the Seattle Police Department by late 2003, although they never forgot the Petrie case. Kitsap County detectives Doug Wright and Jim Harris had also retired. Cheryl's murder lingered in their minds, too, as unfinished business. But it was more than that for all the detectives, uniformed officers, and criminalists who had worked Cheryl's murder case. She had been a warm and loving woman, a young mother, a friend to dozens of people. There is an unseen bond that links murder victims with the men and women who strive to find out exactly what happened to them and why. The investigators come to know the victims as well as, often better than, those who have known them in life. It is a heavy responsibility that doesn't go away when a case is over, and an unsolved case is never over. Hank Gruber, who now works in courthouse security, has always kept in close touch with his former colleagues in the homicide unit, and he was one of the first to learn from Greg Mixell and Richard Gagnon that there might be a revitalized probe into Cheryl Petrie's murder, now 15 years in the past. He was elated, as were the other detectives who had hoped that this day would come. There was someone who knew what had happened to Cheryl Petrie, someone other than the person or persons who had killed her. The knowledge had eaten away at his conscience for years, acid thoughts that disturbed his sleep and made him feel guilty, even though he had not participated in her death. But he was in prison, and there are few more dangerous things to do while in prison than to tell other prisoners secrets. Snitches don't last long in prison. They have unfortunate accidents or untimely deaths. Even those who do come forward lose some of their effectiveness because their identity has to be protected by the law enforcement agencies they contact. Not surprisingly, they rarely agree to testify in court. Why do they come forward at all? Some prison informants do it because they have consciences. Some tell what they know out of the need for revenge. Others hope they might get their own sentences shortened. A few of them are just natural-born tattletales and gossips. Since Roland Petrie was well acquainted with the much-shortened lifespans of prison snitches, he may have assumed that no one on the wrong side of the bars would be a threat to him, especially since with his contrived charisma, he had always been popular in prison. But there was at least one person who didn't like him at all. The vast majority of inmates are serving sentences for crimes that haven't physically hurt anyone. They have mothers and wives and children. They deplore sexual crimes and murder, particularly against female victims, just as much as anyone on the outside. Cheryl Petrie hadn't had a chance, and that galled the man who managed to get a message out to the Seattle police investigators. With all the names that had come to the original detectives working Cheryl's murder, the name this person put forward was new. Somehow he had never been mentioned in connection with her death. He wasn't a big-time felon at all, just a druggie, both a user and a pusher. His name was Frederick James McKee. His mugshot showed a cadaverous man, pale and thin with haunted eyes. If he was a likely suspect, there was no tearing hurry to contact him. He wasn't going anywhere. In 2003, Fred McKee was in the Washington State Prison in Walla Walla, serving 12 years for manufacturing methamphetamine. Petrie, still in prison himself at the Washington State Reformatory in Monroe, couldn't even hope for a parole hearing until 2018. The cold case detectives had plenty of time to investigate. McKee wasn't listed as one of Roland's close associates during his stint at McNeil Island in the 80s, but according to the prison informant, Roland had done fatal business with McKee. A convict's accusing McKee of a 15-year-old murder wasn't enough to charge him. Greg McSell and Dick Gagnon would have to find a way to connect him to Cheryl with physical evidence gleaned on the night of her murder. McKee was 29 or 30 at the time of Cheryl's murder. Now he was 45. Roland was 51. It would be difficult to work back through the intricate connections among and between convicts who served parallel prison terms on McNeil Island in the 80s, their release dates, where they were while on supervised parole, and their associates. Roland had his close friends on the outside he'd kept up with, and he'd even tried to go back to prison to visit some of his tightest buddies, for instance, Bud Halser. Would it be possible to link Petrie and McKee, or Petrie, Halser, and McKee? Maybe it wouldn't be necessary to go that route. If Gagnon and McSell could tie McKee to some part of the direct physical evidence found in Cheryl's topaz, they would have a strong case. In 1988, DNA was a little-used forensic tool. It had been successful in closing a landmark homicide case in England the year before, but this had involved taking DNA samples from every male in a small town, more than 5,000 of them. When Cheryl was murdered, detectives and crime scene specialists had retrieved blood, body fluid, hair, and tissue samples in the hope that they could obtain DNA matches. However, at the time it took a large sample to test for DNA, one that was usually destroyed by the tests themselves. Moreover, there was no national registry then of known DNA comparisons, not like the millions of fingerprints available from the AFIS, Automated Fingerprint Identification Systems, computer system. But the early investigators hadn't been able to retrieve usable fingerprints. The cost of DNA testing was also prohibitive in the early days of forensic investigation. Fortunately, Hank Gruber is an extremely precise man, and he had saved and labeled every scintilla of possible evidence he gleaned from Cheryl Petrie's car. Evidence from her autopsy had also been carefully preserved. Gruber had always believed that something that existed in that silver car on the night Cheryl's body was found would lead to her killer, despite the many blind alleys they went down in the intervening 15 years. Cheryl's wrists had been bound behind her with strapping tape, and that tape still existed in the Seattle Police Department's evidence room. The killer hadn't left his fingerprints, but was it possible that he left something else of himself on that tape? Greg McSell and Dick Gagnon obtained a search warrant to get Fred McKee's DNA samples, so they could compare them with material isolated from the strapping tape. And finally, after so many years, they learned that the crime scene processing done in October 1988 had come to fruition after all. It just happened to take more than 15 years for forensic science to catch up with this unsolved murder. Fred McKee's skin cells still clung to the tape he had used to bind Cheryl's hands. He might as well have written his name in her blood on the night of October 15th. What could have possessed him to carry out such a cruel assignment? McKee admitted to McSell and Gagnon that he met Roland Petrie and the anonymous protected witness while they were all serving time in prison. He had harbored no ill feelings toward Cheryl. He didn't even know her. His motive was money. Roland Petrie promised him between $5,000 and $10,000 if he would kill Roland's wife. The money was there, according to Petrie. McKee would just have to wait for it a while, until her insurance paid off. Roland was still in the reformatory in Monroe, a small town about 25 miles northeast of Seattle. The Seattle cold case detectives traveled there to talk to him. He had a story to tell McSell and Gagnon. His version of the motive behind the attack on Cheryl might even have been convincing, if it weren't so familiar. The detectives had, of course, read over the Kitsap County and Bremerton Police Department files regarding the attempted kidnapping of Petrie's stepson 10 years earlier. Petrie had insisted then that the kidnapping wasn't real. It was only an imitation of life, never meant to be carried out. It was done, he had said, to win back the love of his second wife, Della, and the trust of his family. Maybe Roland had forgotten what he told the authorities in Kitsap County. Maybe he was confused and thrown off balance to find the two Seattle investigators waiting to talk with him about an old murder. Or maybe his fertile brain had just run out of ideas. Confronted with the evidence linking him to McKee and to Cheryl's murder 15 years earlier, Roland admitted that he hired McKee to frighten his estranged wife. He even gave him a key to Cheryl's house, advised him of her work schedule for Saturday night, and drove him by the house to be sure he knew where she lived. Somewhat surprisingly, Cheryl wasn't supposed to be abducted along the road from PJ's Market as she headed for home. Instead, Roland wanted to have her surprised by a stranger in her own home. The time of the attack was set for midnight. To be extra helpful, Roland even drove McKee to a hardware store to buy the rope and the duct tape he would need to render Cheryl immobile. Yes, he admitted he wanted her to be scared. But he wasn't supposed to kill her, Petrie insisted. I never intended for her to die. As he had always done, Roland constructed a finely tuned plot. He was going to tell Della, his new girlfriend, that he was going out for popcorn. Then his intention was to race to Cheryl's house where he would storm in and thwart Fred McKee's assault. Roland said he hadn't planned to stay with Della. He wanted only to win back Cheryl's love, and he figured that saving her from a mysterious intruder in the middle of the night would prove to her that they were meant to be together. He would be her hero. Gagnon and McSell stared at him. This was virtually the same scenario Roland had constructed to explain why he'd pretended to kidnap Tim Nash. There was every indication that Cheryl Petrie was still in love with her estranged husband at the time of her death. She had been through so many challenges to get him released from prison, and had done her best to support him emotionally and financially in the 2 years they lived together as man and wife after his parole.
She had borne him a second child and worked double time while he attended college. And for most of those 2 years, he was cheating on her with other women, although she probably didn't suspect it until their last few weeks